You finished?
Does that mean you weren't listening to him?
Well, he's muted the guy he was talking to.
And that's his decision since he's a moderator.
Yeah, you shouldn't be moderating a discussion he's participating in, though.
Oh, and you don't get to make the rules in this server, so in this room.
Jim,
So
I'm
Jim,
not
this
trying to make the rules.
conversation
It's
has been
bad.
going on for 2 hours. We've been going around in circles while he pre-assumes he's measuring a ball with no evidence of a ball. There's only so far we can go with him if he's not willing to admit that he isn't measuring a ball. He's measuring a flat Earth and then transforming the data into a global coordinate system. If he can't admit that, then we have to go back and tell him again and again and again. So we've done that several times, and instead of listening, he is fundy muting Amish, who's trying to tell him for the 5th time. What are we supposed to do?
What are you...
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Amish has been trying to tell him, and he's you don't know what fundy muting is. Fundy muting is when you talk through your opponent, or you talk through the person who's explaining so that nobody can hear them. That's fundy muting. That's what he's doing, right? And he's not admitting that you measure the Earth and you have to measure the Earth flat. So we have to keep going back. And if we're in a room full of people, we'll do it for a couple of hours, but then we'll open the floor up and we'll kill the conversation, because it seems to me as if he's trying to cope and he's running us around in circles, trying to talk about any claims we make and then obfuscate into that subject. So there is a good reason for him to be muted temporarily, just for the sanity of the conversation. It's not personal. He's a regular in this channel.
Yeah, and like was stated, we're not required to explain why we're muting people. We're just getting the conversation flowing.
I'm not asking you to explain why. I'm just pointing out that it's kind of bad. That's all. I'm not trying to stop you doing it. I just think it's bad.
It's actually a great time muted.
It's not bad.
That he's been ruminate and consider that he is coming in here, talking over, being rude. We've extended every courtesy and every grace to him, which you've not shown appreciation for, but I'm guessing you don't know all the context. So ultimately, it's a very good kindness that Amish has bestowed upon him to tell him, hey, look, you're welcome here, but there's a couple rules we're going to ask you to abide by. You know, it kind of works with any kind of grouping of people.
All right.
Somebody's going to take charge. You may not always like who it is who takes charge, but this is how it works in our room.
What rule is he broken?
No. Right. We're going to move it on. Jim, since you're here, we'll talk to you. Do you want to present some evidence for the globe or something?
No, not if I'm going to get muted by the person I'm talking to.
No, you're not going to get muted if you're chill and respectful. Just tell us why you think the Earth's a ball.
No, I'm cool.
Okay.
Because as soon as you get challenged, you're going to mute me.
I'm asking you to tell me what you think. I'm not saying let's have a debate.
Well, I told you what I thought before, in that I think it's lame that you're going to server mute the person that you're talking to.
Right, well, I asked you, what is it that makes you think you live on a spinning ball?
Yeah, and I told you I'm not having the discussion.
Hold on, I think it's lame that the only way you open your mic is to white knight for some guy who you don't know, and you wasn't even here for the conversation to understand why. Like, what is this, bro? Why are you here then? Are you here? Are you Eggshell's cheerleader?
Yeah, he's Eggshell's cheerleader. He's the fluffer.
But you shouldn't, if you're going to have an honest discussion, you shouldn't use your moderator powers to mute the person you're talking to. Someone else can do that.
Jim, I just asked you to have an honest discussion. You said, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, typical Glober. Eggshells wasn't having an honest discussion because he was moving the goalpost, obfuscating, changing the subject, trying to catch anybody he can from the flat Earth side out on any lack of knowledge they might have on any of the subjects that were subjects that were mentioned during the flat Earth conversation. That's not a genuine conversation when somebody is trying to trip you up, but it doesn't even help them get to the end to make their point. It shows that it's an ego, and it shows that this interlocker wants to win a debate. So you're white knighting for him for what reason? You wasn't here for the start of the conversation.
I've been here for like 40 minutes.
It's been a
Well,
2-hour
why are you going to
conversation.
comment? Why are you even going to comment on the discussion if when you're offered to be in the discussion, you just can't have the discussion? Just stay on mute then.
All I said was, it's lame that you've used your mod powers to mute him. Someone else can mute him that's not Mr. Amish, as far as I'm concerned.
Jim, we don't care what you think
I
about
know.
people
I'm
being
aware you
muted.
don't care.
We're talking about the Earth here. Can you discuss the Earth? Are you capable of that?
Not right now. No, I'm not having a discussion.
Hey, Cyclone,
Okay, well,
could you
go on mute
imagine?
then.
Could you imagine, Cyclone, if we went to Globe servers and started complaining about their behavior? Like
Yeah.
the amount of problem, you Globers are terrible in the way you behave in general. Yeah, we only mute you when you misbehave, whereas the opposite way around, you Globers are absolutely despicable the way you act, treat, and go on towards flat earthers. We don't go complaining to you guys. Yeah, you develop a thick skin
No,
and you debate
Roots,
on the strength of your arguments.
Roots, listen up. So if you went to a Globe server, right, and you presented your argument, but then you were muted in response to that, would you say that would be a fair, reasonable thing to do to you?
Yeah, it happens
That's
every
not
time I
what
go to
happened.
Gem Pandas. It happens every time I go to Gem Panda server.
And that's
That's
not what
what
happened
happens.
anyway. They were
Wait, did
speaking to
you
Yeah,
hear what I
Eggshells
said?
for like 2 hours. They were speaking to him for hours, bro. So don't act like we just asked him a question and then as soon as he answered, we mute him. That wasn't what it was at all. You've just arrived. So if anyone else starts asking about mutes, they're just going to go on mute. We're discussing the Earth. D-Man, do you want to discuss the
Okay,
Earth?
brilliant.
and this
Yeah.
is globe obfuscation because their best argument is that we muted someone, and then
Yeah.
he'll disappear. Now I bet he left. I bet he was the one that left. Yeah, because
Yeah,
there is
but
no arguments. There is no arguments apart from we muted someone. It's ridiculous.
well, it's as ridiculous as them whining, saying, "You don't let us speak." Okay, speak. I don't want to speak. All right.
Tell you what's
Exactly.
infuriating. We've been banned from channels in the server that we haven't even set foot into.
Right.
Just
I've
because
been
of who we are and the ideas we bring in here and discuss in here. So, yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Not a good look for a Team Globe.
Globers get really angry and emotional and they say horrible things to flat earthers. We have to live with that on Discord. You guys say some outrageous stuff about our family, about our intelligence, about our existence. We don't sit here moaning about it. We're sitting here talking to you about the strength of our arguments. We couldn't care less whether you don't like us.
Yeah, Palestine is flat. They're terrorists. I agree. Take that, baby.
And we don't get triggered by trolls either. You got to be tough.
Yeah, and see what he's doing there is he's doing the classic, hey, if we get in here and we repeat ourselves over and over, and then when we mute them we get 2 or 3 concern trolls going, then you all can't talk about the topic. And that's what they want is they want to come in here and clog up the pipes. So they've been doing it for over 2 hours now. So I think 2 hours is far more generous than somebody should be with a troll. I commend you guys for being generous, but by the same token, they're making sure that the message isn't heard and just repeating ignorant stuff, so they just clog up the bandwidth.
Did we move past the muted thing yet? I mean, what's going on?
No, because all they want to talk about is people being muted. They can't talk about the Earth, apparently.
Okay, this is what I want you to do. Do this test. Go into another channel, present yourself as a flat earther, and just count the number of seconds before you get banned, just for identifying the flat earther. When I look at the guest rooms, I only see like 2 rooms now these days. When I see the mod log, it's always like no access, I see a mod type some command in, no access, no access, no access. Rooms I've never even been to. People I've never talked to.
You know, Crit, you say that. I've been on this politics server for less than a week, and I've been noticing as well rooms that are just disappearing. I've not even been on here a week.
Some of the rooms, just being a flat earther, even though they have no idea what that means, that's worthy of them banning you from their channel. Not just muting. Not that you just can't talk or you'll shut your mic off. It's a ban. A lifetime ban without any method to revoke that or change it. There isn't any. It's that you're just gone. Inside the globalist worldview, just being the flat earther. So if they think getting their mic turned off after 2 hours of banter and not the conversation not moving anywhere and getting your mic shut off to move it on, if they think that's an infringement, take that plank out your eye. Like, seriously, you got some fucked up shit going on your side that you don't even are aware of.
Yeah, that projection is a powerful thing that you blame your enemy for your own weakness, and so...
For the record, Crit, I think that's shit as well.
Yeah, but you guys don't do anything about it. That's the thing. It's like, you might say it, you might give a little bit of lip service, but when the rubber hits the road, you think it's kind of funny.
Yep, nailed it. Nailed it. And Crit, I reckon the reason why you're banned from so many places is because you're a legend, mate, and you've made so many of these guys' brains fall out that they're afraid of you, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, they'll just be like, yeah, they're completely freaked out. I've gone to some of their rooms. They invite you and say, hey, I can't talk in the flat earth room because I'll get muted. And I'm like, okay, and what do you want me to do about that? They go, well, come talk to our room. I'm like, okay, sure. You get muted like right away and shit. There's a few of them that are okay, and they like to talk in DMs and stuff, but for the most part, even then, they'll kind of portray this real hard line attitude towards flat earthers.
And we don't
Well,
complain.
the Globies... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
There's no complaints here. That's their space. They do whatever they want. I'm only highlighting kind of like the cognitive dissonance or the double standard here, where if somebody gets muted in a channel, that is a knock on flat earth. Well, let's look at that. How much muting is going on in globe channels? Oh, don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I'm not complaining about it. I'm highlighting it. Like literally making a mountain out of a molehill.
Well, the first key that you have to understand about being a Globie is there are rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, they have a very subjective moral compass because they see no matter what they do, anything they do is justified because they're defending science. It's the most anti-science thing you can say. Science doesn't need to be defending; it self-defends. Good science defends itself because someone's going to try to scrutinize it, go through the same method and practice, get exactly the same result, and then that's when the debate happens. Meanwhile, the globalists are like, no, let's push all that science aside and let's use its very subjective othering and attack social warfare, like social media warfare, as their only proof of the globe. Is that if they can silence enough flat earthers, they win. So then when they get that back to them, they're like, wait, what? Why am I getting silenced? I'm the one who's supposed to be doing the silencing.
But anyway, does anybody have any proof of bendy water? That's what I'm looking for, is proof of bendy water. somebody on here must have some proof, and all the server muting and everything else would end with actual proof of Earth curvature, actual measurement of Earth curvature, actual observation of bendy water. Somebody's got to have some proof. And then with good scientific valid proof, then there would be no more flat earthers, and you all would not have to complain and cry about being muted. Am I wrong, Crit?
Yeah, just show, then tell. See, they want to tell and never show. I mean, if you're talking globe, you can stay off mute the whole day. We've had people talk like just what, like marathon sessions, and just other flat earthers rotating in and be like, yeah, hey, I gotta go. And then, like someone else taps in. Same globalist, hours and hours.
Do you know why flat earthers don't complain? Because we know that the room can see what's really going on. And it's only the odd anti-flat earther who will complain. The average people will sit, listen, and go, yeah, I understand why you muted him. Yeah, he was being like that. So it doesn't really bother us what an anti-flat earther thinks. We know that everybody can read the room. Everybody can see the obfuscation and the disingenuous approach to the subject. And he claims that the standards are fair and equal when actually in reality everything they're basing is off a presupposition. Yet they claim to have scientific evidence, so it's just wrong what they're doing.
So here's a good example. So they want to do this final experiment. I think that's what it's called. Like, take 12 flat earthers and 12 globe earthers to Antarctica to bear witness the 24-hour sun. And after asking them, well, what does it have to do with flat Earth to begin with? What does it have to do with globe Earth to begin with? They never give a logical hypothesis or even supposition. All they do is they got some really other context clip from Nathan Oakley, who had talked about like flat Earth society in their model, not his model. He was talking about the flat Earth society in their model having some problems explaining what the sun does because they made a claim to it. So they took that other context, invite some of the more popular flat earthers on YouTube and Discord and whatnot, invited about half people who are semi-reasonable, like Chuck Nice is on the list, and some other people like that, just kind of like celebrity scientific communicators, put them on the globe side, and then invited a bunch of really batshit crazy anti-flat earthers. So 2 of the globalists apparently had responded that yes, they'll go to Antarctica. 2 of the 12 said they would go. And apparently 0 of the flat earthers said they would go. And somehow that's a win. In real terms, 2 of them, 2 of the 12 going, is not some sort of like, oh, globe earthers are buying in, but the flat earthers aren't. 2 of the 12 is basically 0 anyway. And the 2 people you got probably with some sort of wink in the nod. I'm willing to guess some fervent anti-flat earther, like Fight the Flat Earth or Looney Tune, Mr. Sensible, someone like that. They didn't get Chuck Nice and like, I don't know, some other, physics girl or whatever. They got probably 2 of the most batshit crazy, insane Karens they could possibly find, which probably gave reasons for the flat earther to say, hard pass. No, thank you. I don't even want to like hear these guys' voice. Like, I want to see them in real life. Are you fucking nuts?
Yeah,
and just the subjective nature of that. Like, it's 2 out of 12 participation.
That fellow who was the pilot a year or so ago who made this video of he had this grand revelation of how to prove the earth was flat, that flat earthers could take a flight from Santiago de Chile over to Melbourne, and Melbourne, and
I think it's to Sydney, but yeah.
yeah, maybe Sydney, right? And then Eddie from Flat Earth Banjo then's like, oh, okay, no, I'm sorry, Jaron responded to him and said, hey, great, tell you what, let's do it. How much would it cost for your company? We want you to be the pilot. How much would it cost for your company to do this? And the only thing I would suggest is that we move it to flying into Perth. And of course, the guy's like, oh, well, you could call any kind of charter operator, blah, blah, blah. And Jaron's like, no, we want you. We want, we like you. We want you. And then the guy just backpedaled from there.
Oh,
So if
yeah,
you had 12,
that's the redheaded dude, the bald redheaded guy, right?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw a photo of him. At first, I thought it was like a stand-up comedian, like a LARPer. And I clicked
Why?
on the video. I'm like, holy fuck, this dude's for real and not for real at the same time. Supposedly you're a pilot, and you're telling Flat Earthers to do this, and you can't do it.
Why did he want to change the flight to Perth?
Because flying from Santiago de Chile to Melbourne or Sydney, either one, would not actually take you over the South Pole if we live on a bendy water Earth. But going to Perth would put you right over the South Pole.
Right.
So, and I bet you if you had 12 flat Earth people respond, say, yes, I'll go, watch how quick they would cancel the trip.
Yeah, they come up with some excuse. They'd be dropping excuses.
Well, the Sydney to Santiago flight exists. Like, you can get that flight.
Yeah, it's
I don't
but
know.
this
There's probably not that many people that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There's probably not that many people that want to fly between Perth and Santiago directly, because
No, this was a global. The global
No,
set
this
to
guy-
get.
this globe-
I know that.
Yeah, this Globey,
Yeah.
he's a charter airline pilot. So they fly anywhere they have the order to fly to. So you reserve their flight, so you pick wherever you want to go. And that's where they go. It's not scheduled service.
Yeah,
So-
provided the plane can fly that far.
Yeah.
Any place a plane can go, he said he could do it. And then when Jeranism called his bluff, he backpedaled like a weasel. Is he still making videos, or did he just like exit the topic completely?
He's exited the topic completely, but he is still making some videos.
Yeah.
Are there any flights that go directly over the North Pole?
I'm reasonably certain there was for many years a flight from like Vancouver to I got to remember where the heck it was that went over it. And they actually had a TV show showing it. I want to say that started like at the end of the 90s, and that ran maybe until 2010, 2015, something like that. You'll have to, that's kind of the round memory that I have. You'll have to fill in some of the edges there. But anyway, appreciate you all. Hope you all have a good conversation today. I'm here at the office, so have a good day, and I'll chat with you later on this afternoon.
Hey, airplanes fly over a plane. Prove me wrong.
Well, the thing with airplane is that, like, look, I figured out something, like, right, like NASA could save so much money by basically developing like a basically rocket propulsion airplane, and just send it, like, like they just like land it like a normal average airplane, right? They don't need all of that in mega infrastructure to basically, right, to send to send just a few men to the space, right? So why don't they do that? Like it's like a real to space. We go to space. Like, but I mean, have you seen how much they spent? But we went to space. We went to space, and then like it's just like goes around and around. Like I'm just so tired of this like arguing with globetrotters anymore. Like, man, to be honest, like. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, like thing is look, they just waste so much money and effort to go up to the space, right? And it's like and people still don't get it, like, no, they don't get it. They just don't get it. They just don't get it still. Because why would they lie about the space? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Oh, yeah. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? At the end of the day, it's just like,
Same
a
reason
few
that
$1 billion company.
same reason that make people kill. What would
Yeah,
they kill?
yeah.
Yeah, same
The
reason.
thing is, like, look,
If you can kill,
yeah.
if you can
Yeah,
kill,
why would they lie? I mean, come on.
yeah. Why would people lie?
Yeah.
I think there is
Why would people lie?
every time
Why
someone
would no?
every
Why
time
would
someone
NASA lie about the space?
if someone's lie, I think it's always there is always a reason behind the lie. If someone's killed, there is always a reason behind the kill. So sometimes it's because of money, sometimes it's because of power. Well, there is too many reasons for to push someone to lie. If you are just ignorant about the reasons what makes people lie, I can't help you on that.
Well, but that's one thing. Like like what when they ask me like why would they lie? Well, how much do they receive? How much do they receive? It's a $1 billion company, government company. So the government uses NASA. Literally, can use NASA to get like taxpayers' money. Why would they lie? Why? Just why? Any valid reason besides getting like 60 billion per, I don't know, per month. I think they get like 60 billion per month, which is terrible. But no, why would they lie? Why would they lie? No, they don't lie.
Imagine
The
if you get.
government's lie. But
I would lie if I get 60 millions per week. I would lie.
I
I
would
would
do.
do
You see,
that.
the thing
I
I would
would
do. I would
think
do
that
like Elon Musk. I would be
I
like
can.
Elon Musk.
What?
For that much amount of money, I would be like Elon Musk, just taking the of them.
And imagine it would be just free money. Free
Yeah,
money.
would you
Yeah,
shut your camera off? We're
that's what
live
Elon
on
does.
YouTube.
That's what Elon does. Elon doesn't believe in space. Elon knows it's fake. Elon knows the Earth is like level. There is no outside space. We did not went to the moon. He knows that it's not there. He just knows it. the thing what he does is, look, NASA, I know that you lie, and I have all the proofs to show you that you lie, and I have the publicity to announce your lie. So you know what? I make a deal for you. I'm not gonna ruin this thing because it's gonna cause anarchy and mayhem across the world, right? Because people, when they realize that, oh fuck me, we don't live on a globe, then all the things are backwards, and then anarchy, riots, and so on and on. Basically,
Wait, Dark Servant, can I ask you something? You think the Earth is flat, right?
Hey,
I
can you
think
turn
the
your
Earth is a level.
turn
I
your
think
camera
the
off?
Earth.
We're live on YouTube, and it limits the room. Thanks.
Oh fuck. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, am I live on YouTube?
Yeah,
Mama.
Yeah, you were live
Mom, I'm
on
gonna be
YouTube.
famous. I'm gonna be famous, mother.
Well, I think on the YouTube channel it just shows a little square. It's really, you don't see it very well. So it's not gonna be that big of a deal. But it does limit the room. Does to 20? It caps a room at 25 if someone has their camera on.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And since we're close to that,
Well, I guess, Mama, I'm gonna be famous. Yeah, like, thing is, like, I mean, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Because, look, they have a multi-billion-dollar economy. Also, like, if people find out the truth, people are not gonna be the happiest, let's say. And when people are not happy, the governments can stay with their coke in their hands and, like, and pray to whichever divinity they believe in, that those people do not kill them. But yeah, at the end of the day, it happens that they do kill them. So yeah, that's it. That's why they hide it. That's why they lie. Because if they would not, if the truth would come out, they're fucked. They're utterly gone. It's over for them.
I don't think that people will
And imagine,
consider any. I don't think that people will consider any government after the awakening. If everyone wakes on the truth and understand the truth and understand that those people are just a bunch of liars, so they won't trust people anymore. So there will be
it's
no
not that they
government.
want to trust people. It's not just that. Brother, I'm telling you, there is prison systems filled up with people who do not like governments. And what? You're gonna come to a guy that was in prison for 30 years and he will be like fuck you, mate. Like, I've sat here in prison, I've rotten here in prison for ages, for 30 fucking years. And in the end of the day, I was right because we base our system on the globe, on this shit. You base your system on this, like, globalistic view on the world. And I sit here in prison because, like, I did not want to conform to it. And now it comes out that you lied. Like, let me get my AK-47 and commit a mass atrocity around. And those people don't look. They don't look children, women, not children, men, young men. They don't look at them. They just don't care. They will throw bombs at the first fucking people that they see. Because there's crazy people out. And that's why they hide it also. And that's why the smart has to know and has to know what to do with this information, right? When I understood, like, it is a harmful information to have. Like, even when I tell to people in real life, like, look, the earth is flat. Once I was talking to a girl, and this girl was like, trying to, like, debunk the flat earth, right? And I was like, it's not. And she understood it. She was like, fuck. Wait, hold on. And she started to, like, freak out. about it. Like, and I'm not joking. I freaked out too. I had like a few days of like there was a few days where I was like, what am I gonna do with my life now? Now that I know it's all fake, what am I gonna do with my life? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna live a normal life? There's no way to normality. There's no way back to normal life. I mean, normal to the space, like, you know, the all the, you know, to the normal life kind of thing. There's no way back.
I live a normal life.
So,
I live a better life.
look, I used to have. Yeah, it is a better. It is better right now. In some ways, yeah, it is better. But
I'm accounting
but in
on
some
what
other ways, whoa.
I'm accounting on what I know. I get rid of too many assumptions. I don't take consider assumptions. If I consider assumptions, they are just my personal own assumptions. So, for example, Earth and how it can be if it's an extension or limited or the so those are my personal assumption dependent to my own beliefs, but in my life I consider the reality what I know, what I can check by my hands, by my senses. So I don't consider people now. I'm. It's like a joke or anything that is not important. So that those politicians, politics in news and those things. So it's not like it's like a funny show that is just running 24 hours, 7 days. I'm not considering those
It's
things,
like
so
those
I'm not betraying
politics.
anyone.
The thing is
Even
like that thing, like the politics and like, you know, and stuff. Like it's all a big circus. Like all I see when I see like two politicians debating, it's like two clowns who can beat their nose like loudest, like beep 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 beep, like, you know, it's like clowns, man. Like politicians, like that's a thing. Like if a clown, there is a saying, if a clown comes into a palace and becomes the king of the palace becomes a circus.
just
And
like that, not just that, even with between me and my wife, when because she understood the reality and she debunked the globe by herself, so she understood that it's not a sphere spinning on in a vacuum. So whenever we see something like in social media, in TV, we are speculating. We are just saying
nothing.
that it can't be. Yeah, it can't be real, or maybe it's not real. Whatever the video we see, for example, an accident, plane crashing, anything. When we see something,
It's
we
just fake.
don't
It's just
believe.
lies. Lies,
Yeah, we
lies,
don't
lies.
that thing that directly, just blindly.
It's just lies, brother. That's all what it is. It's just lies. It's just lies.
Yeah.
Like, this politician says this, and that. This celebrity is like, it's just circus, man. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I remember, like, with one of my best friends in my life, and he also knows like space is fake and like, you know, all sorts of things. And like we went to like a space, like we crossed path with this, like, you know, the space. There was like a space museum, something like, right. And we just passed, and there was like, you know, those people who believed in it, and we were like, and like he made a comment, like we made both made a comment at the same time. Oh, look, children going to Santa Claus, to the Santa Claus, like, you know, meetup place, like, you know, it's like adults. I'm not talking about children believing in this space. I'm talking about adults, like adults, and they were like they're in line, like, you know, and I was like, oh, look at them going to meet Santa Claus, you know, like And like my friend like laughed his ass off. Like, he laughed. Like, we just laughed. Not at them, but at the space thing. Because it's so in the end of the day, it's so bullshit. Like, you can see the lie as soon as you research better, right? Because there's like look, uh basically, look, thing is like the original space, like the space, like the moon landing, basically the when it happened, right? When Nixon was on the phone with like a landline phone with the crew, a landline phone with the crew, and he was like, he was also having like a picture, right, hanged on the wall, which was the picture of like the moon, like a picture like a horizon picture of a picture of the moon's horizon. And I like how the moon, it seems all bended, like in those pictures, it's so like it's so oh it seems like they're on a ball, like Lego figures on the ball, same thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck? How can it happen? How can it happen, this thing? Why does it happen? Why does it? Like, then when you realize it's all a lie, your life just gets shattered, man. I got shattered because I used to study astrophysics. I wanted to become an astronaut, right? I wanted to work for NASA as well. I was just writing my resume that I was willing to go back, to move to the States, and basically learn and work there and learn. I was applying for it. I was literally researching and wasting my time on this, on space, and basically all sorts of stuff like this, you see. Like, I devoted myself too much time for it to be just, okay, flat. No, I was shattered when it became clear for me it was flat. I was heartbroken. Why is YouTube watching us though? Can we? Why is YouTube watching us? YouTube. I don't like Susan Wojcicki, by the way, how she made a YouTube. YouTube is bullshit now. YouTube was better in the first 2000s, to be honest. Like, give YouTube back to the Indian guys. Stop this Jewish supremacy, Susan.
Okay, cut the shit.
Yeah, true, man. Sorry.
Back on topic.
Yeah. Wait, what's that spinning thing you have above your profile picture? What's that?
It says, "Why would they lie?"
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Yo, that's cool because it spins as soon as you talk. It's like a
Yeah.
disc. That's cool.
Here, check out. I got a few other ones. Here, this one's called bricked. Like when you're talking to a brick wall. Doesn't matter what you say. You're better off just talking to someone who's completely bricked.
Yeah, like sometimes talking to people is like talking to like not brick walls, stone walls. The stone. I'm a stone. I did some stone masonry in my life. I made some like walls out, stone walls, and they're the thickest stuff to make. You see.
And then
yeah,
look at this one
like
here. It's photographs from space. If you look in the middle, it's like an astronaut with like a spinning face.
yeah, like I mean, man, it's so sometimes it's so like it seems so unreal, man. It seems so unreal. Like even Elon, hold on, even Elon. Wait, a dark servant. If you say that people would riot and anarchy would issue, then why aren't you rioting with flat earthers? No, I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about me. It's not broken logic because look, I'm the thing is I can like people like me and you guys like we can realize that like okay, we've been lied to. What can we do now? Like, oh, research about the truth, right? But there's not just people like us. There's people who look at what happened in Hungary, for example. In Hungary, basically like what was it? The prime minister and like they are like the whole committee. They admitted, okay, our statistics are like we fucked up with the statistics and. Like we lied about the statistics and everything, and look what they did. They went to the basically parliament. They started to shoot at like not shoot, but they started to like like throw rocks and like the riot at the parliament, right? And it's not even that. It's even the French. Look at the French right now. Something happens slightly bad within the government, and boom, you got a riot. Like, it's not just people like us who can accept that we've been lied to and still be decent. It's people who, if you tell them, who were so much into this world, that if you tell them that look, it's fake. How it's fake? Like they will get angry. They will get angry. I was one of them, man. I was one of them. I wish I could go, like, I mean, not wish. I in my past, now I calmed down. Now I realize that no, violence is not the answer. Eye for an eye causes only blindness, right? But back in the time, I used to be angrier, and I used to be really, really angry. And when people told me, "Oh, it's a lie," like first of all, about like uh, it started all with like World War II and Mr. Painter, and yeah, the yeah, like. Who was actually the good guys in World War II. But yeah, let's not get into that because then I start, like. But anyways, yeah, like the thing is like it started with that and it ended up like right now where I'm 100% sure that like God is real and the Bible is true. Like that's what it did to me. This thing. I got closer. I got closer to God when I realized that, like, I understood that God is real when I understood that flat Earth is real. And imagine those people, real, all of those people. I'm not talking about, you see, like, you or whoever is here. Like, I'm talking about, like, all of those angry kids on the street, youngsters, gangsters, like, imagine if they realize that, like, oh, fuck. We've been persecuted by this world, which is utterly wrong. What do? We go outside with AK-47s and like start shooting. Mass shootings would happen. See, that's why I think that the governments are trying to like calm down the situation. They have to lie. They have to delay this as as much as possible so they can fix it. So that they can fix it, but I think they just gave up, to be honest. I think the governments just gave up on us, like, that they are just like, you know what, fuck those fuckers. It's sad. It's really sad because, like, look, in the end of the day, we are all. It's not that people like a person. It's not the globe earther, the globe believer, the problem. He's like he's a symptom. Like, he's not the virus, the illness of the world. He's not the cancer. He's just the symptom of it. Sadly, too much people started to become victims of our fucked up world, fucked up reality, fucked up everything, and I'm not even wondering why lots of people kill themselves. Sometimes I wish I was one of them. But sometimes I'm like, no, I want to live. I just want to see where this world is going. And this is what keeps me going, to be honest. Just my curiosity, right? If I didn't have it, like, man, like, why to live? I understood, okay, the world is fucked up. It's utterly wrong. Why? I'm not gonna stay here. I'm not gonna stay in a fucked up place where, first of all, I'm always lied to. I'm always poisoned. I'm always like, mocked and basically spitted on because, yeah, I believe that the Earth is not a globe, which I have strong evidences of not being a globe. I was being called conspiracy theorist, like, and everything. Like, why would I live? Why would I live on this place? Just because of curiosity. And because of spite. Because, yeah, that's one thing I have still, and it's spite. Out of spite, I'm not gonna let those fuckers to outlive me.
Hey, Dark Servant, you know what the glorious good news is? That there is hope and that there is eternal life found in Christ, because it says in the scriptures, "In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them." So the thing is, the Bible says, yeah, Satan is ruling this earth. Yeah, because of that, the earth is pretty messed up. And yeah, you're going to see all this darkness around. But there's also one good thing. I have sent you my son, who's my only begotten, who died for you, so you, as a free gift, so you can have eternal life through him. And then you can already have peace on earth while you're in your flesh suit. And when you leave your flesh suit behind, you can be eternally in a world, in a place where there is no more ruling by Satan or sin. Isn't that a glorious good news? Isn't that something to,
It's a wonderful
die
news.
for?
It is a wonderful news. It's something to believe. No, it's not something to die for. It's something to live for.
Oh yeah,
It's
indeed.
It's wait, brother. What verse is this? What verse is it?
It's 2 Corinthians 4:4.
2 Corinthians 4:4.
Yeah. But to die for was, I was saying, I'm dying in regards to the flesh. I don't try to save myself, because whoever is trying to save his own life is going to lose his own life, and whoever is losing his own life is going to save it.
Yeah. That's true. You're right, man. Where are you from, by the way, brother?
Germany.
Yo, yeah, you're from Germany. Yo, yeah, your accent is it sounds German, man, to be honest, man. But yeah, like thing is, like, like, yeah, you're right.
Sorry,
I'm
I
not
need to
gonna.
correct myself a little bit. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake, which is Jesus, shall find it. Because he says he is the truth, the way, and the life.
Yeah,
Isn't that beautiful?
yeah, it's wonderful. I love Christ. Even if I sin, I fall into sins. Like I sin a lot,
That's why
and
we need him, man.
yeah, that's
We
why.
need.
That's why.
Remember, he didn't come for the righteous. He came for the sinners. He came for the broken in spirit. He came for the ones
Yeah.
that recognize that they need a savior. If you recognize that you are low and despised and you have fallen short of the glory of God, and that you are nothing but a sinner, then yeah, that's why you need Christ. That's why you come to Christ. You come to him because you have nothing to hide anymore. You recognize, yeah, I am evil. I have evil in my heart. I am a sinner. I am in need of a savior. I am low. I am, I'm finished with this world. I'm broken. I'm lost. I don't know where to go. This is why you have a light that is shining upon you, which is Christ, and he will guide you. He will be your shepherd. He will build you up. He will make you a castle. He will give you a foundation. He will make you, indestructible as long as you are in him. Because he's the way, the life. No one comes to the Father but through him. There's no weapon that is formed against us that will prosper. And if God is for us, who will be against us?
Yeah.
Who cares? The Bible says this world will perish with all its lust, with all its sinfulness, with all its darkness. It will go away. It's like dust in the wind. It's not forever. It's just temporary. Everything is temporary. All vanities are vanities, says the preacher. Everything is vanity.
Yeah, the book of Ecclesiastes is my favorite book from the Bible.
Yeah, mine too, man.
No, it's cool. It's the coolest book ever, man. And I have obtained all slaves, all vanities, all riches, like wealth. He was the wealthiest person ever, and he still said it's all vanity, grasping for the wind. Like it all goes to dust in the end of the day. Like
yeah, he literally did everything that is possible in regards to wealth and what you can achieve in the world, and he achieved it all, and then just to get to the point of recognizing it's all worthless. The only thing that has worth is obeying the one who created everything.
Yeah, that's right. I'm always thinking, man, like thing is like I'm so like what the like this thing is so it's so cool. Like the Bible, when I started to read the Bible, like to understand, you see, like I was like, what the fuck? I am so in the wrong when I realized it.
Beautiful, isn't it? It says the word cuts. It says the word cuts deeper. One second, the word cuts. In Hebrews 4:12 it says, "For the word of God is living and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is discern of the thoughts and intents of the heart." So what you're describing is just giving testimony of that. You're reading the word of God and you're like, wow, this really exposes my sinful nature. This really exposes me as a broken human. Yeah, beautiful, man. I much blessings to you, much love to you, man. This is wonderful.
Blessings to you too, brother. That's the thing. Like, I'm like, when you realize, when you realize how sinful you are, you also start to realize that, I was judging. I was like, look. Thing is, once I was in a situation where I beat up a Christian. I beat up a Christian kid. I used to hate him because he was a Christian, right? I used to be a Luciferian. I used to be a Satanist. So yeah,
I
I
was
beat it.
also on that way. I was also on
Yo,
that way into Satanism.
yo, brother, that's the thing you see. And now we are so strong in faith. We just It's not that we are strong in faith, it's that we are so repentful towards what we did, towards so that like man, it like it changes you. Christ changes you.
Yes, he exposes the sin first, and then he takes it away. So isn't that beautiful? He exposes the
Yeah.
sin to you, so you understand, you know, who you truly are. Actually, you know how naked you are and all the evil deeds that are in you. And then when he exposes it, you testify it because he has exposed it to you, so he made it aware to you, and because you're aware now, you can now testify it with your mouth and ask for forgiveness, and then he takes it away from you and he will no longer remember it. Isn't that beautiful? Like a donkey, he will
No.
carry all that trash that is upon your soul and heart and just carry it away, and then you can be set free.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful. God is great. God is love.
Yes, indeed. And we are all clay, and clay is something that needs to be formed, and it's a process. The same way as it says, you should bear good fruit. You know, an apple tree or something that bears fruit takes a while to grow, and when it has grown to its full potential, it then can bear fruit with every plant. Therefore, don't be discouraged if if it takes a while to grow. It's normal. We just need to be humble and recognize, okay, it's a continuous progress. You know,
Yeah.
as long as we are in the flesh, there is another law within the members. It says in Romans, which is the law of sin. And you know, with the Spirit, we serve the Most High. We please Him in the Spirit because we can't please Him with the flesh. But with the flesh, we are still bound to the law of sin, which doesn't mean that this is a reason to sin furthermore. No, it says directly, because of that, we should put down the sinful nature through the power of the Spirit, which means, okay, you're probably going to fall back sometimes, but because you've recognized this sinful thing you're going to fall back into many times, now you can use the power of the Spirit, you can use the Word of God, and you can conquer it, and at some point you're going to defeat it, and then you're like, yes, you know, another branch, another grow of me as a fruit bearing plant, you know, as a metaphor. So yeah, it takes time. It's different for everybody.
Yeah, true. Like, I mean, it still takes me. I still haven't grown. Like, man, like, I'm just so sinful in my own nature. Like, that when I realized, oh, yo, I'm so sinful.
Well,
Like,
trust me, that thing, realizing this, saying to even be able to say this and see this because we read the word and it exposed your inner deeds, you know, exposed to you, and you're honest with yourself. That is something that many people will never reach their whole life, unfortunately. That they haven't given this blessing of this understanding, right? They rather say, "Oh, just look at all the good things I do." I do some bad things sometimes, but look at all the
I
good things. I'm always
constantly
nice to
sin, man.
people, right?
Thing is, I constantly sin. Look, I sin in the flesh. I smoke. I destroy my body. Like, I mean, smoking. Look, it's a thing that, like, I don't know if I will ever give up. I think no, but I don't believe I will give up smoking. But
Ray,
look,
remember this. Dark Servant. Remember this, and I hope you're gonna at some point change your name and Light Servant. No. Anyways, remember this. Every time when Jesus freed someone, either of a sickness or anything else, he always talked about believe, right? He also criticized his own apostles of saying, "Why are you of so little faith? Why do you have such a small belief?" So, and it says in the Bible, the power of the tongue. There's life in the power of the tongue. So you already saying, "Oh, I don't believe I'm gonna never smoke." No, man. Just say, "I believe through the power of Christ. At some point, I will not be a slave to my sin anymore. I can be free of all that smoke in my life, Because, hey, this is coming from an ex-smoker, man. I have smoked for 6 years,
Oh, I smoke. Look, I've smoked for like I've smoked for like 10 years since I was 12. Now I'm 21 and I'm still smoking.
Well, yeah,
There
if I
was
would
no
count if I would count the days where I also started to like try it out but not really smoke, yeah, it was also with around 12, 13. But you I think with 12 you didn't smoke a pack of cigarettes, right? That came a little bit later. I would say.
when I was 13, I started to buy my own packs. I started smoking like 13, 14, yeah, I was like on one pack a day. Now I'm like 13, I was like a half pack a day. 12, I was like one pack per week for like a few months. Then like because I smoked every day. Like some 12, I never like there was no one day, not one day that I remember that I did not smoke a cigarette. There was times where I used to smoke like 4, 5 packs a day. There was time also when I used to smoke like I now I roll my own cigarettes. I roll tobacco, and it's like it's good tobacco. You see, like I don't buy like I don't buy I don't buy bad tobacco. Basically, I know what I'm smoking, and also thing is like smoking is just went into my heart. I believe that one day I will be free from it. One day I will be free from
Hey man, this is what I want to hear, man. Beautiful. That's great.
I believe, bro. No, that's the thing. Like,
I believe
I
too,
believe,
man.
I believe.
I believe and pray
Maybe not
that
today,
you're gonna
maybe
be
just
free.
tomorrow, but one day I will be free.
Amen. I believe so too, man. I pray and believe that you're gonna be free just like me from that smoking, man. And I know how it is, man. I truly know. I mean, for me, it wasn't even cigarettes. Was also in coexistent with some other drugs, especially cannabis. So
I
yeah,
I still
cigarettes
smoke weed.
were
I smoke weed.
yeah, cigarettes was just
I
the casual normal thing for me. But yeah, you're gonna be free of it, man. I believe. I trust
I was
that
I
he's
wa-
working on you.
thing is I already gave up. Like, look, heroin. Heroin is like the worst drug to get off of, basically, to quit. Because why? Because it's like it's a good feeling, gives you a good feeling, and like it's so addictive. Heroin, it made me addicted. I remember the second time I tried it. The third time I was craving for it. Like I was already craving the third time for heroin. I was addicted to heroin like for a bit more than 1 year, and I constantly every day, like injecting myself. Uh, Fuck, when I look at my past, like I did so much drugs. I did so much drugs from heroin to methamphetamine to like tablets to whatever, like whatever. Like there was no drug that I haven't tried besides MDMA and like those new phenyl shit, like the zombie drugs. Like, no, but like ecstasy. Ooh. LSD, not DMT, but like what else? Like speed, cocaine, like methamphetamine, like everything. I did it. I've done it. I've done a lot of drugs, and like now I got rid of most of them. Like, I mean, now it's just like cigarettes, and sometimes like I smoke weed. I smoke weed. Yeah, a lot. I smoke weed a lot. I am a stoner. Yeah, like now I'm sober. By the way.
I mean, it's great, man. That you can't get that you got away from these very strong drugs. You know, I mean, I did MDMA, I did cocaine, I did PEP, which I don't know if you know what PEP is, but I did LSD. But I never did the stuff with injecting or anything like that. I never did that type of stuff. Anyways, all this is gone. I've been clean from cigarettes and all the other stuff mentioned since 2019 now. So yeah, 5 years, or even 2018 maybe. Yeah. Anyways, and I give all glory to Christ, man. And because what you said and what you have said, man, I truly believe and I pray that the Most High is gonna even make you set free from everything else that might be pushing you down, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna be free one day. I'm gonna be free.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna be free, and I believe that Christ got my back. Christ has my back. I feel like.
Amen.
Amen.
He
Amen,
truly
brother.
does.
Amen. He just doesn't have only my back. He has all of. I'm Christ's property, basically. I'm God's property, not property. I'm like, you see, like I'm. In the end of the day, I shall be a servant, even if I do not. I know I don't. I know I don't please God. Like, in a way, I know I'm not like I'm not worthy His love. I know it. Throughout the grace of Him, I become worthy His love. Only through the grace of God. Only because He sent His own, so He could have like wiped us all out when we committed the first sin, but He didn't. He just, you know what? Yeah, they committed a sin. It happens. Let me make a plan for them. And then He made the whole plan. Like God, like the amount of knowledge and wisdom God has, it's everything compared to. I'm not in comparison. I am not. I'm just like, it's not even comparable to an ant, to a human. It's comparable to there is no comparison.
Yes, we can't grasp it because we are limited beings. But it's great to hear that, man, that you give the glory to Him, and it's just beautiful.
Glory to God, glory to Christ, glory to God.
And I believe the more you're gonna read His Word, the more it's gonna cut steep, and I mean, you're already recognizing the things.
Yeah, like
and if you
look, I'm not perfect. Like I'm full.
Yeah, me neither, man.
Like, I'm like I'm such a sinner that like we're all are sinners. Like, but I am a sinner, and I see like, hold on, like I thought all of my life that I was a good person. Hell, man, no, I'm not a good person. And when I realize it, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, have mercy on me. Oh Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, what I was just trying to say is you know, it's a beautiful thing to have to be exposed to that, you know, about yourself. You know, it's a revelation about ourselves, our current state of being. And I think the more it's going to be exposed, the more you're going to have, the more the longing for maybe a cigarette or weed is going to turn over into a longing for Christ, you know, a thirst for infinite waters, a thirst for water that doesn't make you thirst anymore, because cigarettes will make you thirst again, you know, and same for any other drug. You need to take it over and over and over again. But Christ is the one who gives you something that will truly satisfy. Anyways, I'm pleased to talk to you, man, and I hope I see you around. But I'm gonna have a little nap. You know, today is my day off from work.
No problem, man. I slept. I slept also today, like a bit more.
Yeah, when I have a day off, I love my little you know, siesta in the midday. You know, like 30 minutes. Just sometimes also having, you know, the Word of God on the phone or something, and then like a meditation, sleeping to it. But yeah, just in general, like this little siesta is always a very nice thing. Anyways, see you later, guys. Thank
See you,
you.
man.
Much love.
Yeah, take care.
Much
Take care,
love.
brother. Lots of love. Yo, guys, I will have to go too. Like, anyway, see you guys.
Yep,
And
take
see you
care.
guys and girls. See you. God bless you all.
into this for quite some time, and I haven't found any evidence of these rays that you're talking about being parallel. So can you give an example or provide a citation or some sort of evidence that this is what we actually do see in reality?
They don't, from the plane, they don't look parallel. They look like they are
from the plane. I'm asking you
diverging.
to support the claim that you've made over and over again.
Yeah, this can be done in your garage. This can be
I'm not worried
done.
about what this can be done. You're telling me that people can do it from a drone, from a certain height, through a certain layer of cloud that we're then going to see parallel rays. And you've also made the claim that it can be done at a certain location one day of the year.
No,
Okay,
I'm
now
saying that's probably the
that
only place.
in reality, there is no examples at all of this that I can find. We do not see parallel rays in reality. And I know for a fact that in physics and in geometry, they're only assumed to simplify their calculations. Their calculations based on their pre-assumption of a globe. So is there any evidence that we see parallel rays anywhere to support your claim? If not, we just have to dismiss it because there's no evidence for it.
Well said, AJ.
I was gonna butt in with how you said like how we don't experience the globe being round. A way we do is Australia. They can't see the North Star. So if the Earth was flat, and I'm able to see it in America.
We would have to talk to the photographer about that and the angle.
Well, that would be atmospheric lensing, right? We know in reality you have atmospheric lensing. You have it. There's nothing we can do about that. Atmospheric lensing.
This guy's asking the flat earthers. He's not asking you.
Right. Oh, I thought I'm the photographer, right? Or was there another photographer?
Well, you would agree then, again, as you've described, that the further away we get from something, the lower it appears to be in the sky. The angle decreases that we're viewing it at. So at a certain point, at a certain distance, we're no longer going to be able to see that star. Again, we've got the inverse square law of light. We've got atmospheric conditions. Sometimes we have atmospheric lensing. Yes.
Right.
However, it doesn't mean that we can see forever infinite distances.
Well, here's what happens. And you can observe this from NASA's. I'm sorry, was I over talking to somebody?
Yeah, AJ just responded to Trucker, and you're just flying in, taking it over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking to both of us. Now go ahead, man. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
So with Australia, the reason why is because the horizon, due to the Earth's rotation, and all that.
What rotation?
Below the horizon. We're talking about
it's due to the horizon. So you're claiming that the curvature, the physical curve of the Earth, is blocking. Yes?
No. It's in a way. If everything was flat, like completely flat.
No. I'm asking about your claim, not about if everything was flat. You just said
that's my point.
The reason why we can't see the North Star from Australia is because the Earth is curving, because of the horizon. The horizon on the globe would be the physical curvature of the Earth that would start blocking objects in the distance. So your claim is that we don't see it because we're on a sphere. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Who was that? Was that Roots?
Yeah, just say correct. He is correct.
Okay, cool. No worries. So do you know what the radius of the Earth is?
I'm looking into more of this claim. Give me a second because I don't want to talk out of my ass.
All right, let's get back to Mr. Reality.
No, it's all good. It's all good if you don't know the radius, yeah?
It's not that. I don't want to talk out of my ass. I want to be informed.
Okay, so
good man.
Wow, amazing.
Basic facts First of all, I'd like to point out there's some basic facts that you should know about your own belief. Yeah, one of them being the size of the globe that you actually
That's not what I'm talking
believe you live on. Yeah, like wouldn't this just be common everyday knowledge?
That's good that you want to be informed and don't want to talk out your ass. Props for that. Most globies don't have that realization.
Yeah, that's cool. I understand that. I'm just trying to maybe point out to you, trucker, that, you know, what you have is only a belief. You don't actually have any facts to support that belief. You're just believing the narrative that we've all been told. Yeah.
Again, to understand if that narrative is true, it would be important to understand specifically what that narrative is. As in, how big a ball is it? How fast is it supposed to be spinning? Where is it? All these things. Yeah.
Okay, trucker. So then, would you agree if we had a radius value that was given to us, we would be able to use an equation to work out how much the Earth should be curving and dropping away from us? Do you agree with that? Oh, I think trucker's left the conversation.
Yeah, movies researching. I don't know, reality, if you want to speak to Roots, if trucker's busy. Or AJ.
No, I thought reality wanted to respond to AJ earlier.
Okay.
That's all right.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I was about to jump in the shower, but I'll take a second at this. So yeah, atmospheric lensing. Now you can see, like you can observe, you know, let's say you got a camera set up, you know, I don't know, however tall you are, 6 feet, you know, you're looking through it, or 5 feet, and you got your P900, which I've owned 2 of them. I used to do a lot of this testing where I had there's an island where I'm at, and there's a buoy 5 miles past the island. It's called a 5-mile buoy. Well, the island itself is about 4 miles away from me, and then you have a buoy that's 5 miles past that. So during the wintertime, you'll notice that there is a fake horizon where boats disappear bottom up. And what's interesting is as you zoom in, you can't see it unless you have like a P90, P1000. As you zoom in, you'll see people in boats, wave runners. You'll see seagulls, pelicans diving down, you know, getting fish. And all of a sudden, you see water. And all of a sudden, you see what looks like, you know, air. But all of a sudden, the birds get right above the water, and it looks like about 10 feet, according to your perspective, 4 miles away. Then they all of a sudden go behind. It looks like, you know, tinted glass. All of a sudden, they disappear in the air. They go behind something that is causing it to look like nothing else is beyond that. But during the summertime, all of a sudden, you can see past the island way far out. But during the wintertime, I'm not exactly sure if it's because the atmosphere is more dense or what's going on, but you can observe the same thing where it's pulling up. It's like it's causing the scattering or whatever's going on with the light to cause a fake horizon, and the image to almost look warped, like pulled up. So I'm thinking, okay. So then I looked and watched NASA doing it's called the sunset or the sun footage or something like that, where they do a video of the sun, you know, moving away. Not the sun, I'm sorry, the moon. And as it gets near the horizon, all of a sudden the moon turns from a sphere, and all of a sudden the bottom portion, which is closest to the Earth's surface, you know, where the atmosphere is more dense, pulls up, and it becomes squished up, and now it becomes almost like silly putty, like a silly putty squished from the bottom up. You still see the craters,
we see that
everything
as well. I've got a few photos of the sun doing that as
right.
well.
So when I was in Nicaragua, not Nicaragua, I was in no, it was Nicaragua. You know, I'm at this little surf camp. I set up my P900, and I zoomed out. And as I was zooming out, it was almost like, I would say, a storm wouldn't move it in, but it was very dense atmospheric change. You can see like a mist, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, I noticed in the video. I didn't notice it during it, but when I watched the video, the horizon became curved, big time. I'm like, what am I seeing here? What is going on? Why all of a sudden am I seeing curved? Just a few miles out, and you can you can time lapse it, you can speed it up, and all of a sudden the horizon is closer, but now super curved looking. And I thought, well, why would that be? Is it now my perspective of how far I can see is being manipulated according to how dense the air is, and now it looks like the way like if you're in the middle of a giant, like a cup of tea, right? And all of a sudden that cup of tea, you're seeing the edge is round, and if you rise up a little bit, now it looks curved. It will look curved to you. And I thought, well, this is so. I set up my camera and I did my own little test where I made a flat Earth map, a big one, and I put my iPhone down and I did a circle, right? So I made this flat Earth pizza shape. And as I moved the camera towards the horizon, it was a sphere. And as I moved the camera around the flat surface, it looked like a spinning ball. And I'm thinking, well, that's interesting. Is this what NASA's capturing? Is the atmosphere making it look like a sphere? And then I thought to myself, well, are they being fooled? Are they not lying, but they're capturing the flat Earth? And the atmosphere is causing them to make it look like a sphere. So, like I said, I don't have evidence that it's a sphere, but I no longer believe that they're lying. That's just, and I got to jump in the shower real quick, so I won't be able to talk though.
Cool, no worries. Okay, looks like Trucker left the conversation. It's disappointing. I thought he might be in for a good chat. I don't think I was rude.
No, I think you gave him food for thought.
It was pretty rude of you to ask him what the radius that he's supposed to believe in is.
Uh-huh. God.
How dare
Remember
you
that
ask
one
for
for
evidence?
next time.
They always think that's a rude question. How dare you?
No. Okay.
But yeah, he's going to think about it. I mean, that just shows that he's literally like, I'm going to unplug. I need to think. Or he will go and desperately distract himself on something. Meanwhile, he will just be thinking about this. So that's a win. Seed planted.
I actually think Mr. Reality is halfway there as well. I do think he's, beginning to realize and ask the questions that I asked during my process. I think the only thing stopping him now probably is that whole thing that why they lie. You know what I mean? Why the lie? And I'm trying to get through to him that it's not a lie. He came in and made some claims that I could have called him a liar about, but he wasn't lying. It's just a assumption. And that's, you got to get your head around it. Everybody, even the greatest scientists, assume this is settled science. That's all. Not a lie. Hopefully he'll get there. Mr. Reality, I don't know if you're here. I don't mean to talk about you. I just assumed you couldn't chime back in.
He's listening to the flat earthers in the shower.
No. I'll respond real quick. I will respond real quick. Yeah, so that's why I said maybe they're not lying. Maybe they see what they see, right? And they believe what they see is reality, just like an optical illusion. It could be what they're capturing, even if they have a fixed 40 millimeter lens, right? Which I don't know why they would use that, because that would suck from up there unless they're shooting, trying to get real perspective. But seeing what they're seeing, right, and then coming back going, oh well, I see a sphere. Well, of course, light spreads out, and when it hits the atmosphere, it can only go so far, and it would be in a circle, right? It would be cut off in a circle, even on.
I understand what you're saying, and you're saying that they may not be lying. This is what they see, but the issue I have about the lie is that I don't believe they're taking the photos where they're claimed. Well, they're not even photos. They're snippets of data that are put together, etc. Most of the time, I know they claim they've got some footage from the ISS and certain photos, but how are they doing this from a violation of natural laws?
I don't know. I guess the easiest thing to do, if they weren't lying, right? If the photographer would stick a 35 millimeter or 40 millimeter out the window, go above the panhandle of Florida or an island that we know of, right? And take a picture. And then we could say, okay, if they're telling the truth, then, well, you know what? I guess, yeah. If they're telling the truth, if they're how many miles they say they are, 240 or something like that? If they are that high and they're telling the truth about the camera, which I don't know how we'd be able to prove that, we could use the inverse square law according to that image. If they're directly pointing down at this island, then it should look, if they're using a full frame camera, nothing else, we should be able to use the inverse square law to say, okay, well, according to the size on the full frame image, centered, it should be the size, and we could compare it. But how would we know the photographer isn't lying? You know what I mean? Because once you start getting below 35, it would look smaller and smaller and smaller, and they'd capture more of the surrounding area.
According to the radius given, my understanding is that they would have to be at least 250 miles above the surface to even start seeing curvature. So, I don't know, man. They've got the budget. Why don't they do this? Why don't we get these types of photos that are accurate, where they're an actual photo or a picture? Why do we get composites and data snippets and other things? If it was that simple, like you've just said, with their budget, why don't we have these photos?
Quite poetic, really. You're going to go and clean yourself in the very liquid that debunks the globe. It's beautiful, really. Wash it away.
Yeah, Mr. Reality, you seem to understand perspective. One thing I want you to look into is the Rayleigh criterion, because you'll find that the same rate in which things will disappear from the bottom up due to perspective, the old mytholized story of boats going over the horizon, is at the same place. So it's funny how, they claimed that we should expect to see 8 inch per mile squared, and they picked the numbers of the globe. And it's funny how all of that works exactly the same. The same math in the Rayleigh criterion is in the globe math. You can find the 3959 radius. Now that's a coincidence, but you need to look at that and ask, well, why is that exactly the same? The Rayleigh criterion is kind of not heard of now. Everybody assumes when they see a ship disappear over the horizon, it's due to the curvature. But like AJ just said, they don't claim you should be able to see curvature from that height. So why did they make that claim originally? It's because originally, when people saw boats go over the horizon, they claimed, people claimed, or the heliocentrists claimed that the boat was going beyond the horizon. But we know that's due to the Rayleigh criterion. So just look into that and ask yourself, why is the math for observation and perspective, why is the math in the globe? What kind of convenience is that? And then they've changed their story since then. So we can unpick this all day long, my friend, and the more you dig in, the more you'll find. Boats disappearing behind the horizon is due to things going beyond your limit of vision. Nothing more.
Well, that was what I explained, and also the angle to the object, which he had actually explained earlier. So I thought that he actually had an understanding then when he was going to give us his spiel that he was going to further add to it or debunk it in some way, but
he does
really did there.
have some knowledge. No, he has some knowledge. What I think's happening, and this is not putting him down, I was in the same situation for about 6 months, is he understands these arguments, but to be able to stitch them together, there's a few pieces missing, like why would they lie? Do you know what I mean? So I think although he agrees with all these points, as soon as he says I don't understand why they would lie, he reverts back to, some of the old arguments that he's actually debunked in his own mind. So I just think it's a little bit of cog dis, but I think he can definitely get through that. Like, there's me putting all my energy behind Mr. Reality. Watch him turn into an anti-flat earther and leave me with egg on my face now. Hey, Plumis. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you're right to be an
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say to Rich, you're right to be an optimist. You're going to struggle in this game otherwise, I would say. You have to have some faith, otherwise, why are we here?
I've seen people come back from worse than that. So I've got a friend who, I thought I had no hope for him, and he came back round. So if he can do it, I know Mr. Reality can do it, because he's got a level of knowledge my friend didn't have at the time. And you know what the biggest sticking point for that friend of mine was? Sci-fi. It was sci-fi, and he didn't realize it until after he sort of woke up that it was all the stuff he'd been learning in Star Trek, and then sort of watching a lot of space documentaries. It just had a hold on him, and he just couldn't break free of it.
Yeah, for people like that, I like to prescribe 6 hours of NASA bloopers. So the why would they lie is no longer couched in a I don't think they're lying. It's now couched in a, well, I know they're lying, but I still don't know why. Because then at least they've got a different angle to approach that from. Whereas if they're still trusting in NASA, you've got next to no hope.
Well, that's what he was trying to do, trying to make an excuse for NASA, saying, well, maybe they do go up there and maybe this is what they do see due to the light and the cameras, and they just believe it. So maybe they're not lying.
Yeah, exactly.
He can't
Maybe
accept
they're
the fact that they are lying.
Which is fine. That's natural. I went through that too.
Yeah, but then when he sees it, he can't be like, maybe they accidentally strung up those harnesses and why they need to be confronted with on this day.
We know they're not totally lying, though. That's the thing. We know they use things like Sophia for high altitude camera photography. They take data strips. We've seen the Google drone that takes the data strips. Robert Simmons admits that it was all stitched together for the Blue Marble, and he had to use a computer program to make it actually fit and work. It's just a matter of how much you're willing to look into it and admit that you don't know things yet. You might not be lying, but you're probably not completely right. Well, good morning, by the way.
Yeah, morning, old dude. Bang on. It's a little bit of a touch of a cog dis sandwich he's in. I understand it. It's got a layer of truth, lovely truth bread on one side, lovely truth bread on the other side, and then he's got this cog dis bologna in the middle.
Yeah,
throw it out.
It's funny because I used to say this exact same thing for about 5 years on Panda's Discord. Me and Witsit would go in there for hours and just give them the hardest time. And back when I first got into flat Earth, right before that I was in seminary school, so I thought, well, they're covering up the truth, because they want to cover up the creator of this, of our experience. And so I went on for years and years being a flat earther and arguing with some of who I think are the greatest arguers, and try to be patient with them over there on Panda's server. And I suggest anybody on here go on there and just throw everything you got at them and hear what they say. And they didn't really convince me, right? It was me doing my own test, and it all started with me seeing the sunbeam coming at me, like a pyramid spreading out, and then exactly at noon, looking up and turning around, and it converging the exact angle. And I thought, well, okay, well, that destroys my whole concept of the sun has to be really close, because that's the only way you get it to spread is if the light is close. But then I'm like, wait, but then I wouldn't be seeing this converging. It would be continually over my head going to the horizon, diverging, because I can do that also in my house if the light source is close. But if it's farther away, as I move the light source back, it will converge. And that's what I saw. So, I started breaking these things down. But trust me, I was there, dude. I was there for years and years.
Yeah, but Mr. Reality, we expect to see that on the horizon. Like, we even have flat earthers who have modeled this. We even have globers who have modeled this celestial sphere phenomena with corpuscular rays when the sun is on the horizon. This isn't something that breaks the flat earth model. This is something that takes the flat earth idea a little bit further and questions exactly what we are seeing on the horizon.
Would you say then? I'm sorry, I think I cut you
off.
No,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Would you say then? Okay, if you stay, let's say about 1 o'clock, you're at the beach. If you had a drone and the clouds, I don't know, pretty low cloud, and you're looking at the cloud shadow on the water, you take your drone, you measure it across, you get the reading, then go up exactly halfway, right? And then, or if you could, which most, like where I'm at, you can't fly your drone that high because of all the tourist helicopters and stuff. Anyway, if you could go up and measure the cloud, do you think the cloud shadow on the ground, where you're seeing these sunbeams spread out and hit the ground to create the shadow, right? Would you think that the shadow is the exact width as the cloud itself?
No, of course it won't be.
But it is.
How have you verified that?
I'm telling you, it doesn't look. I'm telling you, it doesn't look like it. Take your drone. It doesn't look like it. When you look up, you go, man, that cloud is tiny. But take your drone and rise up. Just like whenever you see a rainbow, and you take the drone up and you rise up and you see that it's an actual whole entire sphere. But as you get closer to the ground, it's just half the sphere of the rainbow. But I'm telling you, take the drone up, get a friend who has one, and get an old one, because then they won't, you can go up higher. It's not locked. The old DJIs, you can rise way up and they won't be able to shut your drone down and lock you down, or force you to land. But do that,
I had
dude.
one of those. I used to fly it over an army base. Yeah, they had it all blacked out on the map, but I could fly it over the base. And then another time we went on holidays to Tasmania, and I was going to fly it out over the boat that drops you off the Spirit of Tasmania as it left the port. And as I'm flying out behind the boat, this aeroplane flies over the top of my drone, and I check on the map, and I'm right next to the bloody airport.
Well, here DJI is connected in with the whole navigation, rules and laws, and they will down you. They will say it's over. Like, you will get fined. They know where you are, as long as it's all registered, because you have to register it and all that stuff. But yeah, you'll get in big trouble.
Yeah, I think this is one of the original Phantoms.
Sorry, dude, I was going to ask you, do you have a link to any of these, like the DJI footage that you say about the clouds? Is there any, can we reference any of it?
I've been asking for this for about an hour now, and I haven't received anything. Yeah, I just get asked.
I get the theory, but I'd need to see it in concept.
Well,
it's a claim, bro, until I don't have concept.
I don't have any video. Like I said, I was telling somebody else to Google it, and you can see the pictures where it's according to how high the plane is above the clouds. If they're not very high, you can see probably the best image would be the height of the cloud, right, from the surface of the Earth, and then the height of the airplane would need to be pretty much as equal as the height as the cloud is to get the exact, representation. Because the closer the airplane is to the cloud, the shadow would get larger and larger due to underneath hitting the surface would be larger and larger. But you can see as it rises up, the shadow on the Earth of the cloud is way smaller than the cloud itself in the images. And you can see the beams coming to a point. They're diverging in these images. Just look up Google image, plane travels to Hawaii or plane travels over the ocean, and you'll see it.
I feel like you're scattergunning a little bit around the subject, because the whole point is you only get this anti-corpuscular ray phenomena when the sun is in the east, rising behind the clouds. You'll see these corpuscular rays go out, and then that's when you'll get that anti-corpuscular ray phenomenon on the opposite horizon. But when it just comes to the sun being, overhead or at noon, you're not seeing the anti-corpuscular ray phenomena. I feel like you're jumping between a couple of different ideas. The phenomenon that you're seeing on the horizon has a different, those anti-corpuscular rays are only available for you to see in a very specific circumstance when the sun is rising. Everything else is just your assumption that angular size is not changing on the clouds. I think that's a very bold claim, and I'd like to see some evidence for that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, but when I told y'all earlier I had to jump in the showers because I was running late because I was talking to y'all, and I have my hands full of hair product. So if you don't hear me talk, it's not because I'm trying to ignore you. I was supposed to leave for work 5 minutes ago, so I got to get out the door as quick as possible. But I'll get back to y'all as soon as I can, because I love this subject, man. I didn't come on the server to even talk about this. I was coming on the server to talk about religion, but anyway, I'll when I can talk, I'll talk to y'all. Okay, I'm not ignoring you.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Be safe and don't drive too fast on the way to work, eh? Just log out, get to work safely, bro. We'll speak to you soon.
Top man.
I was looking for anti-crepuscular stuff as well, Roots. Is there any evidence of it happening on a sunset? I haven't been able to find anything like that. But it's sunrise.
Sunrise, yeah.
Well,
It only happens on a sunrise. Yep.
But his claim wasn't even in the beginning anti-crepuscular. It was actually parallel from directly underneath the sun with a drone looking up at the sun through the clouds, yeah? So it's
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's where I feel like he's conflating the two ideas, because there is no anti-corpuscular rays. You're just dealing with a local light source behind, obstruction. That's just corpuscular rays. The anti-corpuscular ray, I believe, is a very specific to, the rising of the sun. And I honestly feel that's based on your celestial sphere and the limitations of that.
Yes, dude, yes. I think there's an ionic particle charge as the sun comes up, to be honest, and it lights the sky. Literally charges the sky to energize it and light it as it moves. And I think that's why we get a crepuscular action, as it goes one way. But I've just not been able to correlate enough data to do it. And it's one of the things that I want to get up high and start recording stuff with a camera from before sunrise, both directions, to, afterwards.
Yeah, and the only reason why I've looked into this is because I genuinely think the southern hemisphere operates a little bit similar in terms of the southern pole. If you look at Walter Bislin's model, you can kind of see how each individual observer in the southern hemisphere will have a completely different set of stars, and the southern pole will be located in a different location. And I actually think this is how the southern hemisphere works, but I'm only saying that between us. I'm not looking to debate on that. I'm looking into it at the moment.
Yeah. I'd like to track the sunrise from Russia all the way to the west of America and see the effects, because I think there's something going on. I think there's some sort of reflective process as the sun starts its day for us all, and it could be something to do with the ice or alleged dome or whatever, dude, but nailing that one down, who knows?
Yeah, that's where you hand it over to the more speculative guys, like Tomb of Illumination talks about this. Shane Perrier talks about this as well.
Yes,
but
I've heard Shane talk on it,
yeah, and it is speculation, so I would only talk about it with someone like that guy who understands enough, to be able to speculate. Well, Krothkin joined. Welcome. Hope you're well. Matter of fact, Totem's back as well. Hope you're good, mate.
And no one cares to talk to me. You all told me I'm not allowed to talk about a lot of stuff on the server, or in this room, so I'm cool.
I'll talk to you, bro. It's all right. You can talk about flat Earth in here. It's okay.
I've been told I can't bring up light, and I can't bring up distance. So if we just include outside in general, I'm basically stuck in a 10 by 10 room and being told, prove the globe.
Can't bring up light and you can't bring up distance. Is that because is the light source the sun, and are you trying to claim a physical distance? Is that what's going on?
Nope. Just trying to claim light travels. Light travels distance, and I was told I'm not allowed to bring up that argument anymore.
So light illuminates over distance.
Exactly, but I can't say that. You can say that, but I can't say that.
Okay. Well, you can say it. What you want to say, and I'll say it for you.
Maxbox told me, or Box Ops told me I'm not allowed to. So, and he's supposed to be the room mod.
You could say it. You can say it, but you might be wrong, is what he's trying to tell you. So you can't say that as an absolute statement. Well, you can, but you'd be wrong to say that.
No, I was told I'm not allowed to bring up the subject. To be more specific. So if you're going to tell me things I can't talk about, I'm cool with just listening.
So do you see Box Ops here? Are flat earthers one entity? So what's your beef? Why are you crying about your conversation with Box Ops?
Do you have a sense of hierarchy? I'm under the impression Box Ops is
hierarchy.
Yeah. I'm under the impression
Box Ops is a mod.
Exactly.
Box Ops is a mod, but there's a lot of mods here.
You're under the false impression of what? What's the false impression you've got?
I think he wants to speak to the manager.
Oh, right. My mum. Hang on, I'll go and phone her.
Apparently Box Ops is the manager, I've heard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please direct all your complaints to Box.
But still, I like to pick it apart from the perspective of people.
How about reality?
Yeah, let's not talk about people while they're not here. It's distasteful.
It's also avoiding the topic.
No, it's not. I'm talking.
Yeah, we're talking about Earth
from the perspective of people. Yeah. Once again, I get told don't talk about it from that perspective. So every time I try to bring up a subject, I keep getting told don't talk about it. So I'm content sitting here listening.
Yeah, we don't do it. We're not into identity politics. This is a room where we talk about ideas and not people. I thought you'd have got that. That's not a personal attack. That's just how we do things.
They say small minds discuss people. I don't know if you've heard that.
I must have a small mind.
No, I'm just saying, it's not It's not a very deep conversation. Let's stick to the Earth. Do you believe that we live on a ball, a globe? No? Yes?
I already said there's no way to prove it from inside a 10 by 10 room, and that's where you all keep putting me. So I can't prove anything.
So you're not sure if it's a globe. That's fine. I mean, you can be agnostic.
We could go at the beach. We could all go at the beach together, dude. How about that? Would you feel safe if we were all there at the beach with you? We'll do some observation over water.
Here's how I look at it. Either I'm stupid enough to have fallen into believing the earth was flat and that NASA was lying, or I'm stupid enough to think that all these people are smart enough to fool everyone. I'm not sure how to take everything now, being that I was a flat earther for like 10 years. I just don't know if I don't know what to do with it. Excuse me.
Can I put a suggestion, Mr. Reality? Did you spend a lot of time at Gem Pandas? Because the few flat earthers who spent too much time there are very, very confused.
I spent probably I would say, well, when I started testing, doing my own test and realizing everything I thought about light and how light works just fell apart. I started spending more time over there. So I was throwing stuff at them like spaghetti, seeing what would stick. And, sometimes I got them pretty good. Sometimes they got me. But most of the time I was with Nathan Thompson. I was with, the whole crew over there on 24/7 with, I don't even know if it was called 24/7 at the time, but it was QE. I would tune in to Nathan Oakley's show every single day. Me and Witsit talked a lot. Like we would have so much fun on what's it called? Flat Earth Debate and More's channel, with talking about flat Earth physics when it comes to the atmosphere and what space really is, and the ether, and Earth's electromagnetic field and how light works and stuff. We had a ball, man. So I would say it was kind of spread out.
Yeah, I'm just asking because if you surround yourself, as much as we like to think we're bulletproof and we're able to sort of understand ideas without taking them on. I think when you spend too much time around disingenuous people like they are in there, you start to believe their bullshit. And you stop checking what they're asking. You stop checking what they're saying, and you start going on their level of confidence and how many of them are backing each other. And I think that can be very misleading, and it can throw you in a place where you think this is the average person. Do you know what I mean? And that that they're onto something, or that they're because they're repeating things, it becomes more truthful in your mind.
And Mr. Reality, you're not even debating the mainstream arguments anymore. You're debating people who bring their own cosmology. And they'll accept whatever cosmology disagrees with ours, no matter how ridiculous.
Well, what you're saying for me to do, it's funny that you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I did in 24/7, and I got kicked. As soon as I questioned, well, what about this? They kicked me out. And I was so kind. As a matter of fact, somebody else in there was like, dude, you've got a great point. I was like, yeah, right. Isn't that weird? And I was kicked out. And I'm like, what's going on? It was about sun rays. It was about what we talked about.
Can you demonstrate?
Okay.
What kind of sun rays?
Like around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you can be at the beach and you see the clouds. You see like the sun rays coming down, hitting a cloud, creating these really pretty beams that spread out as it goes to the ground and creates like a shadow, of the cloud itself. And that's what I was talking about. I was asking them, well, are those parallel or are they actually diverging? And they and we talked about it. And then somebody in the back end, because nobody was rude to me, but somebody in the back end kicked me out. I don't know why.
Yeah, but in the
And all I did,
bathroom light, your light widens from the source to the wall. That way your shadow's real big and wonky looking. It's not perfect. If your shadow was perfect, you know what I mean? Light from any source widens out. I mean, I don't know what the hell that's got to do with the sun.
yeah, well, as you move the light away, right, in the bathroom, take that same light source, and as you move it away, all of a sudden the shadow becomes the exact same size as the object itself. At least that's what I experienced when I tested it in my garage. Because I thought the same thing. I'm like, well, as I move the light closer, of course, the shadow gets bigger. But as I move it away, all of a sudden it becomes the exact size. And as I move it further away, it actually becomes smaller because it's dealing with more. It's like the shadow's being overcome by the scattering light. You know what I mean? Like the shadow becomes smaller
Right,
because
but
of the scattering.
where have you ever seen a shadow be the exact size of something? When light's supposed to widen out, that would be impossible. That'd be like telling me a magnifying glass or a funhouse mirror is going to keep you looking the same. It's not. No, hell no. Brother, if the light does that all the time, it's going to do that all the time. So, like, I don't understand.
Well, that's what I was telling somebody in here, that in order to get the pretty much the exact same, the exact
light
same
doesn't do anything. So light doesn't have to do anything we have to worry about then, because if it widens, hold on, brother. Listen,
isn't that your name? Wait a second.
If it widens,
We've talked before, right?
Brother,
Tell
I don't
all
have
these
no
guys.
clue. I'm trying to talk to you right now.
Well, I'm just saying, tell all these guys that me and you, that you have experienced me in what's that channel? Panda's channel for years. I was in there.
Brother, I probably experienced a lot of people. Yes, probably yes, 100%. But what I'm saying is you and I aren't the experience of the sun, and I just don't see the sun. Like if I shine a flashlight on something, I just don't see the shadow being exactly the right size. It just doesn't seem like it would make sense. Like if something widens from the source down to us, then it can't be the same.
Well, what widens? What are you talking about? What's widening?
Light.
Well, what?
From light, any light from the source that you see it to you, it widens. Yeah.
Yeah. They say that.
Hold on, brother. So whatever it hits, it's showing a bigger shadow, not a smaller one.
But they're saying that the sun is so big and so far that yes, it is. It isn't a perfect.
Well, they have to demonstrate that.
It isn't a perfect parallel line. Like, if you don't mind, man, real quick. So it couldn't be perfect parallel lines that it would. Well, they admit, no, it's not perfect parallel lines. It's so big that it seems to be parallel. Like, let's just say if we have a crowd of people, right? If we have a ginormous circle and we stand next to that circle, let's say the circle is, 20 miles in circumference. We stand next to that line, it'll look straight to us.
No, it won't. You lost your damn mind.
A 20-mile wide circle.
You're out of your mind.
You don't think it's going to look?
No, not at all.
Okay, let's go 50 miles wide. Would that line look, if you're standing next to it?
Stop. No spheres have any horizontals. They don't have no looky straights. A cue ball doesn't look straight, brother. Show me where a cue ball looks straight and we'll be done with this conversation. You'd be right.
So you're saying anybody else in here agree with him? If you have,
shut the fuck up for a minute. I'll say what I'm saying.
You keep over talking me, dude.
Stop trying to say what I'm saying. I said what I said. You speak for you.
Okay, fellas in here. Okay, I'll speak for myself then. Fellas, do y'all agree? If you have a 100-mile wide circumference circle and you are next to it and it's sprayed, with spray paint, and you stand on the line and you look forward, do you think it's going to look? Do you think it's going to look straight?
No spheres look straight, brother. If you can go get a beach ball or a rounded like a glass crystal ball and show us where the horizontal line is on there and not just a fucking imaginary dot.
Come on, man.
Brother, can
I
you
would have to have a
zoom in on
micron.
reality
I'd have
for
to
us?
have a micron mic. I'd have to have a
Brother,
micron
we're not in a
microscope.
comedy session. What we need to
We
do
would
is
have to
have
have
you
a
show that.
micro.
No, you have to
Would you
demonstrate
agree?
what you're
I would
talking
have to
about.
have a micron
Brother,
microscope
nobody
to
gives a
zoom
fuck
in to make
unless
it
you have it.
to be about the
Or do
same
you have it?
scale as like
Or do you
of
have it or not?
100-mile
All right, boys.
circumference.
This
I
is
hope
annoying. This is
y'all hear
getting
this, right?
annoying.
Yeah, we hear you.
I hope y'all hear
I
this.
wish you would shut the fuck up, dude. You just keep talking.
Dude, you
Get
talked
that
over me. I
ball
tried,
and show us.
the
You're
one
not
time I
trying to do
talked over you, I
anything.
apologize.
That's
Denmark,
all you've
go
been
ahead.
doing.
Say what you got to say. Say what you got to say,
Go
and then
get
I'll
a
talk. Go ahead.
ball, dude. Stop talking to us and go get a ball and get a fucking line and show us where
What's
it's
that going to
straight.
do?
Show us
What's
where you
that
got
going to
to place
do?
balls.
How
Holy
can I do
shit,
that?
dude.
You're
Can you
trying
let
to
each
How
other
can I do
talk
that?
for fuck's sake, man?
Dude, you better shut the
Bro,
fuck up, reality. Listen, get a fucking ball and show us where it's fucking horizontal, you ignorant motherfucker. That's all we need you to do.
Listen, man, how do you not
No,
understand
we
this?
ain't listening. We need
All
to
right,
see.
How
all
do you
right,
not?
all right. Demo,
This
I
is
see
bro.
with
come
my,
on, man.
see with my eyeballs, dude.
If I was still believing flat Earth, I would think
No,
that
there ain't
you
no
are
beliefs. No
completely
beliefs
joking because this is
necessary.
just ridiculous.
Yeah, you're trying to believe shit. Get the fuck out of here, believer.
All right, let's chill. Let's chill. Let's reset it because that's going nowhere.
Yeah, I know. Get his beliefs out of here. We
Well,
need to see what he's talking about. Yeah, what are you talking about? What can we see?
I'm not talking to Denmark. I'm talking to the rest of y'all. If we had 100-mile, 200-mile, 300-mile, at what point would the line look straight? Being that
Never.
you can only see for about 3 miles,
Never.
right? If it let's say if it was in a desert or on the salt plains or whatever it's called,
Never.
any of y'all in here, would you say that line would look straight because it's so big?
I would measure it, bro. And if it didn't measure to its circumference, it wouldn't be straight. Same as Earth. The surface of Earth curves. So we measure the curve.
Visual.
Same as your line. We curve it.
Hear me out.
So it's measured
Visual.
curve.
Would you stand there?
We're not squinting at the horizon, bro. We're not keeking at things going over the edge
That's not my
of the
point,
earth.
man. That's not my point.
Measure it,
That's
dude.
not my point.
You don't guess
Never
these
mind.
things.
Never mind. I'm sure the
conceptual.
silent ones in here. I'm sure the silent ones understand what I'm trying to say.
You don't have a fucking point because you won't show nobody
It's all
nothing.
right.
You keep wanting us to imagine cockamamie stories
Go
like
get your
everybody else.
beach ball. Continue playing with your beach ball, Denmark.
Yeah, that's the thing you're trying to say. It's flat, dumb fuck. It's not working out for you, is it?
Yeah, bro, you seem to have an obvious problem with talking over people, so I've muted you just now. You can have all the conceptual theoreticals or bendy painted lines you like, bro, but it doesn't curve Earth. Gem Panda's in your head, talking nonsense, if that's what you think. This is why we measure things, bro. You can have all the conceptual globes in your head you like, but if it doesn't match the actual curve, it's a nonsense story in your head. And you're trying to tell us to believe the same because it's a bigger circle or a bigger circle. That's bollocks, bro. Right, you're off mute. You can speak again now.
I see what's going on. Once people have a different opinion, this is what happens on Panda server. People freak out. They start cussing, calling each other idiots. That's what.
Right, Paul, this isn't Gem Panda server. We're not here to talk about who's got a better server or why you feel mistreated because you were treated badly there. If you can't handle it and talk like a man, just stay on mute, dude. Drive safely, get to work and hang it. Have a great day, yeah? It's that simple.
And quit trying to imaginarily convince people of non-physical stuff. Stop saying if. You go demonstrate where spheres can have a horizontal line on them and where it matches up. And then we don't have to if and but.
Yeah, I was just sort of requesting a sound argument where the conclusion is that the Earth is flat. Does anybody have that?
Yeah, where there's not water coming away from a horizontal line, that's all we have. We have flat phones, flat TV, flat maps, flat books, flat papers. Everything in the world's flat. Planar surveying, it's all flat. What else do you need, brother?
Yeah, I'm glad that you got that out of your system. So what's premise one?
So where's the goal? Where's the globe curving water?
Oh, I
Premise
don't. I
one.
don't. Oh, I don't take questions to be propositions, and
Well, then shut the
propositions are going to
fuck
be
up and quit
atoms of
talking to me then.
arguments. So,
Well, you don't have nothing to say then? Cool.
no, I do have something to say. The thing that
Dennis,
I'm saying is that what
let's
you
see what.
said wasn't actually a response to what I'm saying.
Yeah, what you said wasn't curving water. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can flee like a coward or
Yeah,
like
I mean,
roll
you can be
away,
like a little
like
bitch
this
with no water
gelatinous,
curving. Right.
liquid
You know
that
what
has no
water is?
spine.
You can
I
act like
agree that
you
you can
don't know
do
what
that,
water
but
is.
are you going to answer
Careful,
my
they'll
You
mute
don't
question,
know
which
you.
what
is what
physics
is
are.
premise
Hold
one
on,
of the sound
guys.
argument that
Hold
you
on,
agree that you
guys.
can deliver,
Fucking hell.
or is what you would instead do is just run away like a coward?
Hey, they're
Roll
like
it up.
Denmark. Careful,
No,
they're going to mute you. He can talk over you, but you can't talk over him. Remember this.
no.
Got to play the
Listen,
game.
I'm
Play
just
the game.
mute for a second. Let's just chill. Rolodex. What's up?
Yeah, I guess it might not be clear for people that weren't paying attention. The question was, is there a flat earther, a flat earth dumb fuck that has a sound argument that
Whoa.
establishes the conclusion
Are you
that
triggered, Rolodex? Are you triggered
Bro, wind your
already?
neck in, eh?
Yeah,
You
I've
couldn't
muted.
even.
I've muted him just for a quick second. Rolodex. If you're going to talk like that and act like that, you're not welcome here, my friend. If you want to have a cordial discussion, you're very welcome and you can take the floor. But if you're going to start conversations like that, you're out of here, mate.
You hear that,
Why would
Denmark?
you be such a pussy?
Yeah, I've just muted Mr. Reality as well. You can do one too, son. You're not going to sit here in pairs and just deride us and ruin the process, guys.
Anyways, that was not rhetorically appealing. The question was,
Rolodex, why are you so triggered? Why are you so upset already?
I can see why you try to cope with saying that I'm triggered when you can't deliver the
Well, you just
argument.
started
But what's
insulting
going to be
people out of
premise
nowhere.
one of the argument?
You
Where's
just
the
started
water
insulting
curve?
people. All right,
Cyclone.
yeah. Premise one
What's
is
going
you
to be
have no
premise one?
curvature to have a ball. You've no curvature. There you
Okay,
go.
is this guy just okay? What's premise one, Cyclone?
You've got no curvature.
Okay, premise one is you've got no curvature.
Yep. So you have no ball. Really simple, right?
Yeah, balls have curvature, Rolodex.
Okay.
The Earth
Premise
does
one
not.
is you've got no curvature. What's premise two?
You got
So you
no
have no
ball.
ball.
Sorry, you two retards
No
talked over each
curve, no
other.
ball. Just write
What
those
was
down
premise
and
two?
repeat them to yourself at night.
Sorry, what? Sorry, hold on. Who's gonna give me premise two? We just
Write
need to
the
calm
first
down
verse.
here and
No curve.
realize.
We got it. No curve, no ball. That's it, Rolodex.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
premise
done.
two is
Comprehend?
no curve, no ball.
Yeah, are you all right, brother? Square things are not balls.
Yeah,
Now he
yeah.
Okay.
gave the
85
gave the
hours a goddamn day. Yes, just calm down
Now
back there,
rebut
okay?
that. Rebut that, Rolodex. You've got no
Now,
curvature.
now
So
is
how
there
can it be a
now
ball?
is there gonna be another premise or is it gonna be a
No,
conclusion?
we're gonna watch you spiral over that. So go for it.
Yeah,
Debunk
okay.
it.
So the premise two is no curve, no ball, and then the third thing is gonna be a conclusion. So what's the conclusion of the argument?
well,
That's it. Now you spiral.
I heard premise one being like there is no curvature found on the earth. Nobody measures it. Spheres must have curvature. That would be premise two. And then the conclusion would be the earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, there you go, Rolodex. Now start insulting people again because you're upset.
Okay, and then I guess the first question is what's the defense for premise one?
You tell us. Rebut it. Tell us there is curvature and who measured it.
Oh, I don't wait, hold on. Do you think that's a defense of premise one?
We don't think you know how to do anything. That's why we have to tell you
So
everything.
you can't rebuttal it. You're not
So
here to
sorry, Cyclone,
rebuttal.
do you think that came in the form of a
So
defense
you
for
don't
premise
think
one?
water
You're
curves.
not here to rebut it. No.
Wait, hold on. So just to
You're
be
not here to
clear,
show curving
just to
water.
be clear,
Yeah. Nah, you can just stay on mute. You're a little melt. If you've got a rebuttal, put it in the text chat. And then if it's worth talking about, we'll unmute you. How about that? God, you can always tell when it's going to be one of those triggered types. Tell me your premise number one, you dummy. Oh, pathetic. Amusing though.
I think a lot of premise one hangs on the base axiom of what water does when it's still and at rest, along with every time we practically use or measure the Earth, it's practically used as flat and stationary, and it measures that way, like via plane surveying and stuff like that.
There's no talking to that. Correct.
That's Gunzenheiger. Do you know Gunzenheiger cyclone?
No. What, another retard?
Greenson, I know him. Yeah. Now it's fitting.
So he's a known retard. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I can imagine him getting a reputation.
Tardy Tuesday.
Isn't it amazing the level of obfuscation and moving the goalposts and appealing to the future? Isn't it amazing how much of that they do in order to justify their bull belief? I just can't believe it. Some intelligent people, they do some extreme lengths for it.
2,000 years from now, you're going to see all of our proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang around, man. It'll be fine. Your kids will know it. They'll believe it. Don't worry about it. It amazes me why people have to change their profiles so much to re-enter this fight and just do the same thing. And it's not even really a fight, but they come with that attitude. They have to change their profile and their name and sometimes their voice a little bit just to get back in to say the same derp.
And why do they say stupid shit like a thing? Man, brother, everybody knows if you're standing outside and the shadow hits you, it's not the perfect size.
Yeah.
You know, when he said that, I was just gobsmacked. I was like, prove it. And I thought he was going to produce a photo. But he did everything but that.
That's my first word to them. That's why they kick me out everywhere, because I say prove it. What the hell? Like, look, I'll talk with them and be like, okay, yeah, we're going to walk the horse through the barn. Yeah, it's going to be sunlight out. Oh, right before high noon. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and you give it what kind of feed? And then when they're done, I'm like, okay, prove it. And they're like, I did have a horse. We were in a barn. I'm like, well, do you have any evidence of this? No. Oh, I got to imagine it 3,000 years from now that there's a horse in a barn and you're feeding it? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, you're feeding your horse from 18 miles away through your theodolite. Okay, I forgot. You gotta feed that curve. And this other guy wants to convince you a circle on the ground is a straight line. Hey, you guys, if I made a circle on the ground, would anybody know it was a circle? Yeah, we could have a side view. These guys don't believe in side views for nothing, brother. Imagine if your homework was to look one way. You got peaky blinders on. You got like tunnel vision. They got tubes strapped to your eyeballs. And all you can do is look globe forward. Okay, now, tell me what that thing looks like on the other side you can't see. Give us the math.
Let's not ask them about the so-called heavenly bodies and the side views and back views.
Oh my God, don't ask them for a top view of the sun while it's going down or the moon. They're going to criticize you so good hard. So fun. Don't ask for stuff that would make sense, like the back side, the right side of the moon, the left side, the bottom. Like, it's supposed to have like sides like like a box, like up to 6 of them in a way.
Don't tell them that their ISS is falling in constant orbit around the Earth, because they got all upset about that too.
Oh yeah, because it's free falling at 9.8 meters per second squared down to the core of Earth.
Gravity's pulling it down, but Earth's getting out of the way first. Like,
yeah, I know that hill is pretty, dude. I'm telling you, this Earth, dude, this turd Earth dirt rock ball that we live on, this thing is super genius smart. And then the moon rock, and then like the sun gas, whatever. I can't even call that a rock. So the sun ball, air ball, man, these things are fucking brilliant, dude. Have you guys ever really just stopped to think how brilliant these little ball things are?
Dude, they've actually sussed it out, but they don't tell you that gravity's the god of the gaps. So in actual fact, God's real and he's moving all the planets around. He's the dude that's the nothing that's warping and flexing.
Right. Magical nothing.
Yep.
The value for space and time is 0. The value for the force of space and time and gravity is 0 for all three. So, yeah.
But they won't admit it to being a god. If you try and tell them that it's their god of the gaps, they freak out. But it's masses.
They wouldn't have a head if it wasn't for gravity. It wouldn't be rounded. Gravity made their head. They got an air balloon, like an airhead. Gravity makes them. Makes airheads. Gravity, it's everything, brother. It's holding you down, holding you away, holding you at the Lagrange point where you're not going to do anything, right? Isn't that weird, a Lagrange point? A gravity constant and then the word Lagrange point. How do they mix together?
Yeah, hang on. There's part of my brain just blown a fuse, dude. Hang on, I'm going to have to go and reset something.
Yeah, they got the Lagrangian point. That's where you just sit there. You're just like, look at me. I'm in space and everything's moving around me like the Earth. I'm a little Earth now. I'm in the Lagrange point. When you can't get closer or farther from anything, you have to stay right there. That's the Lagrange. When gravity doesn't even mess with you, it's the Lagrange. I think it's funny to talk to the ones like that. What's your first premise?
Old dude, the Muck, Batman, Crit, and a couple other guys in here. What's going on?
Morning, mate.
We just want to know what's your premise.
The Earth is a ball.
What's your premise number 2?
Yeah, I was listening earlier. I couldn't talk, but it's funny. It's just so funny, man. So funny.
It's like I'm
Come
just
in.
trying to get a question out while they're stuttering and talking, and I'm like, I just need one question, and then you do your thing, and then
I mean, we don't care if you believe in the ball. Just show us the proof, right? Show us the curve, right?
yeah. I just think it's weird that they keep asking if questions. Well, if maybe I can convince you of some ifs and maybes, then maybe I can convince you of some maybes and ifs. So maybe an if I could convince you, if maybe I could convince you of some ifs or some maybes, or maybes.
Yeah, too much maybe, bro. Too much maybe. We don't need no maybe. Just
Damn, too much maybes in the list. So when we make our brownies, we're not gonna add maybes.
I'm gonna ask old dude for help. Hey, old dude. How do you search? Cause I'm on the main server, right? I'm trying to search for certain things. Like, where do I go to? Hold on one second. Let me see. So let's say I'm on the main channel, right? The main server. Oh, the search bar on the very top, right? Let me see. Oh, okay. We got 6. Yeah, I was. Yeah, go ahead.
Carry on, mate. Sorry.
No. My question is just like, where do you? How do you search for these things? Like, say a certain topic, right? Let's say corpuscular array. I can't even pronounce it. Corpuscular array, right? Where can I find it?
For crepuscular rays, the fastest way I would do that, dude, would be, see if you go into any text channel, right? And you tap the box at the top, you see the search glass. See the spyglass, the search setting.
Oh, okay. So you got to go into the channel, right? You got to go into the channel, and then there's a search on the very top, correct?
Yeah, have you got that? And when you click it, it should come up with the search options. You've got from user, mentions user, has link, embed or file, before, during. Have you got that option?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got pins, link, files.
Yeah.
Okay, now I get it.
You can either select one of them, like say it was something that you posted. So if you hit the from button and then you start to type your name, you should see your name come up. If you tap on it, that'll search under your name. Or you could just search whatever subject you want without tapping from or mentions or has or before. And it'll give you a straight link to anything that's been posted on Crepuscular. I'm the same, mate. Them the light rays that come up in the morning and the nighttime. Crepuscular rays.
Yeah, and another topic that I was looking for too. What is it? The topic that was brought up yesterday, but I don't think that's gonna prove anything, right? Well, let me look it up. What was the topic that brought up yesterday? Right, because I've been trying to find it, but I didn't know how to search in the main server. Let me see. The Repka relativity.
Oh, who was talking about that?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to find the information
I did look up in Wikipedia, right? You know, I guess something came up like, you know, they were trying to measure the gravitational lensing, if I'm correct about it, right? All they did, they maybe they measured the red shift, blue shift, right? And
Yeah.
somehow they think that prove gravitational whatever.
Look at your
But I'm
phone.
trying.
Look at your phone and then look at a light, a bright light shining to it. You'll see the plus sign rainbow. You'll see redshift on the right, top, bottom, and left of any light sources coming into something black. And it'll continue to redshift. So you'll see red and then all the other colors and then red and then all the other colors and red. And it'll continue going like that. So when they say redshift, what the fuck is their point? Because the redshift is just the color of the rainbow, like a moonbow, and you'll have a million of them depending on how thick the air and the light hits it. So that you can have 5 of them lined up. So that's not one redshift. That's 5 redshifts or 2 rainbows. Like on Earth, you see 2 rainbows. There's redshift in those. What is that? What is that helping us do?
Yeah, exactly. You know, no, I understand that, bro. Like that doesn't prove anything because it's not on Earth. Nobody can verify it, right? But I still like my main thing still like I still want to read about it. I'm gonna read about it. I just want to like
Right.
deep dive into it just a little bit deeper.
There's some stuff in the gravity section about things like that, and anything to do with gravity and where it's going. If you can get hold of Hank Hill, that man knows where to go for links.
Because I think, dude, I think what happened is this, right? These base claim, right? Like on Earth, like where all of us can verify whatever. Nobody can demonstrate the curvature. Nobody ever measured. Nobody ever detected. So all they have is to talk about space, right? So certainly subject that we don't know. Like I'm not deep into these outer space because first of all I don't believe it in it anyway, right? And I haven't dived deep into it. So I think there's also another tactic that they want to talk about because they know that not all of us like well versed in these topics, so they bring it up and somehow they think that they got that gotcha moment at that moment, and they think like somehow it proved the globe because we don't know these subject very well, right? Just like myself, but I'm still gonna read about it, so the next time if they ever bring it up, like at least like I understand like what the hell they were doing.
That's the aim of the game, isn't it? That's the aim. I'm the same. They'll say something, and I'll be away researching it. Like you, that's what I do. I go into the server, and I'll type a couple of words that I'm looking for, and then if it doesn't come up on a search, I'll start a search through the admins, what they've been saying about it. Like I'll select Indio, and then I'll type in what words that I'm looking for, and if he hasn't, maybe CJ has, or maybe AI has. There's always somebody in the server has been talking about these things. And sometimes it's actually links from globe earthers that come up in the search. And it's enough to go and research their side of the story, why they're quoting what they're quoting. You know what I mean? And then go back to what we've found that takes it kind of deeper. But I think that's the whole process, bro. Good on you for doing it. Like, it's what it's all about. Because I'm the same. I hate it when they start quoting things I don't understand. And it's my fault.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. You can own. I get it. Not everybody gonna, pretty much like know all these stuff. You know what I mean? And the best thing to do is to just read through it, look into the information yourself. I mean, that's the whole point of us being a flat earther. I want to know. I want to look into this. Regardless if I'm gonna fully understand it or not, but at least I want to like read it and try to understand it. Period. At least get the story. Because I feel like they hijack a lot of stuff, right? Just like the word science, right? They've been doing pseudoscience, but they hijack that word, and somehow they think that's a natural science when they never even use the 95% of the time they don't even use the scientific method at all, right? So regardless, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna read about it probably today. that one particular topic. But regardless, oh dude, you know, if you bring it back to the surface, they can't prove anything.
Yep, it's the way it goes. But I get it why they don't like that. You know, they've spent a long time learning what they've learned. But yeah, once you get it down to the bare simplistics of it, it's a different story. If they'll stay on that topic, if they'll stay with water and all these other things, the hard evidence, the physical uses that we've got for a flat and stationary plane, if they'll stay with that, yeah, but most want to just bug out, go back to what they've learned.
Right. Yeah. Oh, dude, you know something funny? The first time I heard your voice, I thought you were Del from Imaginary Curve. You remember that? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. That's because we're from the same town. Practically, originally, I grew up a very young. My young age was almost where Del is. It's almost the same accent. And when I get angry, I sound more Glaswegian. I sound more like Del.
You do.
Aye. Nah, you're not the only one, dude. I've had a few people pinging me and saying, "Oh my God, are you Dale on an alt account?" I'm like, no. It's a kind of compliment. I take it as a compliment. Dale's a bit daft and he's a bit mad, and I kind of like him for it.
Yeah,
he's a working man as well. I respect Dale because I know his work history. Well, some of it. I understand what he's involved in. He's a builder. He knows construction. You know, I mean, in that regard, I know the boy knows his game. He knows what square is. He knows what level is. There's no two ways about it. He knows.
There you go. He knows how to use level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get this lunch and dinner ready so I can have some time to look into the subject.
You're a good man. Cooking for your family. What a good man you are.
Yeah, today I'm off, so I'm cooking lunch right now. Get the lunch ready so I can drop it off for my wife at work. Her lunch is at 12 o'clock. What time is it right? Like 10 something maybe right now? Yeah, 10:30. So I got about an hour and a half. Hopefully I don't have to cook for the next 2 days.
Yeah. That's the game.
Gotta do what we gotta do, you know?
Yeah, you do, dude. But it's nice to do it. It's a joy of being able to say to your girl, there you go, sweetheart. There's lunch.
Yep.
Yeah. Simple things, man. Big pleasures. Great.
Yes, sir. Still trying to find a curve, man. You can't find it anywhere.
What, redshift? Around the planet when the eye sees it or whatever? Supposedly always seeing it shifting, like when the day goes down or the sun goes down or pops up.
Hey, what I was gonna say, so I think like most people assume that you can see the curvature on an airplane, right? Or higher, a little bit higher. Most people think that they send the balloon up there, you can see the curvature, right? But I think most people don't understand that the camera that they use it's a GoPro fish island type of lens, right? That's why it showed the convexity. But in our reality, we don't see that. But not only that, people also assume that these so-called space flight, right? These astronauts that went to low Earth orbit, right? They assume that you can see the curvature. Well, the math, right? The globe math show that you can't see the curvature. We got Neil deGrasse Tyson, the damage control, came out and tell us, no, you can't see the curvature. Bridget, what is his name? Bridget Ransom. Yeah, his little space company. You go up there, whatever. You still can't see the curvature, right? Well, Felix Baumgartner, right, went to the edge of space, right, 128,000 feet, and when he jumped down, he said, "Yeah, you can see the world. You can see the curvature of the Earth." Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson also came out and said that, well, you can't see the curvature from that height, right? But it's a
Right, he
fisheye
was
lens.
sadly mistaken. Right, China doesn't show curvature either with their latest supposed satellite stuff way up in the air. It's all fucking beautiful horizontal plane forever. My thing is, I wish they would say they could see a curve. I wish they wouldn't keep saying that it's a flat horizontal ball. So that's fucking me up.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, so I think this is the reason why people are fighting over it, right? Because, well, we got astrophysicists, which is Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Come out and say you can't see the curvature even from those height, even on low Earth orbit, you can't see the curvature even from the ISS. But we got these footage from ISS, right? They, when they show the camera next to the window or whatever, it shows the curvature, right? So the question is, right, who is lying to us, right? We got astronaut, right, on ISS say, oh man, you could still see the curvature of the Earth, right? And the math show that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, right? Because you're still in low Earth orbit, right? So one of them asshole are lying. The math show that you can't see. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "Yep, you can't see." And then these people, right, somehow came out and said, "Yeah, you could still see the curvature." And then other astronaut or whatever say, "Oh, you can't see the curvature." Like, what is going on? Where's the story? Where's the truth behind this? We know that there's no curvature. Period. If you use the corrected lens, you're not going to see the curvature.
They just make it harder on themselves. Now they got to tell themselves a horizontal line is a curve. And then they got to convince themselves a horizontal line curves from the side.
Right. What's up, Micro? How you doing, brother? Welcome, man.
Hello. How are you, brother?
Good, man. Just chilling.
Nice. Me too.
Hey, if you were a real flat earther, right? If you're a real flat earther, you would never go back to the globe, unless there proof or evidence for the Earth being a globe, like curvature, for instance, like gas pressure without a container, right? Like that water can curve into a ball, like bodies of water, like ocean, lake, river. But
I
other than
think
that,
it's
people
weird
who
how I think
go
it's
ahead.
weird how they say everything's happening so big, but they can't show you a small section of it. And then when they show you Google Earth, right, and the ISS, like when they show you live, they show you the water. If you look, the water is above the fucking dirt. The water is above the dirt
Right.
on the image they're showing you. So where in the fuck can we just see water be above dirt? Where does the water stack itself out of the fucking dirt?
Right.
That's all
Well,
I'm looking for. A water wall.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to bring up this point with the whole curvature, like people claim that they can there's no curvature, they can see curvature like certain altitude. They claim to see the curvature in the front of on airplanes and stuff like that. But I flew before, like plenty of time. I don't see no curvature. I got footage and everything too, right? But the problem is this, right? People who still keep saying, "Oh, we can see boat going over the curvature, over the horizon," right? And that's the Earth's curvature, right? And I don't understand. They keep using that somehow. It's proof for the globe.
It's called a
Pretty
blanket,
sad.
a comfort blanket. It's something they couldn't prove themselves, so they're hoping that you can't too. It's always like that, right? Well, since I'm too dumb to notice or see it, and nobody else could possibly. Yeah, it's called a side view. Side view. If we don't have a side view of any of this shit curving, then none of it's curving. We don't have to take their word for fucking a horizontal line being itself. Oh, hold on a minute. This fucking house is for sale that I've been wanting to be for sale for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to somebody. This fucking house for sale. I want this son of a bitch. Holy shit. And there's a person showing her, like looking at her, the realtor person right now. I just grabbed the card from him. That's cool.
Bro, hey, how's the prices out there in where you at?
Well, I asked how much the house is, and it's got It's got a 2-car garage. It's got like a top level, a bottom level, and you can pull around the side, pull in the back, or you know what I mean. It's a brick house, and they want 66 for it.
How many?
It's not bad.
You know how many square foot of the living
I think
space?
it's got.
it's probably got like I might imagine it's got 3 to 4 bedroom and maybe 2 bath.
Right. Well,
And it's got like a 2-car garage. It's brick. It's pretty, and
oh,
it's like,
nice.
yeah, and then the top, yeah, it's like a double layer kind of.
Right.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I liked it ever since I seen it, and now just as I was talking to you guys, I see there's a for sale sign there, and it's like, yeah, I'm like, okay, shit, that's crazy.
Right. Well, I mean, they asking for 600. Oh shit. I mean, at least
No, only
over
66. No, 66,000.
66. That's
Yes,
fucking cheap. Where you at then?
I'm gonna, dude, brother. I got a house down the road here for 10. House next to it for 5. And they don't really look bad. They don't look like the roof's bad. They don't look like the foundation's bad. Like there's houses here, brother. People they either pass away, or a drug dealer gets caught, or just jackasses lived in it, and then they move out, and nobody else wants to live in it. You know what I mean? Because of
Flip
the
it, bro.
neighbors.
Buy it, fix it,
Yeah,
flip it.
yeah. See, the only bad thing is like when you get into some houses, the house will be immaculately and cheap, but the reason it's cheap is because you got a neighbor that anything you have when you leave, they're gonna rob it.
Oh.
Right. So that's why you would buy the house and flip it like you're saying. You wouldn't actually own it. You would just either rent it or sell it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a good way to make money. Shit. You spend 10,000 on the house. As soon as you buy it and do whatever it needs and put it back on sale, it's the fair market value is like 30 G's, 40 G's. Just that simple.
You know what it sounds like right now? Where you at, man? It sounds like Tampa Bay. In 2012, 2015, right? The house is crazy cheap, right? Now you can't even find one for like 300 grand. Barely.
Well,
You
that's
would
what
be
happened.
lucky.
Yeah, every rich motherfucker, like the whatever, the Ghost, the Silverstein, whoever, he'll go in there with a big credit card, pay all the tax on 87,000 houses he ain't never seen before, and then when he makes all his money, he buys all those little 5,000s and sells them, and then eventually, yep, nobody can get them because all the big company went and bought them all up.
Right.
If you buy houses by tracks, like, okay, if you think there's a tracks thing coming through and they're like coming through to build stuff, buy any shitty little house along the tracks. And when they come through and have to rebuild it, they buy them off you for like 10 times the price.
Wait. Hold on. That's what my family doing too in Florida right now. They fucking they buying houses and flipping. But they some of the houses we still have to work on them. Like my brother-in-law and stuff like that's what he does. He does fucking stock in the morning, and then they go work on the houses in the evening. And he got his own schedule, so it's good. He trying to tell me, yo, move back to Florida. I'm like, nope, I'm out. Maybe later. Right now, man, I'm good.
Florida's a stand your ground state too, isn't it?
Oh yeah, very dangerous. Where I was at, bro, man, forget it.
Well, yeah, that means motherfuckers are more gun happy, and that's and I mean, it's the right way to say it because you don't want people getting the wrong idea, but it is scary because every motherfucker's like, hey, we can all have something, we'll all pop the fuck out of you. You walk up to me and say something I don't like, I'm gonna shoot you. Like, no, that's not supposed to be what it is. It's supposed to be if a guy's beating you down and you can't like get him off you or nothing. And you're like, get off me, man, get the fuck off me, and they don't listen. Then you pull your gun out and fucking say, get the fuck off me. And then if they don't get off you, you fucking shoot them.
I mean, yeah, I mean it's pretty much crazy everywhere, but yeah, Florida also has its name too, just like Chicago, just like LA, right?
Right.
Pretty, So it's it's pretty crazy. Sometimes you just walk into wrong neighborhood. It doesn't matter if you're a globie or you're a flat earther, you're gonna get it. It's just that simple. Even the nicest neighborhood, bro, like you go into like a little bar, a little club, yeah, things gonna pop off real quick, man. You would have thought like people like be in like our 30s, 40s and stuff. People still like civilized, man. Bro, it's not like that. Just look at it on Discord, right? We're trying to have a genuine conversation. People cannot even do that. What made you think they can do that in real life? Hey, but it's still cold up there, right? Where you at? Like in the wintertime, it gets really cold, right? The mount.
Yeah, got the cloud, got a train going by.
Bro, that thing was loud.
I know. I didn't want to queue up then. That you probably like the Vox ignoring me, man. No, it's got a damn loud train. I didn't want to blow any eardrums, but I almost did, I think, on accident. Man, this house is fucking. I like this house, dude. I mean, I was looking at this house like. I've looked at this house twice or 3 times, and I'm like, man, that house right the fuck there needs to be for sale. And there's always people living in it. And my wife's like, oh, they ain't gonna move out. That's pretty. And then I pulled up today, and it says for sale on it. I'm like, what the fuck? That's a sign.
Yeah. Hey, man. Like, yo, if you know how to fix stuff, right? Like doing tiles and
Yeah,
drywall and stuff, whatever,
yeah,
a
yeah,
little plumbing, bro. Just go
yeah.
for it. Buy them up, bro.
Brother, when I
Get
moved
them,
into
man.
my house,
Damn. So they
it had
that cheap up there? They
yeah.
that cheap? That's crazy.
When I moved into my house, I had half a kitchen floor, no bathroom tub, no toilet, no nothing. I had to put all that shit in the house I bought when I moved in. They took the plumbing
Yeah.
out, they took the wires, they took everything. I mean, they left the wires in the walls and shit, but whatever they could take, they took. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And then I just had to go redo and put a new box in. I put 2 boxes in since I've lived there, because one of them I put there and there was like a little condensation on the wall, and that was the problem. It was close to the brick wall, and they would get the condensation from the brick soaking up the moisture. So what I did was took it and put 2x4s going down from my studs, the floor joists, and I just put it away from the wall about 3 foot. So now I haven't really had any problems.
Yep.
My only thing is water, foundation water, and roof. As long as your roof's good, you're good. As long as you ain't got no leak in your foundation, you're good. I mean,
Like, there are like houses right now, even in Florida, like the Tampa Bay area, bro. Like I told you, man, 2012, 2015, right? It was so cheap, man. Um, we bought a house for like 17,000. We fixed it up, but yeah, it needs a lot of work, right? Like we have to redo the bathroom. We fixed the roof, um, the tiles. We put new tiles, new floor, um, new paint. and then also the garage, we have to kind of like fix it up. You know what I mean? Repaint it and tear down the door and stuff. Whatever. Yeah, it's. But when we sold it, after we fix it, man, yeah, we make pretty good amount of money. And then another house that we bought was 28,500, 2013. We sold it for a little bit over 200. Now, it just they relist it back up on the market for like almost 400,000. So if they sell that, man, they're gonna make a lot of money. Even lands too, bro. Land is crazy. If you can get some land like 10 acres, right? If you can get it like around 150, right? The next 5 or 10 years, right? It go up to like a few million. Just sell it. Yeah, we went to our land in Florida on vacation last month. We went to that land. I helped my brother get that one too. Yeah, we got it for like, probably 150, right? But now it's going up, right? If he's selling right now, probably close to half. But a couple more years, it's gonna go even way higher. So I would suggest people just get some land, bro. Oh, Mr. Amish, how you doing, sir? Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, God bless. It's a beautiful morning.
It is by me too, brother. Here on the East Coast of the United States. Warm weather, beautiful sun, nothing to worry about.
Still no curve?
No, never was.
Yeah, I'm over here in Texas at the moment, so it's nice and warm and it's hot.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Haven't been to Texas too often, but yeah, there's some hot parts of Texas for sure. I've been down to San Antonio a few times. Fun little
Right,
town.
that's where I'm at.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, for now. I might move back to Florida. Who knows? Right, in a few years, or I might move to Texas close to my in-law. So I don't know, wherever God takes me. So
I miss late nights on the river walk, sipping those prickly pear margaritas, man.
yeah, we were there like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, we just go out there, just the family, and just walk around, enjoy the view. Yep, it was good. So you said you in East Coast.
That's right. Yep. Mid-Atlantic, Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Pennsylvania has 3 times per capita gun ownership as Texas. Most people don't know that.
No, I never knew that.
Yeah, we got 3 times as many guns per person here as Texas. Woo! Yeah, come and take it.
Yeah, good luck with that. This is why America is I mean it could be bad, but man, it's beautiful because most of the countries in the world, you can't have that. Your Second Amendment, it's out the window.
That's right. We've only managed to slow down the coming tyranny, and it may happen. It may still take place. If America goes into full collapse under receivership, we'll be under the administration of a world government. The first thing they'll tell everybody is, nope, no more Second Amendment. Sorry, guys, turn them in. You want your country back? You want society to be in order? That's what you got to do. That very well may happen, and that'll be an end of an era.
Yeah, I don't think like the real Americans would just give it up now. I mean, even my dad, he told me the same thing. Nope, we would never give up that. Never.
Yep, and that's when things will get interesting. Between that and turning off the power and creating social credit scores for banking access, things are just looking really peachy, don't you think?
That's coming, right? But
yeah, and we can't get mad. We
prepare for
can't get
anything.
angry. That's it. Prepare quietly with a smile on your face.
I heard that China is doing that right now.
Yeah, I know economically, China's trying to recover economically, and they're doing it again through papering over their economy. A lot of their statistics are bad. Everything their companies report, you can't trust. They're pretending that they're having a rally, but they're not. They're trying to save their economy now, and they're trying to link up with other countries around them. They're creating Eurasian pacts with Russia and India, and they're trying to de-link from U.S. dependency. They've also been selling U.S. debt that they had purchased to bail us out from 2008, and selling all that debt has created a problem because what it's doing is it's increasing foreign demand for dollars, which is what they're also trying to prevent happening. So there are lots of complex interplays here, and it'd be interesting to see what happens to China. All it will take is something like Three Gorges Dam, and we'll see what happens if that goes and that explodes.
Right. I think I seen recently too. They released one the dam, and it caused a lot of damage for the villager that live around there. Right, their crops and everything. They had to kind of like evacuate the place because it was flooded everywhere. That's one of them, right? That I seen. I think maybe a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yep, pretty much everything is up in the air. Nobody knows what's going on, and we just have to keep to ourselves, I think. Just keep your head down, control what you can, build strong relationships in your community, be a friend to everybody, and stay out of trouble.
Right. Yep. But I mean, it's kind of tough too. It's like we aware of these things, right? And most people, right, or maybe some people, I would say, right, when they find out about this stuff, they panic. I'm not panic. I know you not panic. We just be ready for whatever, right? Regardless.
Right, that's life experience talking. So I got to get going for now. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, sir. You take care. BJ.
Kimbo.
Did you enjoy your movies?
One of them was really good, and then the second one we tried to watch was terrible. I just switched it off like 20 minutes in.
Check out that movie Dark Water. I told Ruth to watch it too. It's called Dark Waters.
Dark Waters, I'll look it up right now.
It's nothing crazy, but you can check it out.
I'll
Awesome. Yeah, I was just having a look. I'll chuck it on the list. Always looking for some good movies.
Yeah, based on true story. That movie. Oh, we also have inversion. What's going on, my brother? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Just listening to some real estate talk.
Yeah, we're just chopping it up, man. Champion, man. If you got something to say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you guys. I wasn't going to butt in on that, but just waiting for some Globetrotters to get in here or something.
He'll be here.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on too much, especially even in Discord, but some of these people that come in here, right? The anti flat earthers, right? Why they so mad, bro? I don't understand why. Why they so mad? What is going on? What the hell did we do to you? Why are you so mad at us, bro?
Cog this, man. It hurts people. Cog this
Yeah,
hurts them, especially when
it is.
they watch Star Wars and Star Trek and have their whole life invested in it. It hurts.
Some of them are already in tears. Like they come in here and you can hear the emotion in their voice. Intense.
Yeah, man. You know, I, I just want to share information with people for the most part, right? Of course, sometimes we get into debates or whatever, right? But a lot of them, man, they can't control themselves. They can't control themselves at all, and I don't get it, bro. I mean, do they act like this in person too, in real life? I'm just curious. I don't think people would act like this in person, right? Right, the mock, get him.
Yeah, I don't think they would act anything like this in person. I'll share a debate in the chat that I was just watching, and this guy is the perfect example. The triggered Globy. You should watch it if you haven't seen it.
Is this the new one or the old one?
This is a new one.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it out later.
Yeah. It's a pretty good conversation for the first half, and I'm just a little bit past the halfway mark, and the guy's getting so triggered. And he admits he's a Freemason as well.
Oh, and we supposed to take his words for it.
Yeah.
Like
He's
the Earth
getting
being a globe.
demolished. Yeah, Witsit's technically demolishing him on every single point, and his ego's been crushed, and he's lashing out now.
And a lot of time like this too, like even when it comes to certain subject I don't know about, right, bro? I'm not gonna sit there and try to argue with people. Like I'll tell you, like I'm not sure. Maybe I'm like I don't know about these topics, but every freaking anti-flat earthers, they start to bring their own globe version, right? Instead of attack the current claims, right? They bring their own globes.
Yeah, the anti-flat earthers are very renowned for doing that.
I'll tell you something right now. That lower lodge from a couple nights ago that Witsit debated, I told him we went back and forth yesterday. I told him straight up, if we were debating in person and you fucking talked to me like that, I would have whipped your motherfucking ass talking to a motherfucker like that. That was pissing me off, man.
Now going back to what I said, right? They don't act like that in person, right? They only act like this on internet.
That's true.
100 keyboard gangster, baby.
So you're over at the Lore Lodge Discord server?
Oh, they have a Discord server too?
No, I was
Definitely
on
not
Twitter.
going there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they do have a Discord server, Lore Lodge, by name. They got the vanity thing.
Yeah, no, I was on Twitter going back and forth with his faggot ass.
The dude admitted that he's a Freemason, so there you go.
Yeah, I saw that. What a joke. Complete joke. Oh, I'm a historian. Really? How do you become a historian? You just research a few things and call yourself a historian? Seriously. I wanted Whitsitt to ask him his credentials. What are you talking about?
Since Whitsitt didn't read Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma in its entirely, he is not allowed to say anything about it, no critiques whatsoever.
Yep, I noticed that too.
I'm about up to that section of the debate at the moment. It's horrible. It's getting worse by the second. This guy's freaking out.
Yeah, it is around the 8:24, 8:30 time period, his local time, that he did start to freak out. Like, it was pretty congenial for a while, but the dude just started flipping out for seemingly no reason. It's like he's on drugs or something. Like, he suddenly got coke rage.
Soy rage.
Your robot and demo.
Your robot, bro.
Oh. Said. Yeah.
About halfway through the stream, the Lord Lodge guys basically came with their knives out against Whitsitt, totally turned on him, and started being complete dicks. And they started making up reasons for why they did. They're like, oh, well, you were just snickering, and it made me so mad. I saw you smirk, Whitsitt, and you typed something on the keyboard. You're so disrespectful, Whitsitt.
Yeah, if you went to my Twitter, that's exactly what he said to me. He said he was making facial expressions and what, smirks. And I was like, oh my God, you went out to lunch like that on some facial expressions that may or may not have meant anything? You're a mental fucking midget.
Somebody posted a parody and said, Whitsitt triggers Daniel Radcliffe in epic debate. Daniel Radcliffe is Harry Potter, guys. Come on, look at him.
Yeah, I saw a robot polisher call him that this morning.
The mock, your robot again, bro. Oh.
Yeah,
I wish the GIF I posted at 12 minutes past the hour had autoplayed. Oh well.
I don't think Whitsitt could have been any more respectful during that debate.
Yeah, that's why the accusation's so breathtaking. It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
But it looked to me, Demok, you're roboting again, man.
Fix your satellite, bro.
Yeah, it's like the Lore Lodge guys transferred all the anger that they ever felt against every other and any other flat earther that they've ever debated in their lives. They transferred all of that onto Witsit and got mad at him. He became their straw man.
Yeah, man, and Witsit was nothing but nice and respectful and professional. He let him tag team him and was doing his best to try to answer both questions. And then at the end, he even said, "I love you guys." It was amazing to watch these assholes.
It was great. He even while he was getting attacked, he still stayed calm, composed.
Yeah, so Lorlodge's idea of a debate was to ask Witsit 50 questions and clip answers to each question. And if they didn't agree with the answer, they moved on to the next question. And by the end, they could say, look, the flat earther couldn't answer completely all my questions. Therefore, Earth is a globe. That's really the simplistic attitude and approach he took, and it was disingenuous.
Dude, he's literally that meme where the dude's like, "Oh, you're a flurf. Tell me everything right now about flat Earth." "Oh, you can't? Checkmate, flurf." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. He asked Witsit question after question about intricacies of the universe. Witsit's answering in good faith, even going into speculation land, just to give this guy a good faith response, a best effort response. And then he ended up taking it and using it against him. It was so sick. Let this be a good lesson to everybody here and everybody listening that's not here. When you argue this topic, you really need to stay focused and on points and make sure you can only discuss things that you're willing to back up. Because if you come in with speculations and you're unsure about things, it not only makes you look like a bad look, like you don't know what you're talking about, but it reflects poorly on the whole community because it makes all of us look like that we don't know what we talk about because you might be the only way somebody comes to hear flat earth for the first time. So it's important to really tighten up everything that you argue and discuss. Wandering and straying off into technical discussions, even though it can be cool, can be full of traps. You will be squaring off against a glober sometime who knows more about your own field than you do. And when that happens, he's going to embarrass you if you're not going to be honest about what you know and what you don't.
Yep, right on, bro. I'm the good example because I don't know like you guys do. But yeah, the good thing is about this, right? I can be honest about it.
It'd be great if we could freely and openly speculate with these guys. If we want to, they even ask us to. But they're doing it to make us look retarded, I think that's why a long time ago, maybe 3 years ago, the 24/7 community really cracked down hard on baseless claims on both sides and removed a lot of flat earth content from the 24/7 server because it was all baseless stuff. A lot of things like, out of focus stars with Nikon cameras, claims about the horizon always rising to eye level. These things that flat earthers used to say freely and openly years ago is stuff that we can't have happen right now. It's too careless.
Yeah, the horizon, it's rise below your eye level, correct? Not at your eye level.
Yeah, like it can't be at your eye level. Ideally, not even ideally.
And this is the reason why I don't. Well, I personally I do like talk about going to speculation, but since I hit the 24/7, I pull back a lot. I step back. I think this is the reason why Sasha the first day he almost killed me. I went into speculation too much. So I learned, to be honest. I can admit that I went into speculation too much when I first touched in 24/7 last year.
Oh yeah, it's better to get raked over the coals by other flat earthers for bringing baseless claims to the discussion instead of getting bashed by anti-flat earth globers We're going to clip everything you say and play it for the world and embarrass you forever about it. Those of us who've been doing this a while and have been in the pits and have had the discussions with the worst possible kinds of people you can imagine have a lot of experience to bring to the table so that new guys getting into this don't have to go through the same shit that we did. It's about process improvement, right? Quality control. And we're engaging in quality control on our side.
No, I do agree, 100%. Yeah, and the less you speculate, the better. Because when you go in too deep, you get lost in the sauce. And I learned that in last year.
Yeah, I mean, look who we're up against. There are few of us and there are many of them. They've got a very wide pool of talent to pull from to put up against you for whatever topic you want to discuss. So you're going to hear some really seasoned professionals in their field come across the table from you, and they're going to bring some nuanced claims from the discussion. And they're going to be listening to see if you're able to discuss the matter with them at the same level that they are. And when you can't, they're just going to toss you around and embarrass you.
Yeah, that's why.
So your job at that point is to keep them focused on the point of the discussion, because they're going to go off into all kinds of crazy crap, quantum mechanics, relativity, and things that don't have anything to do with Earth curvature measurements.
Yep. That's why I never engaged any of these clowns until about a year of actually real hard research on the matter, just to do what you're doing, what you guys are saying. Get yourself better prepared, less speculation. You know what I mean? Because these guys, they're experts at reciting and regurgitating the heliocentric model, a lot of them. And that doesn't mean, but they don't recognize all of the flaws, all of this claim stacking, all of the things that don't make sense, contradictions, but they're experts in all of the shit they're supposed to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So they're going to represent it that way, and they're going to speak to the public in a way the public is used to hearing. And they're going to say things that's going to make you look stupid, even if what they're saying is baseless and without substance. So, like example, maybe earlier today, you heard someone bring up celestial navigation as being a great proof of there being a globe. So flat earthers on our side want to talk about what that entails. What is the process of celestial navigation? We're not interested in the data so much, like what the numbers are. We're interested in what you're doing. And what you're doing is you're taking basically a plumb bob with a protractor and raising it up to meet a star that's looking at you from the sky. And this is exactly in accordance with their own diagrams, where they depict a circle and a line going through it. And at the center of the unit circle is a point of origin, which is you. And a ray of light is reaching that center of the circle. But the only thing is they say that circle is actually Earth. And that center of the circle is the center of Earth. And in reality, what you're doing is you are observing the interior of the circle. And you're creating that elevation angle that's depicted on these diagrams by lifting the sextant up, by lifting that protractor up, and creating that angle of elevation off the horizontal that is depicted in all their manuals. This is what the process entails, and logically it follows that it represents, at least this part of the diagram, what we're doing in reality, and that's measuring elevation angles off a flat baseline. End of story. And instead they have all these complicated extra steps where they take the observer from the middle of the ball, or the ball of the celestial sphere, and they put it on top of it. And they say, well, we have another ray of light that is basically the same as the first, and it's hitting the top of the ball, 59 miles higher than the center of the ball. And then they say this is equivalent to where you are imagining the Earth at the center and the light from the sun reaching it at the center. It's also the same for you standing on top of the ball and that same light source reaching your eye. So they even established this equivalence between the two. as if to say there's no difference between them. And then they offer this as exclusive globe proof.
They know, right? A lot of them know, right? They're just being dishonest. Gotta be.
Right. And so we argue the thought process more than we argue the facts, and the numbers and the figures and the models. We say, no, what are you actually doing? What are you experiencing with your senses? And this is called empiricism. You know, what is reality and what are you doing with it? You can't use statistical mechanics to replace things that you actually do in real life to manipulate things and learn about your world. Statistical mechanics helps fill in the gaps potentially, but do not offer a mean to come at any reconcilable truth claims about causes and effects. You need to go out there and get real data from the real world and then subject it to testing and modeling. So how do they get real world data about the globe? I mean, really, essentially, it all comes down to the sky. They take angle measurements to stars in the sky, and the sky field appears to them as the interior ball of a ball. And they then reify that to conclude that Earth must be a ball too, that the curved surface of the sky matches a curving surface under their feet. And that's simply not proven or true in any respect. So to argue that, you don't have to know like the Pythagorean theorem. You don't have to know trigonometry concepts. You can just say, look, what are you freaking doing? You're taking a plumb bob and a protractor and you're lifting it up to the sky. Like, how's that an Earth curvature measurement, guy? Behind the scenes, there are all kinds of crazy speculations about flat Earth that doesn't get out to the general public. And there's some really interesting ideas being tossed around. Any single one of these could also be true, could also be false, and holds just as much weight as a globe. So yeah, I mean, I'm rambling, but I don't like speculating too much either. And
no, you're good,
the way
bro.
we
You're
argue has to put flat Earth in a good light. And so it's responsible for you to argue within your own knowledge domain and argue what you can prove.
That was all great advice to Amish.
You hit the bullseye.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I'm rambling. I'm driving and don't know what I'm talking about half the time.
No, you're good, bro. You're good because a lot of people need to hear this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I said, when I first came into 24/7, Sasha and Chris M. You know, I was speculate about the Antarctica, right? What beyond there, whatever. And I realized that later. I said, "Oh, why did they come at me so hard, right?" And then I realized, look, you don't need to go anywhere, right, to prove that the Earth, the Earth is flat, right? We can do this on bodies of water. We don't need to go beyond. You know what? Beyond there, it's not real importance at all. Of course, maybe we like to know, right? But that doesn't change the fact that we can measure from too distant and trying to detect the curvature to see if there's drop over distant or not, right? And I realized that later that just take it easy on the speculation, right? Talk about something that you can prove, right? And this is the reason why sometimes when it comes to these anti-flat earthers, right? They'll bring up like they trying to throw something under the radar, like space. So let's talk about red shift, blue shift, right? Or gravitational lensing or whatever. I'm not well versed in that. So yeah, so they because they know that not everybody know all these subjects, so they trying to throw it in there. So I get it. So that's the reason why I always trying to bring back to the ground where we can measure, where we can talk about it, and we can observe it, because up there, who knows, right? It's all speculation anyway. So I do agree with you on that part. Like, just bring it back to wherever you can measure it, observe it, and repeat it. Because if not, then we're gonna get lost in the sauce. The same thing with flat earthers. Try not to speculate too much. What's beyond Antarctica or whatever is not a good look on our parts.
Right, they're going to move away from discussing the logic behind it to seeing who's smarter on all the facts, on all the quote unquote facts, all the supposed knowledge, right? So if you're not up to speed to the same degree they are, and they can make a case in front of the audience that you're not, then they'll use that to diminish your credibility of your arguments when it comes to other things, like arguing against how they're thinking about their own processes. And that's what's so infuriating. So like, hey, this flat earther couldn't recite exactly what, Avogadro's law was from the gas laws. Therefore, everything he has to say about the entropy of gas is invalidated.
Yep.
Therefore, anything he says about flat Earth is invalidated because he's talking about gases and he doesn't know all the formulas and the math that I do. I'm a glober. I know this stuff. He doesn't. Therefore, the globe is true and flat Earth is false. That's really the level of depth and sophistication we're dealing with on their side. Some of it's dishonest and a lot of it's just stupidity. Dunning-Kruger bell end curves.
Yeah, I think one of them the other day was asking Root about formula of buoyancy, right? Well, give me the formula of buoyancy without gravity, right? Like somehow we can come up with a formula right away, right? And that somehow prove that the Earth is a ball, right? Just because Root couldn't give him the formula of buoyancy without gravity.
Yeah, as if that formula didn't exist prior to Newton. The formula being a concept first and written out in plain language of the day. And the language being Greek, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the relative density equation does not require gravity. Another thing too that flat earthers should get more comfortable with is with mathematical constants like little g that appears in all these physics textbooks. There's nothing wrong with using a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. That is a different claim than mass attracting mass.
Well, look what they did to Witsit after his Infowars. I think it was Infowars, where he admitted to gravity, little g. I mean, he didn't admit, he said it exists, something exists, but they completely twisted it, and like you were saying earlier, they want to disregard everything he says from now on because of that.
Yep. So, I mean, another thing, like, listen, man, I really don't have a problem with like general relativity. I could give that to the Globers and still beat them at their game. So, and this is just an understanding that big G is for outer space physics, which is all fantasy.
Yep, absolutely. You get the special relativity, and it falls apart, as it should.
Yep. So, I mean, just be comfortable with it. Be comfortable not knowing, and be comfortable with mathematical constants that appears in formulas. They're going to try and get you to reify constants to define what they believe reality is. You don't have to accept that, but you can still accept the constant. Evaluating or interpreting what the constant is a different matter.
Yeah, they're just dishonest. They know what Witsit meant. I mean, yeah, there's something that causes this downward vector of 9.8, but it doesn't mean that that's what he's saying gravity is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so, if I could critique him for a little bit, and I hate to do it because I really have to owe him a lot. Like Witsit, when he went on that tour around the country during that period of time, that's what really flipped me over the edge and put me in the flat Earth camp. But if I could critique him, I mean, he's been expending a lot of grace lately by going into rough speculations on public debate forums. And I don't think it's been a good look for us. It hasn't been working out too well for him. I mean, he's
Let me
still
get
smoking
power
everybody,
alive.
but it's a weakened position to argue from.
Yeah. And you're speaking about the flower of life and the vortex he's talking about lately too, right?
Oh yeah, dude, that chafes my gears. Like I wrote a whole thing about this in our back chats earlier. So the flower of life is a series of interlocking circles, right? The vesica piscis, which is made from drawing two circles. You interlock them. You keep doing this, and you can form a flower of life. Well, the flower of life of interlocking circles is not the same thing as a toroidal. Is a flux of a toroidal ring magnet. Toroids are spirals, right? When you trace the flux lines around, they loop around and spiral. Spiraling isn't the same as independent circles that interlock with each other. It's just a really bad analogy. It makes us look like we suck at geometry. I mean, can anybody show me the resemblance between a toroidal field, like in a flux diagram of a ring magnet, and a flower of life, and show me how they're the same? They're really not at all the same, guys. They don't represent the same underlying concepts either.
I think when he tries to make that point, he references that Ferrel cell picture. Have you guys seen it floating around where it shows the midpoint and the two vortexes? And have you guys seen that?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's not a flower of life. I mean, like a vortex can't produce a flower of life pattern.
Yeah, no, I didn't say it was. I'm just saying I think that's what he's referencing for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a bad representation because it's not analogous. So you got that. You got the whole claim that the ether is a toroidal configuration in the first instance. I don't know if that's a claim that anybody can back up either. Like, you have a hard time just proving, like, just what is ether? What is the international standard, the SI unit of an ether measurement? There isn't any. Like, you have weight, you've got coulombs, you've got joules, you've got pounds, you've got all these units of measure. Well, how do you measure ether? Like, what's an ether unit? Anybody? So you got that problem, and then you've got the claim that it flows in a geometrical pattern that flows from a torus. Well, interesting claim, could be true. What's the evidence for that? How'd you measure the geometry of this ether? Yeah, so we see that it goes east and westish. Okay, so that's like orthogonal to what? Magnetism? So it's not magnetism. What is it?
What you're saying, bro? I see what you're saying because right. we hold the globes, the globes are anti-flat earthers accountable when they start talking about the stuff that we cannot prove. And now, if we doing the same thing, then we being very hypocrite about it. I get it now.
Exactly. So yeah, where do you get the idea of a so when the ether is presented as a toroidal configuration analogous to a ring magnet, and there's no evidence for it, and then at the same time a flower of life is offered as a depiction of this, which is not analogous at all, it's like, what are you trying to show me, dude? You're gonna look crazy, bro. So please, Witsit, knock that shit off, all right, man? Love you, buddy. Please come back to Earth. Not discounting what the ether might potentially be either. Dayton Miller was legendary for running 5.2 million demonstrations of the ether phenomenon. And there's a whole body of work that has taken place before and since then. And it's worth looking into. But I would be very, very careful selling it. very careful. The people that try to sell it are retired PhD astrophysics professors from Princeton University. They know how to talk about it. You don't. So be careful. I got to get back to work, got some more spreadsheets to knock out, and then I'm done for the day. I'll be listening, and if I have to pop in to smack a Glober with my Amish troll hammer, I might have to do that too.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. You take care.
Roger, Kimbo, nice talking to you, man.
Bye, bro.
Yep, see you too.
Same, take care.
And Django and everybody else out there in YouTube land.
It's not easy being a flat earther, guys. So DJ, check out that movie when you get a chance, brother.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out tonight before I go to bed.
Yeah, we well, my wife co-worker told her to watch that movie, so we watched together. And while we watching it, I'm like, "Yep, there you go. That's us, flat earthers."
Looking forward to it.
I mean, I hope that in our lifetime we be able to I mean, not just flat earthers, but all of us here on Earth, right? I hope that everybody will find out the Earth is flat, stationary. I just want to see their reaction one day, and just the government say, "Look, we've been lying to you." I just want to see the look at their faces.
Kind of like that look that I just posted in the chat there, the bottom right.
I think when that time comes, I don't think that they. I think some of them still like, no, there gotta be a reason why they told us that the Earth is flat. It gotta be a reason. It's still a ball.
Yeah, they'll become the new conspiracy theorists. They'll be like, the government's lying to us all. It's a ball. We're all in on it.
Yeah. I mean, if you actually think about it, the globe is the conspiracy, right?
Exactly.
Because the flat Earth,
Yeah.
it's the logical standpoint that we can observe, we can talk about it, we can measure it, right? We can feel it, we can touch it, right? Our Earth here, but the globe is the conspiracy, right? You can't see the curve, you can't touch the curve, you can't measure the curve, but it's there. So it's actually the opposite, you know. But they think we are the conspiracy theorists, right?
Exactly.
But it's pretty ironic that it's the opposite.
Man, it's literally as silly as like me and someone else standing there looking at a cow. And I'm saying, look, bro, there's a cow. And they're like, that's not a cow. Like, you have to prove to me that that's a cow. You're like, but it's a cow. Look at it. It's right there. And they're like, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's like, it's just as equally silly as that. Like, we're just calling out our base reality that's like blatantly obvious. You know, just look at the water, measure the water. It's flat at the surface. They're like, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's like, what?
Right. I gotta look at that paper today. Hey, maybe if you have some time, you're gonna be a little free later. You wanna look at that paper later about the, I think it was gravitational constant or lensing, one of those.
Yeah, it's pretty late here. I'm gonna go to bed soon, but DM me the paper when you're gonna go over it, and I'll have a look through it.
Yeah, cool. Oh, maybe. Well, so if you're gonna go sleep like soon, right? Well, over here right now, what? It's 12 o'clock, about to be 12 o'clock. I gotta get going too, but I'll be in here, just listening. But I gotta get going. Gotta drop off the lunch for my wife, and then come back. I'm gonna look into that paper. Got some time today, so. But I'm gonna
Sound
send it
like
to you
fun.
when I.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think I gotta make it a challenge each day. Wait, maybe I gotta read at least 2-3 topics a week. I gotta go through it. I gotta make time for it. Gotta challenge myself. Get some rest, DJ. I know it's late for you over there. Get some rest.
Yeah, I still got a bunch of work to do before I can go to bed. I've been staying up most of the night and sleeping in late. It's a bad habit. Got to try to fix that up tonight.
Yeah, it be like that sometime, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
my body clock all messed up.
yeah, it be like that. I used to stay up and trying to get my project right ready, and I used to stay up like till like 5, 6 in the morning, go sleep a couple hours, and then go to work. Yeah, those days are over for me.
Yeah, it's an easy routine to fall into for me, you know, when I'm working online and don't really have any set work hours. Easy for me to stay up too late one night and then not be able to sleep the next night and then staying up too late again. Then all of a sudden your whole body clock's all messed up.
Feel you, bro.
Personally,
What
I like
works for
getting
you,
up
bro?
nice and early. What works for me is getting up at like 5 or 6 in the morning and starting my day like that. Go to bed nice and early, but that never seems to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I've been waking up pretty early myself, right? Even I go to sleep late, I'm still gonna have to wake up because I got stuff to do, right? So I got the every morning routines, right? Whether I want to wake up or not, I gotta wake up. So
Yeah, that helps. I mean, when I was working, you know, a regular job, I had the same sort of thing. You know, I had to get up at 6 o'clock every morning. I had no choice in the matter. But now I don't have to. So it's all about motivation now.
yeah. Or someday you like when you're so tired, you don't want to wake up, and someday that you get that one free day, sometimes you just sleep almost throughout the whole day because your body's so tired.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's normal. One thing I can tell you, man, people in the city, they drive crazy.
Man, you should see how people drive it here in Sri Lanka. This is a whole different level of crazy.
Oh, I'm familiar, bro.
Oh yeah, you would be.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I used to live in Cambodia, so yeah, we drive crazy
The
too,
same
man.
thing. Man, the buses around here are absolute nutcases. Like they get on this stuff called betel nut. They chew it. It's like this red stuff. Maybe you know what it is. It like makes them like it's kind of like coffee, but coffee mixed with friggin' meth or something. The effect, and they just drive like maniacs. They'll go like 80 kilometers an hour straight through the main street of the town, beeping their horn like crazy. They're constantly on the wrong side of the road. Like literally about a month ago, I was talking to the Sri Lankan guy down at the corner store here, and he showed me a video. He's like, "Hey, have a look at this," and I had no idea what he was about to show me. And he shows me his phone, and it's just out the front here at the intersection, and this bus, his sister, it's like 50-something-year-old lady, maybe 60. She's just walking across the road, and the bus just turns around the corner and just completely crushes her to death. And I'm like,
Oh,
when did that happen? I'm like, that's crazy. He's like, it just happened like on Friday. I'm like, what? And then
What?
I like walked across the section of road. It's like a few days later, I walked across that section of road and there's like literally like blood all over the road still. Freaking
Oh my
insane
god.
here. Yeah, crazy. You got to be so careful just walking across the road here. Like these crazy buses come out from everywhere.
Right. I think it like stuff like that would affect you, man. I seen something like that when I was back in Cambodia. I was about maybe 9 or 10 years old. Just walking around, the main street, right? They have that one main street right there. People travel a lot, and it's that road, right? It curves a little bit, right? And a lot of time, like drivers, right? Like people in the truck or in a car or whatever, they tend to drive fast, and then they kind of forgot when they get to that spot, they trying to slow down. It's already too late, right? So one of the car hit somebody was on a moped, right? And that person flew and dropped back to the ground. All you hear is like a watermelon, bah! Right, like that, bro. And I saw that happen. That scars me for life.
Yeah,
It messed me
absolutely.
up.
It's horrible to see. Even
I
hearing like where I am now is where
mm,
the main place where the tsunami hit, and hearing some of the stories about the tsunami here is just crazy. Like we went to the tsunami museum just down the road, and they show you a big wall with all these photos, and it's just like bodies, like these big bloated bodies filled with water just everywhere in the trees. Just everywhere. It's just all these like decaying like bodies that are like swollen up like balloons. The craziest thing. And our Sri Lankan landlord here, he saw it all firsthand, and he said it was crazy. Like even this house that we're in right now, like it got smashed by the tsunami. He was showing us where there was a big boat like right next to like our bedroom window, and how high the water got, and how his sister was just able to run to safety. Real crazy event. Stuff that
right.
definitely scars you for life.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know the tsunami hit Sri Lanka like
Oh
that.
yeah, like just down the road from here, there was a
Hmm.
train. Like the trains here fill up to the point where like there's literally no room in the whole train. Like the whole train's just packed with people. You can't even move. So this train was going along when the tsunami happened, and there was no way at the time of them contacting this train and telling them that it was coming. And then all of a sudden, this giant tsunami wave just demolished the whole train, and nobody, like literally, like there was thousands of people in the train. They all died. I think like two people survived, like some little kid miraculously survived, and some lady, but
That's crazy.
everyone else. Yeah, and they've still got the train just down in the museum there. Like you can see the actual train. Um,
Wow.
yeah, and it's real trippy when you're riding along in the train, and you think, it was just a nice normal day. Nobody had a clue what was coming. They're just cruising along in the train like we are, and all of a sudden this giant freaking 3 meter, 4 meter wall of water just comes in and destroys everything.
Wow. That's crazy, brother.
Yeah, I remember I was in Thailand, and I was getting a message from some like old Thai lady on the beach, and I was
Mm.
asking her about this, and she told me that like it was a beautiful day. It was like blue sky, crystal clear water, everything was perfect. And she told me it was a day just like today. She kept telling me we had no idea what was coming. She's like, I was right here giving someone a message just like this. She's like, it just came out of nowhere. Like we had no time. She's like, my friends all died. She's like, I rented that building just over there and just made it out alive. Crazy stories.
Yeah, what year was that? I remember when the tsunami hit Thailand. They made a movie about
Yeah,
that too.
2004. I have a documentary about it on my YouTube channel, which is done pretty well. And yeah, researching that, man, I got to see so much crazy footage, and some of the footage in my video is like insane. Just like the giant waves hitting the beach. in the resorts and people filming out the windows of the resorts. It's really insane stuff.
Right. I check it. I haven't get a chance to check out your channel. I'm gonna check out your channel today. Like
Oh,
when I get
have a
some
look
time
at the
after.
tsunami documentary. That's
How much dirt?
got some good footage in it.
We should do some mathematics on how much dirt it takes to hold the whole ocean back, right? So if the whole ocean is in like a mud puddle, and that, like, just think of a big ocean-sized mud puddle, right? And the dirt comes up out of the because dirt's higher than the water, right? In every mud puddle we've ever experienced in our life. So think about a big mud puddle being the ocean, blowing back, blowing forth, whatever. Like you got an oscillating fan, it's doing its thing. How much edge of dirt do you need to hold back all that water that's moving to stop and go right back, to stop and go right back? So if you think about it, no matter whose coastline we're at, it's a little bitty coastline because that portion of the ocean starts at 0 inches to a billionth of an inch, and so on and so on and so on until you get to the depth of the ocean, right? From where it rides up along the beach to where you walk down into the until it gets deeper and deeper and deeper, right? Because it starts on your feet, and then it builds up gradually. So how in the hell can that little bit amount of dirt right there that's just at the beach stop the whole ocean if the ocean is higher than the water? And if we put water higher than any surface, it's going to try to seek its equilibrium. It's going to try to find horizontal. So how come the ocean can't find its horizontal in their model? Like, yeah, it's weird, man. When you think about it, parts of the ocean are only a foot deep, 10 foot deep, 1,000 foot deep. Then you got 7 miles, right? What's the average between 0-foot ocean and 7 miles? What's the average number we could use? For the depth of the ocean, what's the number we could use? Like an average. Yeah, there's no average. There's no such thing.
Try and turn, man.
It's like saying if I put a curb of sand will stop the whole ocean from going past this point. Take away the big tsunamis or some crazy shit.
It says on Google the average depth of the ocean is 12,000 feet. That's crazy.
That's not mathematically possible.
Probably not.
That's what it says for real.
Yeah, because think about a lake. It's got its high point at 20 feet, right? Just imagine, and then it's got all the coast around it. It's got one depth of the lowest point, which would be 20 feet. Then it's got all the coastline where the water sits there at 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, 5. So there's more of a gradual from an inch to the fucking that doesn't make no sense. I don't think so. The whole radius, the whole circumference of the water has to be like shallow as fuck. And the radius is bigger than the section in the middle that might be just deep. I don't know, it's weird. I mean, the whole the whole 360, the whole body of water, the whole edge, basically, I'm trying to fucking say, man. It's not really 360 or anything. It's not a shape. It's not a...
12,000 feet. Isn't that weird?
I watched the movie Waterworld yesterday, and an interesting movie.
Oh yeah, they had to go down and get poop and bring it up and hope it floated. Like, we're gonna build on this floating poop land. Well, do you know, like, a lot of scientists can't figure out how the jungles were made, right? And then they tell you that all the jungle people are the ones that planted everything in that motherfucker, right? That's their conclusion, because they had to get started by poop and people eating stuff and migrating and eating and migrating and eating and migrating and eating and migrating and pooping out the seeds or taking the plant with them and using the stuff and taking it, and yeah, from one place to another. Same way when a bird eats fruits and it poops over any kind of body of water or mud or dirt, and that seed that drops out of it that didn't break down in the animal will grow. You just fertilized it. You just warmed it up, incubated it, and fertilized it all in like one day. Yeah, so think about mountains. When they say how mountains form, right? If the sea erodes shit and tectonic plates crack the ground to where it opens up big holes and you have a canyon, right? Now, it would take a crazy canyon for a long time to form a mountain, right? An earthquake would have to happen in a circle and drop away the land everywhere and leave some there, like a pile. I've never seen that. So, have we seen a tectonic plate from scratch? Like, start a hill and then just keep making a planet? A tectonic plate? Or have we seen volcanoes erupt and the magma and lava or whatever the fuck that is, it comes up, settles, and cools, and the ratio and the differential and the rate at which it cools, and how, what extreme or not, it all comes into play on what material is produced, the rate of cooling. Like that we know, right? Volcanoes produce land. So if people didn't make a mountain, something wrong. People had to make the mountains. All the mountains, and people are like, oh, we're going to make the biggest building. Oh, we've got the pyramid so big. No, we made mountains, brother. All the mountains, man made those. Those are mounds. Mound-tains. Mound to contain. A container, a mountain, a reactor, a power source, thermo, all of it. It's a mountain. Control the temperature with it, because back in the day they used to be able to freeze shit. Just in the way they'd have like an air duct coming in, forced down, expanded, and then they'd have two or three holes at the very top of their thing, sealed all the way except for those, and all the heat would be forced out the top while the cool air would freeze the stuff. Crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, the mark. I think going back to your um, like your observation and your measurement that you said it. I think that's also a great idea, right? If you use a drone, right, and then you um, if there's a way, because I don't know how to. I never had a drone before, so I don't know, right? But if you can lock how high it is, right? Let's say the elevation, maybe like 10 foot above the water, right? And then you're trying to basically travel to at least first do 10 miles and just kept going 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, right? And just to see, right, if, and basically What else did you say? You said you should tie something down to should you tie something to the drone and then keep dropping it, or you just gonna keep dropping it without tying anything down? If I remember correctly.
He was saying like if you get the drone close to the surface of the water and you just have it go like in a straight line, it basically hit the water. If the Earth's curved between point A and point B, there should be a certain amount of curvature. If you send that drone in a straight line, then technically the drone should hit the water.
Yeah, so basically just drive horizontal, right? Above the water, right? After maybe after 1 mile, we'll drop 8 inches. After 2 miles, the list goes on, whatever the measurement we have. Just to see, so if the drone gets wet, right? When we do the exact drop, just like the math, if the drone gets wet, that means we still on the flat Earth, right? But if the drone doesn't get wet and they keep getting higher and higher, right? So that means we live on a globe, right, Tabak? That's what you were saying?
Yeah, horizontal line, it would increase, yeah.
Because on the globe, right, when you go horizontally, right, on the globe above the water, that means your elevation will keep increasing after you fly certain miles, right? It will keep increasing because due to the curvature drop on the globe. But if you fly over water, like horizontal over water, and the elevation would never change. So I mean, it's the same thing, like just like the plane, right? Because after they maintain certain altitude, like the cruising altitude, whatever, they don't have to touch anything anymore. They just go horizontally, right? But if you live on a globe, you have to kind of dip the nose down or the face down to account for the curvature. Because if you fly straight on a globe, you might be in outer space after an hour or two. Because the radius is only like 3,000, right? Yeah, 3,959 miles. So
yeah, if you flew a rocket and you could pick your spot, you don't have to fly from where our feet are, where we say, okay, that's the top spot.
say again, bro. I didn't hear you clearly.
Yeah, you just fly in a horizontal line. The helium balloon would win every time, no matter whether you got a rocket, a plane, a jet, a tank, a boat, a gun. Doesn't matter what you shoot horizontally or what you fly. Yeah, the horizontal thing, and actually in like 33 seconds should be, if it's like a missile or something, or like a rocket, it should only take like 33 seconds to a minute to get past the curvature of Earth. I mean, or to increase in elevation. No more than 33 seconds is what I'm trying to say. So once you shoot that thing horizontal or start flying something horizontal, if it flies horizontally for 33 seconds, past 33 seconds, or a minute, or 30 minutes, you should see the water, when the guy's looking at it from a side view while I'm flying the drone forward, he should see the topography of the land drop away from this drone. It shouldn't be magic. It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be a whole bunch of guys not knowing what the hell they're talking about, just making up catchphrase Jones buzzwords. The dude said that if a pyramid, but this is the funniest part, it's true. If a pyramid was on a ball, the side of the pyramid would look horizontal to you.
Okay. Still no curve, dog. Yeah, Manu just here to gather information. It's all good, bro. Mark, are you busy in like 10, 15 minutes?
Hey, anybody listening?
What'd you say, Mark?
Oh, I was wondering if anyone was still listening.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just came back, brother. Sorry.
No, it's good. I wanted to ask you guys what the uniform response should be when these clowns start asking us about satellites. I've had it happen today already, and I don't know. I'm going with that. There's something up there, relaying signals to towers, I would imagine, but they think you're an idiot when you say it. They think you're nuts. So I was wondering if there's a better response that we should all be coming up with for that particular question.
I mean, I think that there's I'm not denying the technology that we have as far as like satellite technology, right? we know there's aircraft, drones, satellite on balloons, like planes, whatever up there, right? But what we disagree on is this, right? They claim that it's in outer space, right, in the vacuum of space, orbiting the Earth, right? That's where we disagree on. But as far as just technology, yeah, sure, yeah, they're flying up there, right? But they claim that it's in outer space, when they can't prove the outer space.
Wait, is it outer space or low orbit, or is that basically the same thing then?
Well, the low. Okay, so let me look it up real quick, right? Because the low Earth orbit, it's also, I guess, it's also part of the vacuum.
Orbit's everywhere. You can walk in orbit around the Earth. If you give me enough peanut butter and jellies, you give me enough peanut butter and jellies with my sneakers, I can orbit the Earth.
So is the well, they claim that they put these satellites and where the ISS is, right? It's in the vacuum of space, right? It's still, even in low Earth orbit, they call it thermosphere. If I'm correct about this, it's past the common line, a little bit above the common line.
On the Kármán line, space, where the vacuum is strongest, the thermosphere, yeah.
So yeah,
so it's in the vacuum.
The troposphere, the thermosphere, the endoscopic sphere.
Yeah, because remember, they do spacewalk outside the ISS, the space station, over and over again. So obviously, even they don't verbally say, "Oh, that is in a vacuum," right? But they show us that, yeah, it only possible if it's in the vacuum. So I guess the thermosphere also part of the vacuum past the common line. Look, I have a site. Like, let me cite it for you real quick because I looked it up the other day too.
You also need to remind them that 99% of all communications are done via undersea cables. They can't provide any photos or verification that these satellites are where they say they are. Like, we all agree there's technology in the sky, but they have to prove that you can have a vacuum next to a gas pressurized system and all that sort of thing first. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean I gotta prove that owl's not in space? What are you trying to say? You're trying to say my owl isn't 250 miles above the Earth orbiting?
Exactly.
Well, they do say that they can track the ISS, right? And then they say they can track where it's at, I guess, on the computer, and then they can get out their telescope and actually look at it. This is what they're saying.
But they can't track a bird?
Yeah, exactly. Or the MH370 plane that fucking they lost in 2014. Yeah.
Oh, the Malaysian flight?
Yeah. Did you see the shit Ashton Forbes is uncovering on that?
Brother, that's not the only thing they couldn't find. They've lost tanks, nukes, atomic bombs. Brother, our government has lost so much shit. And it's supposed to be expensive government shit with radar trackers on the stuff. Like, why? Who makes tanks and doesn't know where they're at? Atomic bombs.
Clowns.
Right. Oh, we can track this fucking. What about those 3 bombs you missed? What about that telemetry you lost? What about the chalkboard you can't write on no more? The math you lost, doing an equation. Isn't that weird? Doing a plus and all the math they have for the radius of the Earth is the fucking telemetry. Are they okay? Does somebody need to put a cold rag on their head and put a thermometer in their butt? I think they're sick.
Yeah, that was the last straw for me. Last straw with the moon landing for my ass. Unbelievable. Anybody who swallows that shit down.
And see, that's the crazy thing too. If they really can do whatever they can do, if they could do it, we wouldn't know about it. We actually wouldn't know what they were doing. They actually would have it kept secret. And that's the funny part about people saying, "Oh, this and this and this and this." No, motherfucker. There's a lot of secrets the government has right now. None of the globe dudes that think they know what the fuck they're talking about can go get the answer to or go find out the answer, the secret. So if all these secrets are like leaked, no matter, you know what I mean, and you understand what I'm saying? Like the government can keep a secret if they need to, very carefully. But certain things, they're not. It's not like that. So once everybody's standing outside and we can see fucking reality, all the government's doing is being lying ass bitches and lying about reality. That's it. And they build a fucking foundation on it. So strong.
Yeah. So inversion. Look in the chat. I just posted, right. So these are supposed to be the layers. So basically, the thermosphere. They claim that's where the ISS and space shuttle. You know. And I think that pass 62 miles above the common line, right? But if you read what it says there too, right, and the thermosphere, if you look at it, right, so the temperature is the upper thermosphere can range from about 932 Fahrenheit all the way up to 3,632 Fahrenheit or higher. So they claim that these um, materials that they use to build these satellite or whatever, right, can handle this type of environment. But if you look at the melting point of these material, that we checked it the other day, right? Me and the Mark and maybe a couple other guys, we checked it, right? I think it was only a couple hundred Fahrenheit. So, but this is another crazy claim that they claim, right? Um, the melting point is only a couple hundred Fahrenheit, but the temperature
I
up
think
there.
I think their response to that is that because there's no atmosphere up there, the heat doesn't affect the satellites. It's just because it doesn't have a medium to heat up something. Heat
Yeah,
up
how
the
convenient, right?
yeah, some bullshit like that. So they know it's that heat, but that heat isn't doesn't act anything like that heat would act on Earth. That's like their excuse. You can have a Tesla in space.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody said it. There's not enough molecules up there. Since it's a vacuum. So how the hell does rocket works, right? Every molecule that shoot out that back um the back of these rockets, right? They wouldn't be able to catch up with each other, right?
Yeah, there's no way rockets can work in a vacuum. You know, have you seen the video from the university professor? I think he's also a mechanical engineer, giving a talk about how rockets can't work in outer space.
I'm not sure. Maybe I've seen a couple before. I think Brian Mullen was one of the one that he broke everything down. Really good too. That was one of the guy.
Yeah,
But
he's good.
But I also seen a demonstration how if you're trying to light up a matches whatever in like a small vacuum chamber, like it would not ignite. Is he a flat earther?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not that I have no idea, to be honest.
I'm gonna have to check that out later. I'm gonna save
It's
the
good.
link though.
It's not a long video. It's definitely worth watching. I think I've got a good GIF here that shows, like if you ask a Globie to demonstrate a rocket in a vacuum, they usually will post one of like 2 or 3 videos that actually exist of people trying it. And the main one they post, I have a good slow motion version of it where you can see that it's just because the flame from the rocket is hitting the, the side of the vacuum. Whereas if you look at it at normal speed, just with like normally, it looks like it does propel in the vacuum. But if you slow it down, I think they changed the exposure levels. You can literally see like the heat hit the side of the container. Just try to find it.
You know all these so-called Wikipedia, right? You know, like let's say, right? They made or they put in the Wikipedia like maybe even 10 years ago. They can go back to edit it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can go back to edit it.
Yeah.
So the information keep changing, right? Or they add more details to fit their model.
Oh, absolutely. Like even it'll update, like Globebusters will do an episode about a particular topic, and literally like a few days later, the Wikipedia will update, counter whatever they said, to explain whatever they said away.
Same thing on Google too, bro. Like this information, I think I checked it out before. I don't remember exactly what it was. I checked it out a long time ago, right? And so basically the answer was like, where's some weak ass answer, right? And I went back and checked something else, right? Like a couple months ago, and I went back, and if you look at the date when they published whatever the answer, it was 2023. So they just updated the information again, just to basically go around the arguments, right? Because a lot of us came out and exposed that their explanation doesn't make any sense. So they have to re-update it over and over and over again.
Yep. That's the globe model for you. As soon as something doesn't work, they
It
update
just
the
showed the
math.
globe again.
Kembo, help me
Showing
with
about
that.
trains. Showing about all these trains, right? And how they built the railroads all the way across, all the way down. And it's showing them build it like live on an animation. And you should see how horizontal this motherfucking thing is forever.
Yeah, just check it out, bro. Thank you.
Those trains are horizontal forever, dude. They're awesome. And you can see everything in the background as it goes forward, like the whole mountain, everything. Trains across the plains. So not only is 70% of all water, I mean, all the water is horizontal at rest, but I'm saying, so 70% water, right? But then what about all the flat dirt and flat states and flat places and flat countries and flat?
What's up, Soul?
Hey mate, how you doing?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright, just chilling.
Cool, cool. Well, welcome, bro. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Discord, my friend.
Thank you very much.
I mean, do you have any opinion about this topic, my friend?
I'm not a flat earther, but I'm not really a debater or knowledgeable enough to really partake in any of the debates that go on this topic.
I mean, sure, yeah. To be honest, we're not debating anything at the moment. We're just, sharing information, and talk about where we live, things we can
Sure.
prove, things we cannot prove. So,
Yeah, I much rather go about that way because there's so many times, not really with just the flat earth stuff, but if I go on a chat and someone asks, what my religion is or whatnot, it's so easy for someone to try and force you into a debate when you'd rather just have a discussion. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, we're not doing that here, bro. Just here to share information. Like, if whatever you believe, you know what I mean. And, like, let's say, right, do you believe in a spinning ball? What make you believe that you're on a spinning ball when your experience tells you that you're not?
Yeah.
Just things like that. That's all, bro. The Earth is motionless, just like it's appear. It's not rotating. It's not wobbling, tilting. Right? We don't
So
see
you
any
so you
curvature.
just believe the Earth doesn't spin?
I mean, I don't believe that the Earth doesn't spin. I experience that the
Sure.
Earth doesn't spin, my friend. It's you experience the same thing too, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Yeah. And that's the
That's
reason
interesting.
why. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that was interesting. I didn't even really think about that. So, what's you guys' is like sort of hypothesis slash conclusion about the day and night cycle? Do you believe that like the sun and moon goes over us and like under us, or
Well, we don't believe in that the Earth is. I mean, the distance from the Earth to the Sun is 93 million miles away, right? Um, we think that the Sun, it's the local sun, right? It travel above us, illuminate certain part of the Earth, and then it goes away, and then it come back, right? But I mean, if you look at information from anti-flat earthers, right, they show you that the sun is above the flat Earth, right, like a flat disc in space, right? That's not flat Earth. When we say the Earth is flat, we just talking about the surface of the Earth. That's it, right? It's not a third flat rock from the sun or in outer space or anything.
so do you
So
imagine like the Earth is like a plate with like land protruding from the top of it?
um, I'm gonna okay. I mean, you asking this is not a model and thing because we don't claim any models.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we don't claim any model. Um, oh, we're not making any crazy claim. Period. We just basically sharing our experience. But I want to post something for you so you can see, get an idea, right? What's up, Ruth? Welcome back. And I got too many files now. Like I'm trying to find that one. Hold on. Go ahead. Go for it, man. If you have any other question,
No,
go for it.
because what I imagined that you guys imagine the Earth looks like was like probably the photo that anti-globalist sent. Like probably similar to the third photo, but obviously like not the land being a flat plane. You know, probably like coming out of the Earth. You know, because of mountains
Yeah,
and
so
land in general.
in that post, that's basically like an example of what we don't claim. But you can
Okay.
like, if you want to try to picture it in your head, like you could picture the known area of Earth, or like a large lake with the continents being like islands within that lake, and the surface of the body of water of the world ocean basically as measurably flat at the surface, and water needing a container. So when we're talking about a flat Earth, we're not comparing a shape like to a globe. We're not claiming a flat planet. We're just claiming that large bodies of water, when at rest, measure flat at the surface, just like they appear to us in our everyday life. So yeah, the outside, like the shoreline, basically of the lake, and the ground beneath it is what's containing the water. You know, we all be able to agree that
So
water needs a
more
container.
like a
The dirt
not a
comes
cup, but
above
like
the
a
water.
bowl.
Yeah, cup or bowl, however you want to put that. Now, on the globe model, you don't need a cup or bowl of dirt. You're supposed to have the water stacked on the surface. Have we ever seen this? Do you understand the difference between the two models?
I guess.
Okay, so on a flat plane, we got a sandbox and we just halfway fill it with water. Some of the sand's going to come up, some of it isn't, just like he showed you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be held by dirt. Not a magic catchphrase word, not imagination, and nowhere would be able to see any catchphrases of water sticking to the sides of anything or curving around and under and sticking to it. So on flat Earth, the water is held by the dirt, just like we described, like a cup, a bowl, and the dirt's higher than the water. Now on a globe, the water is higher than the dirt. Do you understand that? Like, so
Yeah.
big 8-foot tall ocean up in the air somewhere where you can walk to the bottom of it and not get wet. I mean, if we could, you know. So the globe model is pretty weird, and I don't think anybody can even find it. I mean, have you ever seen a mud puddle above the dirt, brother? I've never seen it. How about a pond? Pond?
Yeah, I've seen a pond. Everyone's seen a pond.
Above the dirt, where the water's above the dirt.
I'm confused.
We're looking for curved. Yeah, we're looking for curved water that goes higher than the land. Water is supposed to be held.
Yeah, my friend,
if I had a cue ball.
imagine a puddle. Imagine a puddle. He's asking you to imagine where the puddle is reversed and the water is the shore.
Exactly. That's the globe model.
Okay.
Yeah, a big cue ball with water on the outside of it and then air. It's not water inside dirt and then air. No, on the globe model, it's dirt, then air, water on the outside of that, like a meniscus, like a big bubble water, like a wall. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, where can we see that in reality?
We don't.
Okay. Exhibit A.
So basically, he's saying that water, like on our natural world, what we can observe, what we can see, what we can test, is that water needs to be contained. right? Bodies of water, like from a cup to swimming pool to a lake, right? There's always going to be a shore around it to contain it, right? And surface of water always going to be horizontal at rest,
Mm-hmm.
right? But on a globe model, it's basically it's outside the ball, right? It's wobbling, tilting, spinning in a crazy speed, right? And it doesn't make sense from our reality. You experience the same thing like we do, right? But they told you like, no, listen, don't trust yourself. That's not what you seeing. You might feel that way, but it's actually spinning, wobbling, tilting. So basically, they tell you don't trust your senses, right? You're not that smart enough to figure out that the Earth is spinning, moving, and tilting. We, the expert, we tell you this, so you should believe us. So basically, in another word, this whole heliocentric model, it's based on belief. Now, if you want to believe in that, that's cool. That's on you. But we just wanted to share information. Look, man, what they told us about our reality, it's contrary from our common sense. That's all.
Okay. So is there like a theory as to why there would be such a like widespread lie about something that's
Lie about
relatively
what?
like well
Who's lying
the
about
shape of
mud
the Earth?
puddles? You tell me who's lying and telling you
No,
mud puddles are flipped upside
no,
down.
no.
Who's telling you that?
I'm curious as to like what the reason would be for like some sort of hierarchy to be telling us that the Earth is the shape
Who's
that it is,
lying to
and
you? Hold on. Who's lying to you, brother? So do you think you're
well,
lying to us right now?
scientists and
Oh, no,
no,
stop.
I'm
You're a
okay.
guy that believes the globe. You believe the scientists, so you're the same as them. You're no different, correct? Do you think that we
Okay,
think you're lying to us now when we discuss it with you? We don't think you're lying. So who do you think is lying to you, brother? Tell us.
I'm confused. So
No,
I'm confused.
what he's saying is this, right? Not everybody's lying, right? We just believe. Um, Everybody just believe the mainstream, right? Like you and
mhm,
I used to you believe in it right now. I used to believe in it. The Mock used to believe it. Root used to believe in it, right? DJ the same thing, right? We all used to believe in it, but some of us, had the courage to basically challenge the narrative, right? By trying to prove the globe in the first place. That's why we, became a flat earther, right? And
okay,
I hate to use that term. Sometimes it sounds awful, right? Like, what the hell is a flat
Something
earther? If
happened?
you actually hear what the mainstream say, they anti-science, they religious, they a bunch of dummies, retards, whatever, right?
mhm,
Yeah, sometimes I don't like to use that term, but hey, we here now, so it is what it is. But we
yeah,
used to believe in that at one point, and I encourage
What
people to
happened?
look
What
into the information.
the hell?
Don't take our words for it either. When just do your own research, come to your own conclusion. Now, we don't claim to know everything, right? Because it's hard to know everything. Nobody knows everything. So, um, but the best things to do, man, if anything, try to prove to yourself, right? To see if you live on a spinning globe, just like what they claim.
yeah,
Okay, so yeah, so nobody thinks you're lying. So, like, I mean, so if we don't think you're lying, and any guy that came in here, or any lady, or whoever came in here asking us about stuff or talking to us, we don't think they're lying. So, I mean, like, a lot of people just believe or have some type of religion that they just believe really good. I mean, I don't think they're lying about their belief, right?
yeah,
They just don't have any proof. What they hope for, they're just hopers and dreamers. They hope you have some evidence that they can't get. They hope some guy in some magic secret room like David Copperglober field can magically produce stuff that they can't and no other human can. So they think there's some alien human in a lab somewhere, some science guy with super arms and super fingers and a super brain. It's like doing stuff you can't and figuring out, well, how do you get the math from that? How do you get the math from gravity starting from scratch and making stuff? Where did you see material coalesce from scratch and make stuff?
Mm.
Like where do you see atoms from scratch? How can you put together a molecule or a proton or a neutron? How can you go test a photon? See, all these guys, you got to sit outside a secret room and then go to sleep like a bum and wait for your whole life. And then you got to knock on the door. Please open the door and give us some news. Tell us our reality, good sir. I'm your cartoon neighbor. Can we see what you're doing in there? No? Oh, it's so dangerous. It's too big. It's too much. Do you understand the size? Do you understand the scale? Do you understand someone can't demonstrate what they're fighting about?
You're breaking up. You robotic, bro.
Because if you can't
You robotic.
do it, then don't believe Bob or Sue can do it either. Because I got hands. You got hands. Any job you go to do what you can, what they're doing, and walk up and say, teach me to do what you're doing right now. You can't do that. I'll be a Muslim.
You're roboting, man.
The Mark, you gotta fix your satellite, bro.
Fuck. Why? Just saying, it's
Yeah,
all
so
magic.
That's better. That's better, Denmark.
Yeah, it's all magic. You have to get magic from the magic lab and wait for the magic guy as you sleep outside the magic lab like a bum and wait as like a human or a glober to get the information off a cartoon because you can't physically prove any of it. So you got to wait for their cartoons to come out, right? So you go out and print them. Hope because if I'm sitting there making my money and feeding my family and you're just a goofball outside my door asking for more cartoons, I'm going to feed them to you for millions of dollars like they do. The fuck? I'm not going to go stand on the corner and ask for 10 cents. I know that. If I'm a liar and a person of, no integrity. So what does a scientist get when they tell you a lie? They tell the whole public a lie, something that's supposed to be illegal on the terms and services of every communicative fucking process, right? You're not supposed to slander and lie and tell lies and shit that you can't prove, right? But what's NASA do every day, all day? Every bit of information they bring you is a fucking lie, and they can't prove any of it. Who do we sue? Who are we suing?
Do you have an idea as to why they're lying, though? Is it any other reason?
Who
Just
are we
the fact
suing,
that-
brother? Who are we suing for everything you can't prove? When a guy comes in with a nice suit and a lab coat on and some glasses and he's selling you a fucking Ferrari, and then when you get in the Ferrari, it's a turd, who do you sue? You can't sue them. How come you
Yeah,
can't sue these liars is the question, brother. If they are lying, how come you can't sue them? Because you can prove in a lab that they're not correct, that nothing they say makes any fucking sense in physical reality. Every day, all day, to a court. In a court of law, you can prove they're liars. Every fucking one of them. So now why do you like people that you can prove are wrong? Why are you believing it, is the question. Why would you believe somebody you and your little kid could prove wrong in 3 seconds? Einstein, Newton, every globe believer, every globe liar. See how that works? You can falsify things. Once you falsify it, that means it's not that no more. It's done and over with. But what you guys don't want to do is understand the concept that your shit's been falsified, disproven for a fact. You can do that. You can go out and prove it for a fact that water's not curving away from any horizontal line. ever, because you can't go measure it, because it's so big, but it's so small. Why is water lying to me? Why would the water lie to me and tell me lies? Brother, the water's not lying. It's telling you the fucking truth. It's lying horizontally flat. And if anybody points at that water and tells you it's curving, they got to show you where.
Yeah, Big Root. I saw you about to speak, but we didn't hear you, bro. You about to say something?
No, I was about to hot mic. If I leave the room and join back, it makes me hot mic, so I just turn myself off. How you doing, bro? You good though?
Yes, sir. I'm good. Welcome. We also have
Yeah,
another
me,
person join. Country Boss.
No, I hate it when I do whatever. Not really hot mic, but it like messes up. I hate that.
Would have changed, but they're just encouraging hot micing right now.
Do you guys like the hot mic?
No, I just don't understand why people think that water's lying to them in a horizontal they buy at the hardware store. Well, how's that lying to you, brother? Your eyes are. Yeah, how does water lie to you? You look at the moon and the stars, you're like, you liars. You be lying to me all the time.
Water
Spheres
doesn't
nowhere.
lie.
Yeah, all the spheres we can't find in the jungle. All the spheres that don't exist anywhere out in the yard. All the spheres that aren't in the sand, that aren't anywhere. No, nature made spheres. What the hell?
There's no
They must be lying.
perfect square.
Oh, the non-nature made cubes must be lying to us too. Why would the dirt lie to you, Democ? Well, you see, the physics of dirt like to lie. Water likes to lie horizontally. So if you want to know why water lies, it's because that's what it do, baby. It lies and tells the truth at the same time. Check this conundrum out and put it in a rhyme.
Could be.
Yeah, water can lie horizontally flat at the same time and tell you the truth because you're not blind.
It can. It's a liquid.
Yeah, horizontally flat. Do you get it?
Yeah.
It doesn't stick on the side of the hill while it's not moving. With no flow, can you get into the groove, man?
No, I can't.
Blow. It's not moving, but it's flowing. Globe water.
I think those are some accusations.
Dude, globe water. Ever since the day I was born, pouring on mountains. What the hell they say it is on? It's supposed to sit and effing conform on a mountain and a hill in the back. It's got to conform on the curb and the canyon. As a matter of fact, where you see that? Where you see water conforming to dirt somewhere on the top?
Are you rapping?
Brother, are we not seeing water? Does water conform to hills? Go show us right now where you can pour water, maybe a gallon or 5, on top of a hill and it just sits there and conforms without flowing. Has to sit still. You know, gravity and all. PSI, right? It's holding that water down.
It's going down.
I mean, where do we have this at? Why would this water lie to you that it doesn't do this in front of your face? Why would the physics of reality be lying to you? That's the question. Are they lying to you? Is the physics of what water does in front of you and what every human can test till they die? They're not going to be able to test anything different. Not going to be able to make it do anything different.
No.
So what's real to you? And if some guy said in a lab, or real water, real physics. You guys think science is a bunch of guys asking if questions and saying catchphrase words.
No, that's
Gravity,
philosophy.
Coriolis, philosophy, religion, globe, curve religion. Stuff you can't touch is a religion. You can't touch a globe. Can't touch curve and water while it's at rest. That's a religion. That's the whole point that flat earthers are here for. We're pointing out you guys have a crazy religion that doesn't exist anywhere in reality. And when we point out this doesn't happen every time, 100% of the time, what you're claiming, who's the insane one to keep thinking something's going to happen that doesn't happen, or something different's going to happen?
You.
Then what? No, not me. You, the glober, the globe magician, who believes his globe
I'm not a
priest.
glober. Don't call
Globe
me that.
popes. Are you a pervert?
Yeah.
I don't know. If anybody can just go outside and demonstrate how water does what they claim it does on that little globe model in the classroom, when you see it real life, that'd be nice. Let's check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a real good show today. Yeah.
You know, this subject is very entertaining, right? Because we talk about our reality, what we can see, what we can prove with our
I mean,
observation,
what do you guys got?
without
What do you
measurement.
think? Instead of asking us crazy questions like why did your grandma lie and tell you Santa Claus was real, and why did they tell you the Easter Bunny's a real thing, why they have you watching Sesame Street and tell you those puppets are real things. I mean, why would Sesame Street lie to you, bro? Why would actors lie to you? You watch TV, why would the news lie to you when they have a script? Why would they lie? Why would their script say to lie to you on the news?
Because they don't like you.
So every news channel that's connected to who? Who pays the news?
The
Who controls
Jews.
the news? No, government, CIA, DOD, not a fucking Jew. That didn't make no sense. I don't even know how to draw a Jew to tell you what a fucking Jew is. That's crazy. That's just odd. So anyway, the government controls that, brother. The government controls the Department of Defense, meaning all information in and out, all sources of information in and out, all maps, all heights, all depths, all widths, all ideas of your imaginated area of your reality is sold or given to you on a cartoon by the DoD. The job of a CIA agent, if you go fill out an application, is to be a liar. Why is that? Why is that? Why is the job of a federal agent to be a liar on everybody and snitch on his own mama? Why is that? You tell me why the government fucking lies. Why wouldn't they? What's their job? Their only job the government has is to lie, cheat, kill, steal, and destroy. You tell me what else the government's done for you other than those 5 things. Lie, cheat, kill, steal, and destroy. Everything. Hello?
Hello.
Why do your teachers lie? When they open up a handbook and they're the coach and they act like they know all the science, and the same guy's wearing your fucking jogging pants teaching you how to run laps, then he goes and opens a science book and acts like he knows what the fuck he's talking about? Why would he lie? How come he's never touched any fucking science or lab in his life? How many of your science teachers you ever see do an experiment? Like go out and find what some shit is.
Don't know.
Yeah, snake deeper, bro. I know you've been here a couple days in a row already. If you would like, man, just open your microphone, have the discussion with us, man. Don't be a keyboard warrior, bro. If you like to talk to us, open your microphone. Just speak to us, man. Yep. So, Soul Shrine, bro.
Yo.
Yeah, man. I would uh, encourage you to look into this topic more, my friend. It's quite entertaining, and at the same time, you'll be able to learn something, right? And when the time comes, you can make your own decision, right? But
Yeah,
it just
I think the biggest, like, I guess why I have to this whole theory or debate is simply the idea of like what's the specific reason for such a, like, generally speaking, like an insignificant thought. Like, most people don't think about every day the shape of the earth, like, you know, unless it's your job. um like, why would it be such a big conspiracy around the shape of the earth?
well, then it going back to what you I think you're trying to ask to why would they lie to us, right? About just where we live or the shape of the earth, right? So first of all,
Yeah.
you gotta think about this. Why would they tell us the truth, right? That we can speculate about it, right? But trying to figure out why would they lie, I don't think that's gonna get us anywhere, right? So if you want to go into speculation, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe of course they got paid from the taxpayer, right? So for money, power, control, right? Possibly hide more land, right? And of course, they're trying to hide creator, I would say. It's because if you believe in this heliocentric model, you would believe in the Big Bang and evolution, right? That you came from nothing. You just a speck of dust flying in infinite vacuum of space. Um, you came from bacteria and monkeys, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that's why you have a lot of atheists, but you and I can just like just think about it, right? Do you really think we came from bacteria or monkeys? Accidental, right? Well, as far like deep down inside of me, I know I didn't come from that. I was intelligently designed by God, by Creator, just like you, right? But they told you no, you came from monkeys and bacteria and some accidental in the cosmos. So yeah, and again, trying to figure out like why would they lie? It's to me, it's not really important, right? But if you want proof for yourself, then you have to do some work, which is do your own research or go out there. You can go out there, you can measure over um, water to see if any drop over distant, right? To find if there's a curvature or not, right? Because because they gave us a specific dimension of this oblate spheroid, right? So it should have drop over distant after certain miles, right? And basically they also have the math too. they, they got the math for you. Let's just use the math, right? Basic geometry to test our reality, but there's a lot of people done the work already, right? You can go do it yourself too. You want to prove to yourself, right? There is no drop over distance, there's no curvature, right?
Yeah.
So logically I would just think, if there's no curvature, then what is it? If we don't live on a ball, then what is it?
Mm.
Right? And again, it's not the third flat planet from the sun, right? Whatever we see in the sky, it's just light in the sky, right? We can be honest with ourselves. But people who making claim, oh, it's like you're looking at the sky and you assume that, oh, Earth must be like that in the sky, right? There's no way to
Yeah.
prove it, right? Um, you know, because in the globe model, they tell you like, what is it? They tell that those places are like terra firma, or places you can go there, or burning gas ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't prove none of that. We can't prove none of that, and we have to take their word for it. But what we can prove is the surface of the Earth, right? If
Yeah.
if the Earth really curving, right, we should be able to measure it to detect it. But ironically, um, um, flight dynamic summary or document from NASA how they treat their aircraft, they assume that the aircraft is flying over non-rotating flat Earth, right? So if they live on a ball, why would they put in their documents over and over again that the Earth is flat, stationary, non-rotating? And that's the real question. Well, maybe it's because it's not a ball, it's not spinning, it's not wobbling, tilting. Maybe it's flat. Because if I parts of these so-called smart people, right? And we live on a spinning ball, I would state it that the aircraft is flying over the spinning ball Earth instead of fly over non-rotating flat Earth. Matter of fact, I have the documents for it. Let me give it to you. I'm gonna post in the chat for you so you can look at yourself. From NASA.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, what if we just flew into space and like Earth and like saw from out there, you know?
What'd you say, bro?
What if like we flew into like space and like we saw Earth from like out there, you know?
You say what if? So what if we can go out there and see the Earth, right? So you appeal to the future fallacy right now. What if?
Yeah, bro. Hold on, bro. Me and you tonight. Let's plan it, bro.
I'm sorry, you and me, what?
Me and you, we'll go tonight. Let's plan the trip, bro. I'm down. This enough of this bullshit.
Go where? Go where? Where do you want to go?
To space, bro. To space. Think big.
You're gonna
What's
ask
your
me to
plan?
go.
How are we gonna get there? Tell us your plan.
All right. So first, we gonna break into NASA, right? And then we gonna steal a spaceship, and we're gonna fly up there, and we'll see the Earth. We'll see if it's brown. Nah, bro. Trust it works. I've done it before.
No, you measure the water, brother. You get
He
a
would at that
horizontal
point
line
tell you that
from a
it's fake.
hardware store. You get a horizontal line from a hardware store. That's not fake. Nobody can tell you that. Then you go sit it across some water, make sure it floats, and show us the water curving away. That won't be fake. Nobody can say that.
Ah, bro.
Well, what you can say,
Because
if
water
I may.
doesn't care about your opinion. Water doesn't care about your feelings. I can go outside and use my water. You can use your water. If we're both on the globe, we're both going to do the same thing. Let's not fake ourselves out and call water a liar. Water can't lie.
Curvy water. It could be curvy water.
Water can't lie like humans do. Stop it.
Are you good?
I never
Humans are the only ones that make up lies.
Right, and I agree. That is totally true.
So why would anybody lie?
I
don't know.
Well,
It's
a
in their
really
name.
interesting thing about the whole, putting a line out. A really easy way to put out a line that doesn't lie as well is a laser. Flat Earth on several occasions has.
A light lies to you because it shows you rainbows.
Oh my god! God,
let's fucking lie some more.
Is this
Brother,
satire? I can't
all
tell.
you need is a brother. Stop shining flashlights at each other and playing fucking shadow games. We're not doing that.
Because it proves you wrong and you don't like that, so you're calling it a lie.
You can't, brother. Water curving away from a fucking horizontal. It proves itself. You don't need to shine flashlights at your buddies and lie to each other.
Does do, water does conform to a shape of a contain.
No, you lie.
Okay, so I'm noticing two things here. Every time I go to speak, you shut it down. Everything's a lie to me.
Yeah, you're shining a fucking flashlight and telling us it's not getting wider at the end. Stop being a liar.
I didn't even say that, but I do
Yeah,
appreciate.
you did. A laser is a flashlight. There's no difference.
And I said nothing about shouting water.
Okay, so what's light going to help you do when you know it's not going to help you?
May I speak without being interrupted for like
Can you
2
show us
seconds?
some water being fucking, speak all you want, but I'd like to see
that's
some
no.
water going away from the horizontal.
That is a no to my question, I see.
It's a definite. You can demonstrate all you want. That's a yes.
I can demonstrate. I could show you irrefutable proof, but something is wrong with your
That
dense
water's
fucking
curving
head. You
away from a
can't let me
horizontal.
speak. I'm trying to
Brother, you're
have
not
a
showing
conversation.
something that I asked for. How are
You're
you
not
going to walk
letting me.
into a courtroom and tell the judge what he wants for evidence? I don't think that's how it works, brother. I
Am
don't
I
think
alone
you tell somebody
here?
what their opinion is.
Can y'all hear this? Like, I'm trying to speak. I swear. I'm trying to
You're
have
trying to tell me
a
what I'm thinking.
conversation. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, man.
No, you're not. I asked you for water curving away from a horizontal line. That's all we need.
And
we don't need what you're
every
making
time
up.
I'm okay. So water curving.
Nothing you say convinces me but what I asked for. Do you understand? This is real simple.
This is why I never do this. Okay, water on a line.
Hold on. Let's take it in turns. Let's not try not to speak over each other.
I've
Go
been
ahead.
trying. I have been trying. Okay, so the water on a line thing, that's totally fair. Water that is conforming to the laws of physics will conform to a very specific set of behavior. One of the most known things about water is that it conforms to a shape of a container. If you put it in a cup, it's going to turn into the shape of that cup. Water over a long period of time will
Are you going
still
to stop
conform
so
to the
we can
shape.
go over the points? Because you lied right there. Water only takes the shape of the bottom of the container, not the top.
Yeah,
So
I
the
just sort of
water
came
doesn't
here to
have
see if you guys had a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the
water
I'm
doesn't
trying
lie
to speak,
like humans.
But Hillbilly Joe
You just
keeps
said
repeating
water
himself.
conforms to the top of a brother.
didn't
When the
say
cup
top.
is open,
I
when the
just said-
cup is open, it's a container.
God.
I have an open cup. No, not God. Water. We're gonna pour water in it. At the top of this cup at rest, what's the water look like across the top? Not the bottom. Not where it conforms at the bottom. At the top.
This is the problem with this whole thing.
It's horizontal. Yeah, that's the problem. We're looking for not horizontal water there at the top. You got me?
Okay. I got you because you won't stop saying it over and over again. I understand your point.
Can we get that then?
I hear your point from a perspective. The perspective is stupid. I'm trying to get it across to you.
Curving
My
water is
point.
stupid. We know. Welcome to Flat Earth. Keep going.
All right, Horseman, how's that stupid?
The concept that he's implying, horizontal water, is not feasible for a couple of reasons, but I'm not going to entertain this because every time I've spoken, I have been shut down, interrupted, talked over and over again. I kind of give up.
Well, I'm going to moderate now, so apologies.
I would have been glad if you moderated the last 30 seconds, 5 minutes, because I have been trying, and it's been shut down every single time.
All right, well, I'm asking you a question. What's so stupid about water being flat everywhere? Why is that stupid?
Because it's not flat. If entertaining the concept that the Earth is a globe and noting back to the fact that water conforms to a shape that it's in, or a container that's in. I never said top, referring to any part of the shape and container. If
Is the water in the dirt or on the dirt? Is the water in the earth or on the earth?
Let him finish his point, at least.
Oh, I thought okay, go ahead. I thought he was done.
Cool. In terms of the water on the dirt, depending on how long the dirt's been there, it's probably on top, considering it's the bottom of the ocean. Anyway, words. I apologize. If we're assuming here that the Earth is flat, which it doesn't make sense on a couple of reasons, but we're going to entertain the fact that it's an orb or a ball. Water is centering or coming towards the center. No hypothetical pole or whatever you have is going to keep that shape across an entire ocean or whatever the hypothetical is. I think it's
Okay, let him respond because you've made some claims. Go ahead, Demar.
All right.
So you said water does amazing, magical things like goes curved, goes horizontal, and then does 5 million other different things at the same time? Can you draw what water's doing for us on a hill? Just draw for us on your curved hill of your planet. What way does the water got to go when I pour it?
Down and towards the center of the planet, yes.
So nowhere. It has to sit on the top and rest there like a meniscus, correct? Conforming to the shape of the container that it's on, correct?
Are you, okay, just to clarify, are you talking about the top of the hill pouring water down it, yes?
Yeah, the dirt of the earth. is our little microscopic hill that's so nothing. It's so minuscule of nothing. You couldn't even imagine it when you rubbed it. So when we pour water on this, why is it not sitting on the top and just lying smooth?
Well, if we're assuming that this is a tiny pebble, the
No, we're
water.
assuming that no, the earth is fucking huge. We are the tiny pebbles. Stick with
Okay.
me, brother. Learn the scale. So we're on a little bitty dot that's on the surface of the earth that you couldn't even feel with your hand. So rub the globe. All the mountains on there, rub them. Can you feel them? No. So now when we go outside, we pour water on those mountains and hills that you can't even feel the topography of with your fingers. Water's supposed to set on that the same way it does the whole rest of the dirt. The surface of dirt is supposed to hold water, not your imagination and not a cup. Not the dirt, the top of the dirt, not the cup of the dirt. The surface. It's supposed to
All
hold
right,
water.
Horseman.
What
do you say?
I'm trying to figure out what your analogy is here. The wording you're using is a bit out there.
So is water flowing up or down on the globe?
It's not flowing anywhere if it's in a container that, I'm calling the ocean floor in
Not
this
in
instance.
anything.
It is though. Your coast to
No,
coast is
sitting on top of the hill. No, your container is gravity.
No, I never
Holding it
said
against
that.
the dirt. Yeah, your container is the surface of the outside of a ball.
Roots,
Your
that
container is
moderating
not
thing you said
the
you were going to do.
So hold on, let's take it slower, Dimok. So do you understand the premise, the whole idea that water always seeks its level and will always lay flat when at rest? So if we always detect flat water, where exactly is the water curving?
Are you asking me or Demog?
No, that's a question. That's what Demok's getting at. That everywhere we experience water, we experience level, flatness. There is no curve. On a ball, there must always be curve. So at what point do we experience curved water, is what he's asking you.
Where the water's higher than the dirt, brother. We have to see water be above the dirt, not down in the flat earth container of a mud puddle. The dirt on flat earth is higher than the water. The dirt on a globe is lower than the water. You understand the two models are not the same. You cannot confuse them, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me respond. Yeah.
Okay. In the same way that it's as if the Earth was flat, and we could see across the planet, or whatever the argument that people have for that is, the same way our perspective from level ground shows the Earth going hypothetically infinitely, how if you walked in that direction, you eventually would have your perspective drop off. The same way that Earth does it, water would do the same from a human's perspective on the ground. The argument, go to the coast, look out if there's a boat, if it will keep going until it disappears from your view.
So you're saying water only makes a curve imaginarily that way, like Superman's behind you?
Not imaginary.
A Superman globe is behind you, believe me. Do you have a side view? Let me guess, you don't know what that is. No glober in the world has ever looked 5 ways at their house. You never checked it out before you bought it. You looked at the front door and bought it, right? That's what globers do, right?
So, the instance I'm giving you here, if
doesn't matter, looking forward doesn't help us do shit.
Doesn't matter.
Hold
Okay.
on, Demok. Let him at least finish his sentence.
What I'm saying is, hypothetically, you and I were on a beach. I got on a boat and started driving as far away from the coast as I could, right? You with me?
Yeah, I'll be on side view watching you with a horizontal line of reference. Keep driving. What do you do?
This hypothetical side view, you'd have to be on the ocean with me and following pace with me. If there's no...
No, you don't tell me what I have to do. I'm going to be on the side view. You worry about yourself and go forward, bro.
This hurts my head.
Yeah, I know reality sucks.
It's more the I'm not going to go there. So hypothetically, you don't have this imaginary great side view you keep talking about, and you're on the coast.
No, I do have it in reality every day of my life. There is no hypothetical. No, we're not doing hypotheticals. I'm doing reality. I have a side view. Now go. What are you doing?
I think the word reality and hypothetical is confusing, Demok.
Yeah, I think they're confusing you because you can't show us reality. You can't show us a film with a horizontal line.
Shit.
You're making shit up.
Demark, even though he is assuming a lot, I think rather than moving forward, maybe just get him to address his claims because you're making good points, but they're going over his head.
Okay, what are you doing in a boat?
Okay, I will ask before he gets the points to go level with my head if I can finish my hypothetical and him stop talking about this hypothetical side view. The argument I'm making...
Yeah, that's fine. I do need to... Sorry, dude.
What I'm trying to say is that if you're sitting on the beach, right? I get in the boat, I drive away. After a while, I'm going to start looking smaller and smaller with your perspective, and eventually I'm going to get shorter and shorter and then drop off of your view. You're not going to be able to see me. If you were to get on a boat and start hauling ass towards where I went, eventually you'd catch up and I'd start to appear again. The perspective of the water is never going to look curved from our perspective because the Earth is just that big. The curve isn't feasible. The rocks and the dirt that makes up the planet on its continents isn't perfectly flat. We're not going to get that. Elevations exist, different heights of like plateaus and shit exist. We're not going to get that the same way with water. Water isn't going to look flat ever, or curved ever, because of the scale of the planet. It is irrefutable that if you sit on the coast and someone drives away on a boat, eventually you won't be able to see them. What is the argument for that, if I may?
What's that got to do with curves?
I just explained how it had to do with curves.
No, you didn't. You just said a whole bunch of stuff and you drove away and you imagine a lot of things, but you can't demonstrate when I'm sitting on the side view with my horizontal line. What does not feasible mean? If I came into your business and I had some coupons and I said I wanted to pay with these coupons, you said, sir, that wouldn't be feasible. Now you're then going to take my coupons? No, they would be not accepted. So don't tell us non-feasible information, please. You just wasted our life.
What I'm saying isn't connecting, and I feel bad for somebody here. I don't know who it is yet.
For you, impossibilities aren't possible. Non-feasibles aren't feasible.
You can do it for yourself. That, right? You can see video documentation of this.
Brother, I can't see no water falling away from a horizontal line ever in my life. That's what I'm waiting for you to show us. You keep telling us the story. You look forward, and you guess Superman's out there. You guess Superman's out there somewhere down on the other side of the hill because you guess that. Now, if we can prove it with a side view, that'd be great, guesser.
I don't think. Did you hear what I said, or did you just get your brain shut off?
The Earth is round, and how come I can see them out?
I'm trying to convey the point.
Hardware store is what we need to try to do. Go to the hardware store.
Zero, hold on, bro. Zero, hold on.
Get a horizontal.
Wait till your turn, brother.
So, again, I asked you earlier, and you told me I said a bunch of stuff, and you went back to your point.
You think you live on protractor Earth, and you don't. You just can't line it up. Protractor guy.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can speak all day about nothing that makes no sense every time.
It doesn't make sense to you. That's not my problem. I'm trying to help you understand.
No, you're trying to imagine stuff that you can't demonstrate. You can't make no one understand your imagination, funny guy.
Okay. I think I could say this as clear as possible, and you will always bounce back to your point, which is great. I understand you are adamant about it, but it also means you're not hearing anything else, and I'm not going to waste my time with that. Enjoy your...
You're not demonstrating anything, so cool.
I can't demonstrate because we are in person.
You know, on the guy who's afraid of physics. Just tell stories like Mark Twain. That'll get the kids on your side.
I would like Roots if you could just take a second and think in retrospect. How many times I've tried to speak and ask him a question, and it has been ignored, told me it was nothing or whatever.
You didn't do anything. Asking dumbass questions don't need to be acknowledged, do they?
Then why have I been talking to you by that logic?
I don't know. Are you going to go to an asylum and start asking those people crazy questions too? Like, what do you like about tasting colors? Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? Are you going to get to any nitty gritty, or are you just going to keep making shit up? Get out of your mind.
I have asked you just
to imagine.
Okay. Because we are on a Discord call and we can't physically do anything.
Yeah, you got cameras, you got video ability, brother. Don't lie.
Yeah. Hold on, Damar. Let him.
God. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try this again, and I'm gonna ask you a question at the end. I need you to hold on to the information I give you beforehand. Use that to entertain the concept of your answer for my question. So,
Are
if
you
a
going to
boat goes out-
demonstrate it though?
No, I don't have a fucking boat with me. Can you shut up for a second? If you have a boat and you go out,
Well,
right?
tell us your
Onto the
imaginary
water.
hypothetical that you believe.
What did I ask you? I asked you very simply. Let me say my point.
You're
I will
going
ask
over
you
a
the question.
hypothetical that's not real. Go ahead.
Right, your hypothetical imaginary rod that is able to span the ocean. I entertained that. Now, can you entertain my point? Please? I'm trying to have a debate here, and I'm talking to a brick wall.
Water will finish your debate. All of you
And
guys
there it
only
is.
need 30 seconds to show water falls away from a horizontal fucking line. That ends the debate. Not 15 years of you guys talking thus far. Do you understand?
Okay, you know
Or
what?
no?
I give up. So here's this. Okay, horizontal line. You know why that is? You know why it falls away from a horizontal line? Can you explain why?
Because it doesn't.
No, your words
not.
where
You
water
haven't
falls away.
demonstrated
Your words
Stop
were
making claims.
You just made a claim. I'm trying to clarify so I can respond. You just said that water falls away from a horizontal line, right? Yes?
Water at rest doesn't fall away from anything. The surface of water at rest is a horizontal line, brother. Use it.
All right.
Measure.
All right. So, in this hypothetical, we have just for sake of brevity here, a ball of water that is like a foot wide. You drop it on a flat surface, it's going to spread out. Why?
Because gravity's not real.
That's not okay. The reason that water breaks apart and spreads out on a horizontal surface is because of its density. It spreads out, it gets wider, it gets thinner.
No, not magic catchphrase words. That didn't make no fucking sense.
If density is a magic word to you,
It's a catchphrase
I'm
word.
done. I think I'm done.
You've
If
been
density
done
is
from
a
the
magic
beginning.
word. Holy
You've been done from the
shit.
beginning when you believe water isn't horizontal. You have a weird belief that you can't demonstrate. You have a weird religion. You were done then, I told you. You're all done from the beginning because you can't demonstrate this simple thing. Water
I have tried to
falling away
speak
from
to
a
you
horizontal
about.
line. Yeah, we
I have tried.
know. Till your balls are
You
blue,
don't
you're
know.
going to talk.
You
You're not
don't
going
know.
to.
You haven't spoken back about it. I have asked you several times. In this hypothetical, which you can find video documentation of, you can do it yourself. It's not hypothetical. It's just for the
I
sake
can
of the
find
conversation.
hypothetical documentation of hypotheticals. Brother, are you all right? What the fuck are you even talking about here?
Oh,
You're
my
supposed to
God.
be proving how stupid we are, shutting the channel down, showing us water goes from horizontal. You don't need to talk to us all day for that. You don't.
Okay,
Somebody
so
had to do this, right?
so
Some Glover had to do this one day, right?
one more
Some
time.
Glover
I'm going to
had to
say it.
convince you
It's going to
water is
go
curving
over
from
your
a-
head.
Brother, stop.
It's going to go
Some
over your head.
Glover had to convince you that water is going away from a horizontal. Who was it? Show me where they convinced you.
Those aren't my words. Those are yours that
I know.
I am
Where did they
quoting.
convince you water's curving at while it's at rest? Who convinced you of this? Where did they show you this?
You good?
If you haven't seen it and I haven't seen it, no one's done it.
I can
water
take this
curving
water
at?
bottle, I can pour it down, and it'll
Brother, we're
spread
not
apart.
pouring it. Water at rest. Brother, stay with us here. Okay?
God, you're such a fucking
No,
idiot.
not God. Not your God globes that aren't real. Water at rest, that's real stuff. We're not pouring shit nowhere. We have it sitting. Where does it curve away? Why is it so fucking hard for you guys and all your science and your smart gurus?
Why is it hard for me to ask
Why
you a
is it so
question?
hard? Why is water smarter than you guys?
Why can't you just
Why
answer
is
the question
water
I've
so
given you
fucking
3
smart
times
that
now?
you can't find it curve? It's so big of a curve. It's a fucking mountain. It's a
I do believe
1,000
Roots
mile
said he was
high
going to
curve.
moderate. I think that might have been forgotten. I don't know. I'm going to ask one more time, and if you answer, cool, and we can have that conversation, cool. If not, I will give up and someone else can take this. The boat, and you can get angry at the boat, but there is a simple question at the end of it. Right? Boat on water, you on beach. Boat drives away. Right? I'm dumbing it down. Boat, after a certain point, will disappear off the horizon from your perspective. Right? How do you explain that phenomena?
There's
Simple
nothing
question.
to explain. I'm at the side view and I see it's right above the horizontal line, as same as it ever fucking was. It never changed at all. How do you explain that?
Okay, so I understand your side view, but for the sake
Yeah,
of
so
brevity of
no
this,
disappearo and no go downy. You understand? No downy, no uppy. It follows a horizontal line. Now you explain why it disappeared, Goofy.
because if you're on the coast and it drives away
Because of
from
air, motherfucker. It's 3 letters. AIR. Go ahead, I'm done.
I'm glad. Because
Same
if the
thing that
Earth has
blocks
a
the moon and the
curvature,
sun
I
on a
thought you were
rainy
done.
day.
I thought you were done. What happened to that? Thank you. If the Earth has a curvature and you go on it and you have a far enough distance, eventually you're not going to be able to see it because of the curvature.
Who told you that?
That is the It's not I told you that. It's a
Get a
common
ball
sense. You
out,
can see
show
it
it.
for
Show me.
yourself.
No, show me that on a ball. Do you have a ball handy to show us what the fuck you're making up, please?
Relax. You can see it on a ball. I don't have one with me because
So
I
you
don't have one
imagine
with me.
again. Thank you, Imaginer.
Are you not able to perceive like a concept in your head? Is that what the
Yeah,
problem
I'm
is
able to
here?
perceive the ball you present. Science isn't fucking just guys making concepts. So your ball is just a concept no guy can touch or ever do anything with. How does that help your science of all your guys and gurus? They have a non-physical fucking ball, non-physical model. It's all mental, right? How does that help me?
If I had a physical ball with me right now, I would gladly show you because the concept is really simple.
Yeah, you'd be wrong.
If you
Yeah, I know. Concepts don't match reality, brother.
why would I be wrong? Before I even said anything, why am I wrong? I'm
Because
trying
you're
to
always wrong.
entertain you.
'Cause you don't like reality. You want to
No, I'm
lie about
trying to
reality and
entertain
make
your
stuff up.
concept. I'm trying to entertain the physical
Brother, I
model
don't
here.
have concept. Get a
So
ball
let
out.
him,
There's no
Demark, let
concept.
him respond, and if this isn't working, then I'll step in, and Horseman, I'll speak to you about this, because the point he's making, I understand what he's saying.
I would love you
Whether
to be
you
able to translate it to English if that's possible.
Go
Listen,
ahead, Bruce. You get him.
everything you're saying here is theoretical. You have no primary or exclusive evidence for the globe.
Okay,
Everything you're
so-
saying is sort of, you're connecting it through it's allegory, but it's not
Secondhand
primary
knowledge.
evidence.
Okay, real quick, Demak, let him speak, please. Please, I want to understand your point. The way you're wording it makes no sense. Roots is making sense of it, so I can respond to it. Please. If you're saying that I'm going at this with hypotheticals and things that don't exist, I could say that the same thing about the horizontal side view line. That
No,
doesn't
you
exist.
can't. 'Cause that's reality. That's all that exists.
Can I
Go
speak?
ahead.
Can I speak? Cool. Entertaining your idea of the physical model. And I'm going to use the word imagining because we don't have a ball with us. Don't get hung up on that. If you have a ball, right? And you put yourself at one point on it, whatever point on the surface of that ball. If you have a small dot or a ball bearing or some smaller thing that can roll, and you push it to a point, imagining that your view is a straight line on that quote unquote horizon of this ball, eventually that ball bearing is going to go off a side that you can't see because it has a curvature.
And it would tilt. And it would tilt. And the thing would be vertical as it started to you, and then unvertical, unvertical, unvertical. If you put a needle on top, and it would tilt, 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 diagonal,
And what's-
33
what's-
degrees, 45
what's-
degrees. Then it would end up horizontal eventually. What do you mean, what's a?
And that's the perfect thing about gravity.
So have you seen that, liar?
Gravity's fake.
Have you seen horizontal helium balloons sitting there rising horizontally to space at a 45-degree angle? That's the
Yes.
beauty of not existing on a globe.
So
hot air balloons don't go that way. Blimps don't go that way. Show me the blimps and the hot air balloons going at 45 and 33 degrees up and down. What the fuck are you talking about? Please show me this.
I'm going to speak, and you're going to interrupt me, and I'm going to probably laugh when it happens again. So, I keep mentioning perspective because that is really important about this. That is a really important part about this argument. I explained earlier, if you had this ball, hold on. If you had this ball and a ball bearing or whatever we're saying the object is goes off the side you can't see, you're saying it would fall off at a 45 or, the angle thing you keep saying, the horizontal. That would be a valid argument if the Earth was actually flat because that would make sense, right? But
No, you
entertaining that this
stupid.
is
No, the hands of a clock, brother, going around a circle. That's not a fucking flat Earth at all.
Yep.
They're nothing alike at all.
So
Nothing alike. They,
I
brother, stop. They are nothing
no,
a fucking
I'm
like.
not
What you
going to
just said
stop.
made no sense.
I just
No, we're
asked you
not
to
going
let
to
me.
say that you're confusing a globe for a flat Earth.
No. Okay. Remember how I said you were going to interrupt me? There it is.
Yeah,
Anyway,
remember how you said you made no fucking sense? You just said stuff's going to tilt and curve on a flat Earth. That made no fucking sense, brother.
I never said it was going to
None.
tilt on a flat Earth.
Brother,
I'm saying
it tilts on a globe 45, not on a
Right.
flat Earth. On a flat Earth, it's all vertical. Everything's vertical on flat Earth. Do you understand?
Right.
Can
I
we go?
understand.
Can we go back to the point? Can we just go back and focus on the
I've
point
been
that there is no
trying.
primary evidence? There's no primary evidence for the globe, and that's the point.
There
like
is,
in
and I've been
nature, in
trying
reality,
to
there's
get
no.
to that. I've been trying
So
to get
what
to
is
that.
it
There.
then?
Okay, so am I going to be debating with you, Roots, or am I going to be debating with Hillbilly Joe over here? Because you are forming an actual
I'm just
conversation.
trying to help the conversation move forward. I'm like semi-busy, kids around me, but I'm here as much as I can be, and I'm just trying to move it forward.
Right, I am also trying
Rude,
to do
I'm
that.
back.
Every time I
I
say
just saw your
something,
message now, bro. Sorry. I'm back, Rude. If you're busy, it's okay. You can step
Nice, bro.
out a little
I'm
bit.
here.
Okay.
I'm here for now, but yeah, thanks, bro.
every time I've tried to entertain the hypothetical of this ball because, again, I'm using hypothetical because we don't have physical models with us in a VC. I'm saying that your point of the 45s don't make sense in that context. That I agree with that. However, we're not taking into account the fact that gravity does exist. A helium balloon is going to go straight up, regardless of its orientation on a ball. If the center of gravity is in the center of that ball.
That didn't
Why
make any
no?
fucking sense.
Because you don't understand it. That doesn't mean it doesn't
Demonstrate
make
what
sense.
you're talking about. No, demonstrate what you're talking about. I don't have to not make sense of your imaginary claim.
So yeah. So you have an assumption. You have an assumption of how gravity works and what gravity
There
is.
is no assumption
So
of how
we need
gravity
to-
works. If I drop this
we
cap,
need to
it's going to fall.
We need to be on the same term. We need to agree on terms here of what gravity is, because from my perspective, gravity is just the weight or seriousness of an object or thing. We can take that how you want, but gravity is just a placeholder for the reason why things go down. Okay? Attribute it to weight, attribute it to a downward bias, but that's as far as it goes with gravity. Now,
That's
we
how
need
you
to address
view it. And I can
Well-
acknowledge that is your perspective on the definition.
Well, listen,
I'm
you're making claims of mass attracting mass, and that's where the real debate is here. If you're going to keep invoking gravity in this way,
Because gravity is everywhere, you are feeling it now, and that is a huge part of physics. I'm applying it here because he said the word helium balloon. The way that helium
yeah, but if
works
gravity
is
is not a force, it's just a description for the
It
fact that
is-
things go down. You
it
can't
is
say
a
gravity
force.
is all
When
around
did I
you.
But it is a electromagnetic force that is created
You
by
claim
density.
gravity is a force. What value do I put on the F for gravity? What value do I put on the force of gravity? What number do I add, brother?
I do believe we learned this in middle school.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I believe you don't have the answer then, correct?
If you're asking for the force of gravity,
The value of F. What number?
There is
do I
no force of gravity.
Exactly,
There is
it's
no
zero.
force.
Listen, one more
Yes.
thing. There's no value for time for the force of time. There's no value for space for the force of space. So where the fuck does your force come from time, space, or gravity when neither one of them contains such fucking thing, brother?
You're saying they don't say you are saying that they don't.
It's zero.
Okay. So you're saying
Go
that
ahead,
is the
Horseman.
case, and that's fine. You can believe that, but for the sake of what I'm saying, I am using gravity how it, by definition, how it works in reality. You can pick up whatever you're using to talk to me, and you can drop it. Right? It goes down.
No,
right?
that's not gravity. No, that's not
What?
glow gravity.
Please.
Gravity is to the center. Brother, stop. Gravity means something going to the center of another thing. Now, if you have a ball of jello in a lab and some BBs just fly into the center of it, we'll be glad to watch. If you got a ball of sand in a lab and it just forms a sphere, we'll be glad to take a look. If you got two balls, hold on, brother, hold on, I'll be done. You got two balls in a lab that just pick themselves up like moon rocks, start orbiting each other, we'll be good to go. Go ahead, your turn.
What's great about that, you asking me to show you that, is that we have actual video documentation of people on the ISS, the International Space Station, with grains of salt in a bag. If you watch the video, over time, the grains of salt begin to gravitate towards each other. In your hypothetical of having a jello in a lab, assuming this lab is on Earth, the gravitational force of Earth will overpower any amount of pull that jello hypothetically would have. That's the problem with that argument.
But Horseman, have you
held in
seen?
orbit if gravitation's not having the same fucking pull of 14 psi? What are you talking about?
Yeah, and
Where
on
did
top of that,
where
have
did
you seen the
14
bloopers?
psi come?
Have you seen
How
the
is the
bloopers on the
big space
ISS?
station, the ISS? How is it staying there? How's it being held there? Right? Huh?
Because it is using centrifugal force in an orbit around the Earth's
So that
gravitational
force
pull.
isn't affecting anything else. No
It is
water
aff-
on
it
the
is
inside, no stuff.
it is affecting things. I am going to continue, and I'm going to say.
So you think that? Hold on. So you think that balls of sand, instead of orbiting the planet like all the people in there that aren't coalescing together and making a big ball of people, right? You think sand's going to work for us, but not everything, right? So if it's mass and mass attracting mass according to the variations of the size.
I think you're just using flash words here because that sentence made no fucking sense.
Brother, the people should be attracting as well as every item inside that
Right.
motherfucker.
But going back to my Jello point, if we are on Earth,
hold on, brother.
I'm not going to hold on. If we are on Earth and we are in the pull of Earth's gravity, the gravitational pull that us as dense objects would have would not overcome the power of Earth's gravity, which is why
How
we
big
aren't.
is that bag of lifts?
What?
How many?
Listen,
instances
Horseman.
in that
Horseman.
bag?
This is an assumption on an assumption on an assumption.
No,
Your
it's not an
problem here
assumption,
is
it's a-
this is a correlation. It's a correlation, my friend, and you're assuming that mass attracting mass is something you can prove. It's not
It
something you
is.
can prove. And
It
actually,
is.
mass doesn't attract mass. It's the warping and bending of space-time now. It's been mass attracting mass was superseded by the warping and bending of space-time. So the actual cause of gravity is not mass attracting mass. So what is the cause? Nobody knows. So gravity is not a force. It's a description for what we see and what we experience.
Right,
I'm
you
happy to
keep
use
telling-
gravity in that sense.
Right, but when you basically take a key part of an argument and tell me that it's not liable because A, B, or C, that makes it really hard to have a conversation with you because you're shutting down the concept. But I will entertain it in this instance because it's really easy. If the Earth is flat, right? We still are attracted to its surface. We still go down. What the fuck
That's
do you
another
mean no?
assumption. Horseman, that's another assumption.
Oh my god. Okay.
We have a
Please
downward
do-
bias. We can agree. Let's agree we have a downward bias. Okay. But at that point, that's as much as you know. And you have no force to attribute to that. You have no cause to that.
We do.
You can't
Yeah,
prove
okay.
any of that.
I've
My scale
said it
doesn't
several
include-
times, and you've just told me
No,
it's a
you have
definition.
to show it. You have to show it, brother. What, brother? How much breath do we have to waste to fucking blow it up hot air
I'm gonna say what I said again.
I asked you to demonstrate.
And I'm gonna tell you to fuck off because I can't. Because it's not. We're in a VC.
You can't demonstrate anything,
Because
so it's
we're in
impossible.
fucking voice call. Are you stupid,
Brother, because
All right.
nothing you
Mark,
have is
let him
possible.
finish. Let him finish his sentence. Go ahead, Horseman.
I'm going to entertain your flat Earth. If we have a quote-unquote downward bias, which is just a long-winded saying of saying fucking gravity, the gravity on an Earth that is flat makes no sense. Considering what we know the Earth is made out of, there is no structural integrity in holding a flat shape. But, going a step further with this, if we have the Earth being flat, our center of gravity would be where and how. How are we getting pulled down? Or how are we having a bias towards
There
the
is no pulling force, Horseman. There is no pulling force.
Then
You're
what is
claiming a
causing
force.
made out of?
What is causing
Make
the
up a little
downward bias, Roots?
Brother, produce a little Earth. What are the ingredients to make a little Earth in a lab again? How do we make one?
I'm not going to be speaking to you anymore. I'm speaking to Roots.
Ooh,
I
you don't
asked-
like to make the ingredients.
Horseman, you're making assumptions. Horseman,
I-
you're making
I'm not
assumptions.
making
here
assumptions.
that
I'm-
gravity. You're making
Oh my
assumptions that gravity is a force.
Okay.
You're claiming there's a pull or a push.
I didn't. I just asked you. I just asked you. What is in this flat Earth scenario? What is giving us that downward bias? You keep saying. What is that coming from? Explain that.
That's a great question, and there's many different theories on this. But the point is, you
Nope. I need you
cannot
to answer it.
prove that ever. What that will be is a speculation at
Right.
best.
Right. Because all of the
But
flat
in the
Earth arguments
same
are
vein,
speculations.
you can't prove a force. So we're
I
not going
can't.
to assume a force. Yeah. When we can explain gravity very easily without a force, yeah, there's no need to jump to conclusions and assume there's a force when we know we don't need it. We don't need
Right.
a force to explain
Right.
gravity and why
Okay.
things go down.
So, do you have an object near you, like a ball or keys or whatever? You pick that up, you drop it down. What is that?
So what's happening there? So what's happening there is you're taking something out of equilibrium and you are holding it up so it's got potential energy. As soon as you release that, you are the one that's holding that out of equilibrium. As soon as you release
Sorry,
that,
what kind of potential energy? What kind of potential energy?
potential energy, kinetic energy.
What kind of potential energy does it have?
It has the potential of going back into equilibrium. It needs to return
What is that
to
based on?
its.
Is that based on a height? Is that based on a height?
No,
It's
that's
based on
based on
what you
density.
place into it by moving it.
Right.
So when you
Is it
walk
based on
across the
heat?
carpet, stop talking for a second, Bugs Bunny. So when
That's
you
rich
walk
coming
across
from you.
the carpet, you build up a charge. You go grab your stuff.
That's an
That
electrical
charge goes
potential.
the
Yes.
thing you picked up.
That's an
Hey, sir,
electric potential.
stop
Yes.
talking.
That's a
No, your
You can't
voltage
point
learn
makes
potential.
no
while you're
sense,
talking.
Dimac. Your point makes
You
no
can't
sense. You
learn
pivoted
when you're
so
talking to
hard.
yourself, brother.
You just pivoted so hard. He asked a simple question. When you pick
So
something
when you
up,
walk across the carpet, this is how electricity works, guys. Watch kinetic energy.
Where did the
All
electricity come from? We're
build up
talking about kinetic force. We're not talking about electricity. There's an
Yeah, that's
entirely different.
Yes, that's exactly
It's an
what we're talking about
entirely
right
different
now.
subsect of
No, it's
physics.
not. Energy's not different than energy. Stop
Oh my
making
god, you're
shit up.
so fucking dense. Okay, you
Yeah,
pick something
I
up.
know,
You pick
cartoon
something
guy.
up. You pick something up,
Cartooner.
right?
So
You pick-
energy, when you rub yourself on the carpet, you build up kinetic, right?
you're
Energy,
not.
static,
You're not
right?
there.
It's
You're not.
kinematic,
No,
right?
you don't. You
And then,
don't
and then
call
you
that
rub your
kinetic
feet.
energy.
You rub your feet across the energy carpet, right? In the field of energy you walk through called air, right? So while you build up the static just like a spider web does and shocks a fly, right? Just sitting in the air.
Yeah,
Wonder
sure.
how that
Sure.
does that. Magic, guys. It's called electricity. Check it out
All right.
one day. It's
All
real
right, cool.
stuff. You can get shocked by it.
That's a great
You can
point.
get shocked by it
That is a
because
great
it's
point. That
kinetic
is how
energy.
static
What do you mean
discharge
why?
exists. That is
So
a
when
great
you pick
example.
something up, it has to discharge back to
Right.
where it charged from. That
Right.
would be called equilibrium. So if you
Right.
pick something up from somewhere and you're in that same location, it's going to try to seek that same equilibrium you just exerted it from. So if you pull a rock from the bottom of the ocean all the way up to the top and let it go, guess where it's going to go? All the way back down to that spot. Now, if you pick something up off a table 1 inch and let it go 1 inch, it's only going to hit 1 inch over the table. There is no gravity. There is no 9.8. There is no constant retardedness.
Mm-hmm. You good? I've
So
heard your point. I've heard your point.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, you
That's
got
a great
it now,
example. That is a great example of a electronic discharge. That is
So
great.
where was gravity?
That's a good question. That's what I'm getting at. If you pick something up, like you just said, and it wants to
You're
go
not
down into
gravity.
this. Okay, I'm going to speak like I let you speak.
Gravity
and we're
didn't
going to
pick
help
it
each
up,
other.
brother.
No, okay.
We want to see what gravity does. The rock's on the ground. Is the rock being pulled to the center of the earth? Show us how. Show us how you can measure the rock being pulled down exponentially, 9.8 meters per second squared to your scale, and the number increases. What you're not doing is making any fucking sense ever. And you guys just keep rabbiting over each other like you know something. Catchphrase Joneses is all you guys are. Now, if you can get a scale out and demonstrate how your rock's being pulled down by gravity, this magical space-time force, will be great. And I'm done. I'm really actually done. I got to clean up some shit. Nobody getting out the scales? You know the scale's called a gravimeter, don't you, boys?
So do you guys like believe in Newton's equations, like that whole force equals mass times acceleration, or is that just all crap?
Well, I mean, it's a great theory, right? I mean, if this, then we should see that. And I think that if everybody's agreeing, well, we'll call it this, but does this actually exist? Right? This thing we're agreeing that's causing these observations, right?
Well, I mean, for example, the fact that I can have a scale that actually does weigh different amounts of matter, and it seems like the matter is what it's measuring. I'm trying to figure out, how does that work? What is it measuring?
Well,
if not simply like, it seems like the more mass I have, the more it weighs. So I don't understand what
Except
is
for
going on
helium
there.
balloons. Helium balloons,
No.
the more mass you add to a helium balloon, it goes up harder. And you got big plastic on it, big material and strings, and the
That's
helium
actually
goes
not
up
true.
and up.
Whoa, that's not
So
true.
more
That's not true.
mass doesn't go down.
Helium takes. Whoa, helium tanks sink.
More mass
I fill a
doesn't go
tank up.
down.
No,
Well, it's not a
fill up
tank, it's a
with
balloon. My
If I fill
helium
up a
tank is a
tank,
balloon, brother.
if I fill a tank with
Fill
helium,
my helium balloon
the tank is heavier. If I
My
buy a tank
balloon.
of helium, it'll weigh more than an empty tank.
So are we talking about helium or the tank?
If I fill a tank with helium, it'll weigh more
Don't do
than an empty
that.
tank. So
Just
we're
use
talking about
helium.
helium.
No,
Helium,
we want to see what helium does on its own.
I
No
put
hamburger
helium into a tank, and it's heavier
No
than helium
hamburger
in the
helpers,
tank
dude. We
without
don't live in
helium.
a tank. Stop. We don't live in a fucking tank. Stop it.
How do you explain the fact the tank got
We
heavier
don't
when I
live
put
in a
helium
tank.
into it?
Why are you bringing up a tank?
How do you explain the
We
tank
do
got
not
heavier
live in
when
a
I put
tank.
helium into it?
What does that have to do with anything?
How do you
Yeah.
explain the tank got
All
heavier
right,
when you put helium into it?
stop repeating yourself. Listen, stop acting like Newtonian gravity works with Einsteinian gravity. It's completely different.
No,
So
they model the same, they come out the same answers.
you're riding off Newtonian gravity when it literally hasn't. You think that Einsteinian gravity is like an add-on for Newtonian gravity? No, it's a completely different description,
It has a
completely different
Newtonian
mechanism and
approximation.
cause. So you can't
Has a
use the same
Newtonian
math.
approximation. Yes, you can. It has a Newtonian approximation. They actually
No, you
did do it in
can't.
the
It's
limit. It's
completely
fine.
different.
Yes. No, it's not. So you can actually get to Newtonian mechanics with Einstein mechanics. Yes, absolutely. So the question is though, I have asked a simple question. A tank of a tank empty weighs less than a tank with helium in it. Could you please explain to me why this happens?
Listen, we do not need to explain
It's a
every little
simple
detail
question. That's not even a little
with
detail.
your
That's a big detail.
explanation. You don't need to talk
That's
through
a
me,
big
Rapscuttle.
detail.
All right, so I'm just going to mute you. Okay, so the whole point to this discussion is that gravity is not a force. Gravity is a description for the fact that things go down. If you want to try and correlate things, by your assumption, we will point out to you that it is no longer mass attracting mass as the cause of gravity. Okay? If you want to do a little pop quiz about every little detail to do with math, I'm going to tell you that math is not reality, and it doesn't matter how much math you've learned. At the end of the day, we have reality, and in reality, we have absolutely no evidence for a globe. There is no exclusive or primary evidence for a globe. Everything is allegory, everything is correlated. So, would anyone else like to jump in apart from Rapscuttle and address that point? Because the whole point to this conversation was that gravity is not a force. Now, if you want to make assumptions and, go ahead, you can speculate, do that somewhere else. Meanwhile, the Earth is flat. Every experience you will ever have with your senses, your vestibular system, will tell you that. So come and bring that primary evidence for the globe.
Do you have any evidence that mass attracts mass?
I don't know, do we?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I was wondering what the theory is on that. Like, what's out there?
Well, is there a way to prove mass attracts mass when we know things that have mass don't behave in this way at all? So if there is attractions, I'd say the assumption that it is mass attracting mass is probably unlikely.
Well, if science is right, say that everything's which makes the macro. So if they said that it's electromagnetism that holds everything together, and if it turned off, everything would just fall apart. So I'm wondering if something that is, the bigger something is, the more of the field of like electromagnetic, like if you take like a magnet, right? And you have a certain field, so it's creating a field around it that weakens the further away from the object or the magnet it gets, right? So I wonder if the larger the object is, the more electromagnetic field it's creating, right? It's putting off. So could it be that it's electromagnetism that we are attributing these attributes and we are calling it gravity, but it's really electromagnetism? Because I don't see how they can have it both ways. If they say everything, the whole earth is held together by electromagnetism, then it's like, well, and it creates one big field called the Earth's electromagnetic field, then what if it's just that? It's the Earth being the ground and the air being positively charged or something,
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with that. You can't discount electrostatics. You can't discount the whole system is dynamic, and without containment, you wouldn't get the gradient, so you wouldn't get that electrical gradient as well. So it all combines into one, beautiful situation where we have this downward bias, and it helps to organize things. It doesn't matter, really. We don't need to keep speculating on the cause. We just know that it's not a force called gravity. Gravity is just a description for a downward bias. But then you have the theoretical guys who will now say gravity causes orbits, and gravity can be a entropy reducing container of gas. This isn't the same gravity they're talking about. This is all theoretical. So gravity, in its truest sense, is the weight or seriousness of an object or a thing. And the fact that things go down it's just a natural property of weight, buoyancy, and density.
So
and if you raise something out of equilibrium, it will have energy, potential energy, and once you release, that will drop to the ground.
Because anything with resistance will build kinetic or potential energy, brother. Anything. When you put something in a container, all you're doing is adding potential energy. You add resistance. So what we're saying is the sun's supposed to be all gas held in a containment of magic nothing, right? So you guys keep saying, go grab a metal container, go grab this, go grab that. Well, no, the gas is supposed to be doing that on its own without a container. It's supposed to be doing that. You guys are saying this gas holds down to the earth by magic, but then you need a container to show us that. It just doesn't make no sense when the magic doesn't need a container, right?
So would you agree then that Eric Dollard might be right when he says the sun is nothing but a point source energy getting energy from counter space, and it's actually hollow, and it's not, and all we see are the X-rays like plasma, and it's
No,
really
there's no counter space.
What does he mean by that? What does Eric Dollard mean?
Action or reaction? Well, I don't know what. Hold on. I can speak for Demok, and I can speak for like my logic and common sense. So what I'm going to tell you is, I see action and reaction everywhere. What I also see is a whole bunch of guys trying to take the attribution or the action or reaction and give it their spin or their claim or their explanation, when it's merely just the action or reaction of nature, and they want to make all these laws and give it their name and shit, when it's not ever going to be anything different for anyone else. So magic this and magic this guy's law and magic this guy's theory, and Eric Dollard said, we don't need all those guys. What you know is something's getting energy from something, something's putting it off from something, right? Now, what that actual object is a whole different question. Now, to say counter space, no, I'm just saying action or reaction, because we're in a medium. There is no counter space inside this medium. We're in this medium called energy or gas, whatever you just called it, correct? So if we are in this medium, right, and the sun is in a medium, it can't not be. So it's pulling its energy probably from the medium, or it's reacting within the medium it reacts in. And that's not counter space. That's real stuff acting with real stuff, giving you a real reaction, like light, magnetism, heat, changing the gas from one thing to another because of conduction. The conductor of things is temperature, right? Compression rate, decompression, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, brother. That's electrical too. When you have a buildup of potential or a containment, right? Insulation, you have heat and a buildup of potential. Now, the release of that potential kinetic electrical energy, right, would be considered cold, right? But it's just the release, the expansion. Okay, go ahead.
So, all right. So, forget the counter space. Do you agree that he might be right as far as it's completely hollow inside, and what we see are the X-rays, making it look like it's solid?
No, I don't agree with anyone's imaginary claim that I haven't seen them produce in a lab. So if I saw Eric Dollard produce one of these in a lab of some sort, then I would say, okay, that makes sense to me.
Well, that's what he was claiming. He said when he got hired by GE, when he was like 14, when he started working there, he said that they would create what he called little stars in vacuum tubes, glass tubes, and it would generate the energy, and it would just be a giant, not a giant, but a tiny little star would be hovering. He said that it's
cavitation.
Like
it's cavitation.
Yeah.
Let me just jump in here a sec. So Eric Dollard's counter space, I believe, from what I can tell, is nothing more than just a different direction or the way it's exciting, whatever the medium, whatever you want to call it. But it's just a directional thing. It's not like some secret realm that once you're in. It's more something. You're exciting the particles or the area, whatever it is, in a different direction. So counter space is just like a dimension, I suppose, but it's not nothing. It's not like it's, like a porthole you can walk through, and then counter space is existing within the fabric. No, it's all here within, and counter space is nothing more than, a reaction.
So when they put it in that container, you have a reactor now. Any container is a reactor, because you'll get a different reaction than you would get without the container. So it is a reactor.
Well, it's interesting that he said.
If you apply that to Mr. Reality quickly, if you apply that to what you said, the star in the jar, which is the cavitation bubble, that's just an implosion. So that's just a different direction from what we're used to, or how we're harnessing energy. We're using explosions. Cavitation is a different direction. So you could argue, yes, it's like the cavitation bubble is like counter space, you know, it's imploding in on itself, but it's, you know, it's not a real place. It's just a different direction.
Well, this
You
wasn't a
can do it with
cavitation.
sound.
This was
You can do it with
this was
sound.
sound. But
Right.
this
You
was a
can do it with
vacuum tube, like like a guitar amp vacuum tube, a glass tube with air inside, and they generate the energy, which I guess would cause like a I don't know vibration inside of, and
You can do the same thing with liquid. If you have a tube of liquid and you focus sound on all sides into itself, it's where the sound crosses itself. It's the cross. It's that holy cross, brother.
Where sound becomes light. Yep.
Yeah, subliminal sound is light. Subliminal light is sound. I keep trying to tell people this, but they don't want to listen. I tell them that a shadow is light. You know, I don't know, man. Eric Dollard, he's probably a cool, smart dude, and so is everyone else, like whoever and Einstein in their own certain way. But I can't agree with any of them without a definite type of demonstration. That's all.
Can I ask you something, Demot? Like, why you and so many people, like, you guys don't think the like air has got like weight and it also goes down?
No, I didn't say anything about that. I said that in this container, this vacuum, you're never getting rid of the medium. You're never getting rid of the medium. You're going to expand it, and then what the vacuum is going to do is going to pull on itself. So we know there's no real vacuum in nature. We know our vacuums are created with a motor and a suction like a vacuum. So we hook our Hoover vacuum up to the chamber, and we start pumping out the air. Now what this does now is reacts on itself. Now so the vacuum is reacting on itself with the last amount of medium that actually is left in there that can't be removed. Because like if you plug a straw, you can't remove the shit out of there until the straw is unplugged 100%. You'll never be able to release what's out without a release hole, without the circuit being completed. You understand? It's all electrical and explained that way. So like it's like a tube, like a straw, and you cover it on both sides. It's not going nowhere. You cover your straw, your tube on one side, you put it in liquid. What's the liquid do? It stays in there because you're not letting an outlet. You don't give it the release. You don't give it the current to flow. You don't give it the kinetic energy, right? So when you move your finger, boom. Now it's got the kinetic energy, the potential. You didn't resist it. See?
Yeah, but what I think is like even if there was vacuum in the sky, like at a very high altitude, it starts like vacuum. Why wouldn't that be possible since air goes down like everything else?
Air doesn't go down. Who told you air goes down? Air goes in every direction it can. Helium, hydrogen go up. The most abundant thing, hydrogen, helium, the noble gases, most of them, they all go up. Some of them can sit, like even the heaviest gas, if you put the heaviest gas in one beaker or one container, right? And then you put an empty container on top of it and you open that empty container, do you know what's going to happen to that heaviest gas? It's going to fill the available volume area up in the container above. Hold on, brother. Do you understand what I just explained to you? This is real physics.
Yeah, and all the air on Earth is like produced at the ground level too, so that would be why you think it's on the ground.
Right. So what I just pointed out was if you have your heaviest thing that you think is the heaviest pulling down, going down, down, down. I just showed you that when you put another empty tube on top and then you open the valve, it'll go up and fill that space. So it just discredited what you claim. Like, why is this so hard?
Bang on.
I didn't know that.
Bang on.
But now
that's exactly what would happen. Yeah.
But now you do. So now that you know that, you can go erase all the stuff you thought you knew, and you can start anew and understand that it's the opposite, kind of.
So in order for air not to go up into the vacuum,
you got to block it.
There must be like something, some other gas or
containment. No, a gas can't contain gas.
Now
you need a container.
Here's the question: what do we consider a container? That's the fucking question. Is it the magic word gravity? Is it electricity? Is it voltage? Is it temperature? What would be a container?
Well, think about this, D-Mock. What about like you got a bubble? You go to the bottom of a pool, right, and you blow a bubble. That bubble is kind of contained, right, until it reaches the surface, and the container's the water, right?
Yes, just like their vacuum, imaginary vacuum. Yes. Their only demonstration is a man made container or water. That's why NASA is water and the Navy. But go ahead. Yes. 100%, brother. You're on point. Still contained within a medium, no matter what. Yes, on all sides. That's how you get that bubble. You don't get a bubble without containment of some sort.
That's right. Yeah. So I was just trying to put forth, like that gentleman said, like there must be something, that is containing it. There's a lot of people that have speculated, like, it might be like a liquid like a superfluid or something, that's super lightweight, but it's
Space
also,
Space jelly. Yeah. That's what I call it. Space jelly. Some stuff.
Like, I don't
Just
think
another medium.
I don't think I understand like what vacuum is. It's like
It's a dissipation of the current of the electrical energy. It's not a vacuum. You're thinking of it wrong. It's not like a Hoover deuce. It's all electrical, brother. It's like I said, in the container, when you release, the release rate up above is so fucking great. It's crazy, right? The release of the potential to equal out right there, to equal itself out, to spread across the plane, to be the highest point and over everything else. So this voltage has to increase as you go up, and it spreads out horizontally, and that's what separates the stuff. And then the voltage and the same thing as the voltage and the buildup and the release of the voltage or the buildup, build up or release, potential, energy, temperature, same thing, brother. Build up, hot, press in, right? Release, cold. That's what it is. It's not a vacuum. I mean, you can think of it as a vacuum. It's just a dissipation of the electrical energy into the next medium the way it has to do. It has to equilibrate itself. So there's a reaction. It's a reactor at that level. I'm sorry. I'm done.
so if there's a vacuum like in a lab, like if we create a vacuum, like is there like no matter at all inside that?
No, there's no such thing as no matter. There's always something in there. The last amount you can never take out. You can never take the last amount out if there's still a seal, unless you bust the container. Then you're going to fill it back up with the medium that you're in.
So
you'll never, brother. It's an expansion rate of a certain amount, and once it stops, okay, the power of your vacuum is the amount that's going to be left in there and expanded. You understand?
And
Because
so
the vacuum eventually is pulling on the container and itself. It's going.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's stuff in there. Yeah, it's making the stuff out of itself.
And have humans ever made an experiment like try to make a super strong container, a super strong vacuum machine, and try to create like absolute vacuum, like no way it collapses?
No,
It's
you can only
impossible.
get. Yeah, they only get so strong, like 6 torrs. I don't even fucking know. I don't even want to guess.
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Nature is a whore.
So, like, from your research, like, what do you think is like below?
When I dig down, I hit water. That's as far as I've made it. I know that they did dig real deep into the earth, right? They dug like 8 miles down. I think Russia did it. And you know how they have those, there's like geologists that, because they read the certain seismic waves that go through the earth, they can tell you what the crust is made out of and all this different stuff and what it's composited of. Well, when they actually drilled into the earth and went 8 miles down, every mile they checked the work of the geologists and it was wrong. Every single mile on the way down, dude. How crazy is that? But yeah, I'm in Florida, so yeah, if I dig, I hit water every time.
Yeah, but there's so much stuff underground. Like I've been to like a lot of cities, like here in the I'm from the south of Europe, and there's a lot of places where you go underground and see Roman structures. You see like civilization.
Okay, great.
Oh, somebody's hot micing. Somebody hot micing? Mr. Reality? There we go.
So you see like so many structures, like man-made stuff underground, like deep underground. Like I've been in Sevilla a while ago, and now I went to check that out. Like in Sevilla, sometimes you have like holes in the ground that they dig, and you see like you look down and you see like Roman stuff, and you're like, wow, like
And you're like, what is Roman stuff? Really? Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to do that. That was rude.
No, it does get deep though. It's like, why are they building civilizations on top of other civilizations? Are they covering up some sort of history? Like, what's the deal? Because it is kind of strange. How could they build all those crazy cathedrals and this and that if we are now the most advanced we've ever been? So that's kind of part of the psyop. Are we sure that we're the most advanced we've ever been? I mean, technologically, it seems that way, but you know, you live on a place that they can't explain, like how these big stone structures in Egypt got there, like the pyramids, you know what I mean? So it's like, what the heck? How can we possibly live in a place that they don't have any idea of how that came about, but they know everything else?
and it's like in Europe, like in Portugal, there was a very weird phenomenon. There was the 1755 earthquake, and like that's very very big in Portugal history because it's supposed to have been like the very very big earthquake, and it destroyed like everything. It destroyed like the entire of Portugal, like Lisbon, the capital, the south. It destroyed cities in the south of Spain, and this was like a very very developed area because of like navigation and stuff. And like the amount of water that moved was so big that it went up the river and got to cities like Sevilla, which are like far away from the sea. And like we have no pictures of this earthquake because it's 1755. But like there's drawings and like it's very very scary. Like you can see like people have drawn the earthquake and you see like the entirety of the city collapsing to the ground basically. Like a very big city.
Yeah, that's wild, dude.
What'll really bake your noodle is when you start seeing this same architecture inside of mountains, inside the cave systems of mountains. Very interesting.
Can you show me what mountain has got that?
If you follow a guy called Paul Cook, he's the first person that comes to mind on YouTube. He looks into he's got a knack for finding mountains and hills with cave systems, but in them cave systems he's finding architecture. He's finding door frames. He's finding very similar to many other cultures sort of architecture.
Oh, I'll check him out. Also, like something I noticed, and he's like, because here's the thing, like because of this earthquake, so in Portugal and other places in the south of Europe as well, like a lot of the modern cities are like built in highland. Okay, so the cities are not at sea level. Never. There's not a single sea level city. And they explained that with the earthquake, because this was like one of the biggest earthquake to hit Europe ever in historical theory, right? And yeah, I was like, that's kind of fascinates me how, like, we build on top. We can only build on top. Like, we don't know, like, everything else that has been before us is below. That's my belief, at least.
Yeah, you're saying like in Portugal, they never built again at sea level. They always just kept to the high places.
Yeah, because like after the earthquake, like everything was like super muddy and wet, and you could not build. Like the places that dried up were, or they had to put more land to be able to build. So what you have is like a lot of, like, most Portuguese cities or all Portuguese cities have very big hills. Like, we don't have flat cities because the parts of the city that survived were on a hill, and you just build from there. And everything else, like, you can see drawings, like the buildings sinking into the ground, collapsing, sinking. And then, like, some other people say that after this earthquake, like, you should look this earthquake up. It's in 1755, Lisbon. So after the earthquake, people say, because like the water rose a lot, there was like a tsunami. They say it was 30 meters tall. And after the water went down, like a couple of years later, it went down and never got back up to the level it used to be. Like, the river was never as big as it used to be.
Well, that theory.
I'm not saying the water level decreased. I'm saying, like, because of like, the city, like, you had to put a lot of land to be able to build again. Like, you had to, like, every time you wanted to build, you needed like tons of sand and just.
No, but there's a lot of ancient ruins. There's a lot of ancient ruins on the top of mountains. In some of the highest places, there is ancient ruins. So it's not like all the ancient structures are below our feet. There are ancient structures up in the mountain ranges. I mean, look at the Great Wall of China. The amount of pockets of destruction up in the mountains. This is really high elevation, and this is some ancient architecture. The real question is, what are mountains? Because if you understand we don't live on a ball with these fantasy ideas, then you can question tectonic plates and really ask yourself, have we ever seen the creation of a mountain? Have we even seen the beginnings of that? The answer is no. So what is a mountain, you know? And you can open your mind to ideas when you start seeing pockets of destruction, civilization within these mountain ranges. Who knows? But it's up there in high elevation, the ancient ruins.
I don't think we have that where I'm from. Like, of course, you have ruins everywhere, which is weird, but mostly are not on high places. And definitely most of them are buried. And some are like buried like deep, very deep underground, like.
Check out the mountain if you're able to look up something right now. Check out the mountain called the Devil's Tower. I think it's in Wyoming.
Oh, you mean the big tree stump?
yeah, it looks like that, don't it? It's even got those hexagonal structures, the same as like a petrified piece of wood gets after time.
Yeah,
Like
petrified trees have that same patterning.
Yeah. I've been through the petrified forest, and it's really pretty to see that stuff. But it's like once you see other things, you're like, wait, this kind of looks very similar to that.
So are you saying this could be a biological structure?
What do you mean, like plant life? You say, like, what do you mean biological?
Yeah.
Mold, crystal, all kinds of things are living. Like, you know, depending on what you call that, you know.
Yeah, think how quickly crystal grows too. It's insane.
Crystal grows?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what's like the majority of the crust? Don't they claim it's silica, which is like crystal?
Crystal. Yep. Gypsum. Yep. Crystal, silica. Yes, sir.
They're actually starting to throw around the idea that a lot of these formations look like energy dispersions. Dispersions, would that be? Or energy explosions, if you will, from the crust. These things coming up as a kind of a liquid type state, and as they meet with the atmosphere, becoming solidified as they surface, kind of like a volcano being caught mid-eruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's like when like Hawaii has a big eruption or whatever. After that, they end up getting a little more land, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Sweet baby volcanoes.
I'm pretty sure petrified wood can turn to stone. I'm pretty sure other materials, red brick, can turn to stone under the right circumstances.
Or metal, or glass.
What's crazy is like, you know, looking at the way that your veins form in your forearm as an example, how there's a main line and then multiple branches, and how that is almost synonymous with what a river looks like at certain altitudes, how it can take on the same idea. They're really starting to put a lot of theory crafting and making comparisons between things like the placenta and the tree of life, and how these formations kind of resemble one another. This idea of energy being dispersed and spread out, and how that captured in real time.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the root system of a tree, the branch system, but also the electricity the nervous system. It's just that sort of reaching and spreading. It's almost that biological life follows that too. Something that biology and electricity share, don't they?
Exactly. Like, you tell me that an electricity, a lightning strike showing the electricity doesn't look eerily familiar like the roots of a tree branch. Ha! Big root. Go figure. But they kind of look alike.
What fascinates me is electrical scarring. So when somebody gets electrocuted or get hit by lightning, they get this electrical scarring, which is that same pattern running up their body. But if you look at some of the coastlines of some of the most desolate areas on the planet, it almost looks like it's got electrical scarring. I find that fascinating.
Exactly. And that's, that idea is being thrown around a lot, even with Devil's Tower as another example, because of the ideas that when energy is introduced into a system, how that system can react, like land formations take shape and things of that nature.
Just like the veins, your veins are like lightning. They're not like Fibonacci's. It's like a lightning bolt or a river or a stream or a root.
Yeah, but like I think that pattern, like that pattern is all over nature. Like if you see like
The
so
lightning
many
bolt?
like the scarring and yeah, like the roots, like lightning bolt kind of root, like as you said, like you can see it like in the blood vessels, you can see it in the roots of a tree.
How about the idea of the moon? Speculating. What if
Of
the
the what?
moon and the sun, when they love each other and they come real close and they hug during an eclipse, when they like get real close, they got to kiss. I think there's electricity going between them, like shocking, like choo, 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 choo. Electrical
I know.
discharge
Like,
between,
the thing
yeah.
about electricity, like I find like electricity is so hard to understand. Like that's like so hard for me because like we use electricity everywhere. Everything is electric, and it's like the most complicated concept. Like,
It's only complicated when you divide it from itself and call it amps, volts, this, watt,
Nice.
kilowatts, this,
Well
that.
said.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're only using a system of energy that is profitable. Like, you can harness electricity in different ways, and there is lots of different systems. And there were lots of famous people and competitive systems before we got to this AC/DC system we're in now. And we act like this is the only way to use the electricity, but it's definitely not.
What's the idea if you were to take
way to buy
like these standardized things, electricity, medium, gases, and then hard surface, and then you basically just spitball theory craft off of those fundamentals to keep things simple so that we can progress our understanding of how things work. As an example, keeping the observation of the sun and the moon, as Democ was saying earlier, as electrical signals, electrical pulses. One is positive, the other is negative, and when they come within close contact with one another, they start to almost short out in a way. Moon goes dark. As the moon gets further away from the sun, it gets brighter and brighter, and as it gets closer back towards the sun on its cycle, it starts to lose its energy. So starting to put through these simple ideas as an electromagnetic closed system really starts to, if you keep the reins tight, you're actually able to push through the ideas, not have to bring in crazy appeals.
I was just about to bring in a crazy appeal until you said that.
You can appeal to all the crazy you want to. I will not hold you responsible.
I was going to say what you described between the sun and the moon reminds me of just the man and the woman, the male and the female. All these interactions that we're having are electrical. Do you know what I mean? As above, so below. The electricity, what we see in electricity, is what we actually see in our lives. And I'd argue some of the greatest books ever written are actually talking about electricity. Where you can take these descriptions within electricity and put stories behind them. It's fascinating.
Because like what like I remember learning about electricity when I was in school and thinking like, okay, so wait, so you're telling me electricity is everywhere, but we need like these super big machines to gather it and just create it out of coal? That never made sense to me, you know. Like either is it everywhere or it's not, you know.
Right. It's supposedly can't be created or destroyed as energy, right? So when I say, what are you breathing? You couldn't actually answer me anything but energy. So I'd say, what is the reaction you're seeing of in this medium of what? You'd say energy. It's a reaction of what? Energy. Within what? The field of energy.
Yeah. And you know something like I always played sports in my life, and like during a long time I was like very into the idea of like how do we generate energy like as humans, like how can I have more energy? And I was looking up like, okay, we have carbohydrates, and if we eat more carbohydrates we have energy, but the sun also gives us energy, like the movement of the body always. And I learned like we have no idea what gives energy to like humans, I think, you know. We think it's carbohydrates, or like I think some people think it's just a digestive system giving you energy, but like I think it's obviously more sophisticated than that.
You're confusing fuel and energy, two different things.
Also,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm confusing.
Yeah, fuel and energy. So fuel is something that can stimulate energy, but that doesn't mean fuel is the only source of energy. Like the only way to stimulate energy, right? Because thought can create life. Yeah, you've heard of the wet dream, I believe. Then you know that thought could potentially create life. So thoughts are fuel in that sense.
Thoughts are fuel.
Beliefs are fuel.
Of course, that's your guess, right?
Yeah, I'm in full speculating mode, but that's I'm just saying it in the way I want to say it, that the thoughts can create energy. And we know this. We know that you can raise your energy levels with attitude, for example. And you can get more out of something when you can get more strength out of your body in an emergency. So, thoughts can create energy. I'm just saying the fuel source isn't always, the food or whatever. Yeah, I probably segued it off a bit. That wasn't it was just a side note.
I mean, I think there's like a narrative of like we think energy comes from matter necessarily, and it's just like the electrical system. Like we think, okay, we need to burn coal, we need to make we need to burn fuel to generate electricity. And that's just wild because it's supposed to be everywhere. So
Yeah, well, just like the solar luminescence star in a jar example, we know we can create a light and a heat of, it's supposed to be thousands of degrees. This cavitation bubble, they collapse with sound. So, we can literally use sound as energy. So what is energy? And I think it leads back to that whole stimulation argument, just like we are beginning to see that energy and light gets stimulated. I believe it's the same within us as well.
It's resistance or reaction is basically what it boils down to, whatever term you want to use. Excitement, resistance.
Conversion.
Yeah.
like I'm not sure I know what you mean by resistance, but like that's a concept like I started to grasp like recently, where it's like everything has got like resistance, like everything is like trying to fight something else, right?
Fight or go with or go through. It's either being it's both. It's the opposite end. Yeah.
But I guess I have to do more research on like electricity, because I still like that's one thing I just don't understand. Yeah, I also think it's weird. Like, so you mean to tell me that like
A container is resistance.
we just
Once you resist
invented?
something, you get a reaction. Go ahead.
Yo, check out Richard Feynman's work if you're trying to research electricity. He has some good stuff. But yeah, we can use trial and error and determine a lot about an item like electricity, but that doesn't mean we have a full understanding of it. Same goes for light, which is possibly just the same thing.
Because remember, it's actually sound, taste, touch, smell, hearing, right? Imagining, all that's electrical. So in one arc or spark, you get sound, you get light, you get color, you get energy, you get magnetism, you get all of it.
I mean, sometimes
You
I
get a
think like
smell.
sorry.
Let's say you get a smell too. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Like sometimes when I started like trying to figure out electricity, I thought like it's very similar to water, because it's like water is everywhere. Like you have rain, you have water in the air, you have water underground, like you have water, like all the plants like are getting water, like all the animals, like there's water everywhere. But you need to get it from like pipes, and those pipes go to a weird machine central, and I think it's like the way
That's all power too. That's all unlimited power too. So if they continuously pump you a little river in your house, that's not power. And it's also going through a metal pipe called copper. What's copper do? Exert kinetic energy. You get an electromagnetic reaction. Like when you rub certain magnets through copper, it slows down and won't touch the sides. The same with a balloon. When you rub your head on it, it statically repels the water away. So if you have the right material in a little machine, your house can be waterproof with a static machine.
That's wild.
You understand? Yeah. Don't be stealing my damn invention. I done made about 80 million of them, and they get stolen every 5 seconds.
Because it's like they give us the water and they give us the electricity that they have it. They have
Yeah.
the like
They build the initial system to give you the initial start. Once you have the system in place, it's never ending abundant free energy forever. It doesn't, it's not all kind of money. You just have to keep that thing working. And how hard is it to keep a free thing spinning? Just have it freely spin. Don't, the less parts you have, the more that thing will spin forever. And your lungs exert electrical continuity through them, right? So you have electric, and that gives you a charge through your liquid and through your nerve system, and it goes to your heart, just like a grounding in a wire. It carries. So your nerves carry the electrical charge. Just so does your liquid, your iron, and your copper in your blood, and they act electromagnetic, and they react to that. And then you get a pump, you get a circulatory system, you get a flow, you get a pulse, right? Heartbeat. So it's all electrical. That's why if you and I fall out, they come and bring like a little battery charger. They yell clear, and they go doo. Then bring us back with a little energy, brother.
and that's what I think like we're not like so advanced because it's like in reality all we have is like machines that use electricity to spin stuff or generate light, right? Like that's the thing where I don't understand why we think we are so advanced because like okay we have the digital and that looks advanced, that looks sophisticated, but maybe not for a scientist, you know.
Nature's
And
advanced. Nature is the advanced things. Insects, bugs, those are the Beetleborgs. Those are the actually advanced. You know, don't need any rulers, don't need any tape measures. They build all their stuff accordingly, and it all matches. They are the true master masons that we strive to be, like wasps and spiders and ants, and you know what I mean. I mean, we're good too. Don't get me wrong, but nature is the mofo, just as a whole.
yeah, like I was just in my grand like every time I'm in my grandma's house, like she's got like one apartment that it's got a lot of ants. It's like in the way like if you drop something, the ants like immediately find it, immediately come pick it up in a super organized fashion, you know. And like every time I see it, I'm just like mind blown. Like, if you take the food away, like you don't even need to like kill them. Like if you take the food away, they'll be gone, like in a couple minutes. And I'm just like how can such a small animal? And I was thinking like if such a small animal can do all that, like maybe like we humans, like God, like maybe we can do a lot more. and they love sugar. That's what they're about. They love sugar. They love sugar and water. Like if you put something that is sweet and kind of wet, they'll go crazy.
Are you a flat earther, bro?
Like I don't know. Like I don't know if it's flat. You know.
What do you think, though? If you had to guess.
I don't know. Like if I had to make a bet, it would be really a very tough bet. You know, obviously, I think like heliocentrism, like the globe theory, has got some merit to it. I don't think it's like completely absurd. I think it's like okay, maybe like when I see that theory, like to my understanding of it, I'm like, you know, could be. But what I don't like it's the institutions. Like I agree with flat earthers in such that there's a lot about globe theory that it's fake. Like it's not a 100% like and that's why I think like a lot of flat earthers don't trust it because it's like
It's mathematical. It's mental and mathematical. It's not mostly not physical.
like I think it's mathematical and
It's mathematical.
And you think okay, it could add up, like it could be in a sense. Like if you look at the you look at the stars, you look at the sun, you look at the moon, you build the globe model, and you're like, you know, like maybe like and like some very good mathematicians did that.
No, hold
But
on.
like,
The numbers, brother. I don't disagree. If you said Demach, do you think 2 plus 2 should equal 4? I'd say sure. Why not? Right now, that's a non-physical thing. It's just an idea of what we agree on for like the status quo of numbers. But that doesn't have anything to do with the physical attribute of things that we have to get the numbers to match. Okay, so we can have numbers all day about what the stars, we can put numbers together, and we can imagine they're making our model work great. But without that demonstration, following that, then the math on its own, just you have to believe it. No, but 2 plus 2 is 4. I got you there, right? But the physical attribute behind the stars and all that, and the crazy ass equations they would need, the 92 billion body math problem, which we know they can't do. So.
yeah, but here's the thing, and this is where I hope like AI could be cool. It's like if you bring a good enough mathematician, you can create a formula for whatever shape you want. You know, like a very good mathematician could build a cube. Earth is a cube model.
Yeah, no, we've done it.
You know,
the models that you can do that. Yeah, you can get a triangle, a butt Earth. You can get all. You can put in a program. You can put any Earth you want, brother. Any shape, unicorn Earth, whatever you want. But does it match the physical reality where we stand on in existence, and can we see that in the physical attributes where we are?
yeah, I mean, obviously not. Obviously, we can't see it, and I don't think we'll ever be able to like see it and measure it. You know, I do have to give some credit to the flat earthers in the sense that I mean, water, like the ocean, does look flat. Like you get on a high point, it does look flat. I don't think that means it's flat. You know, I think it could be whatever other shape It could be like this super big object. It
Well,
could be way
flat's not
bigger.
a shape. Flat's not a shape. Remember, that's just a description of the surface.
The water surface, brother, not the dirt. The dirt
Yeah,
can
the
do
water.
whatever it's want. Yeah, so if we got a sandbox outside, and then we pour water around it and a little water in it, our sandbox dirt's still going to pop up. The dirt in our yard's still going to pop up outside of the water. Our dirt's all on the flat earth. Dirt always pops up outside of the water and has to contain the water. There has to be an impression on a flat earth to contain water, or else it will flow. You understand? That's what makes it sit at rest, right? And now, if it's a big enough body of water, it's got some salt, it's got shit going on, it's got underground current, this all. Then you get tides. You got the wind makes more tide, you know, and the water moves the wind moves the water. It's all electrical current differential, right? Resistance. So, but that's how it works on a horizontal plane. Now, on a sphere, this water, when I pour it on the sphere, it's supposed to wrap around the sphere in a smooth layer and meet itself back on the other side. Like, that's the idea of their sphere. Gravity is holding water to the outside of that surface, not dirt. So when we see a waterfall or we see a fountain, why does it always have dirt at the end of it to catch it? That's only a flat earth proof every day, all day, till we go home. I mean, every day of my life. The water has to be stopped by nothing to be on a globe. It can't fall into water. It can't fall into dirt. It has to fall around itself. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? This is 1,000,000%.
I don't think I understand.
A mud puddle only exists on flat earth the way a mud puddle exists to you right now in reality. That can only be matched with a flat plane pouring water out. In reality, every day, that's all you can duplicate. You'll never be able to duplicate water stand on the top or the sides of a hill while it's sitting still. Now do you understand? Because that hill is nothing. It's nothing to the size of the earth. When you guys say the earth's so big, you wouldn't even know. Well, how does the water know to move off the surface of the earth from another part of the surface of the earth if it's all pulling to the center? How does it know to go left or right or up or down when gravity's supposed to say equilibrate yourself to the sphere surface, which it's never done? Meaning laying on the top, brother, the top of the water, not down in the water. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, bodies of water cannot stick to a ball because it will always run off the ball. Bodies of water. It's impossible.
Can't
So the
stack
whole
water on a hill.
Yeah. That whole puddle analogy is basically just, you know, that water will seek its equilibrium and will always find its level. That will always happen. It's what happens on a flat earth. It doesn't happen. It shouldn't happen like that on a ball. On a water ball. So flat water is literally like the flat earth model is reality. Flat water is literally like what you observe, what you experience, a topographical plane. You know, we don't count the hills, the valleys, the mountains, but we know there is a mean sea level, and everywhere water is flat locally. On a ball, there must always be curvature, and if you're claiming there's flat spots, then there'll be more extreme curvature in other areas of your spheroid, whatever unique shape you've got. The point is there will always be that curvature, and somewhere it should be measurable, experienceable. There should be some curvature anywhere, and it's not every water is locally flat for everyone everywhere. So if flat's not a shape, and flat is just a description, and flat earthers are correct, Earth is flat, but we're not claiming a shape. Earth is Earth-shaped, and that's it. It's true. True statements.
I mean, like, also, like I kind of understand flat earthers, and I see myself in the critique of, like, we have so many charlatans posing as scientists. Like, we have, like I don't understand. Like, if we start to dive deep in any kind of science, whatever field, like the charlatanism and just the people talking without like much evidence or without any care, it's everywhere. Like, it's not only on the earth shape that science does not add up, you know, like, and that's like very scary.
What if it's, you know, what if it's just part of what's going on, you know? Like, if you really, we've been talking about energy. So if ideas are, we, you know, I'm trying to allude to the fact that ideas are energy. So an idea, you know, if there is a deception, then it's gonna be in all areas of society. You know, and this is gonna be a big pill to swallow, but you know, once you realize the knock-on effects of the claims, you know, it does affect everything in its, you know, whether it's a big impact or a small impact, it does affect everything. And whether, and we can go to different fields. I don't think flat earth is this isn't what we're talking about. We're not talking about the shape of the earth. We're talking about truth. And when you peel back the layers of deception in all subjects, what you're going to find is there is, in every single subject without fail, there is a layer of truth that is hidden for either commercial reasons, compartmentalization reasons, or conspiratorial reasons, or whatever it is. I mean, look at the light bulb
Well,
conspiracy.
there's some of that. There's
Yeah.
some of that because people are cruel, but the real voodoo is on the unknown edges of things where we still don't know the answer to good questions.
Are you the where's the space junk guy? I feel like you recognize
Yeah,
a profile
of
picture.
course. But we know
Okay.
about space junk. It's just you guys are not willing to investigate. It's not like we don't know about it. It's not a mystery. Just why you guys don't. The conspiracy you think wrapped around it's the mystery.
I mean, obviously, like, for commercial reasons, and like there's a lot of reasons to like not teach you something. Like, I don't want to teach you anything, right? I want you to be dumb, and
But
I
they could
want.
do other things. They wouldn't have to pretend that they're spending $20 billion on a satellite in 20 years, and the people actually worked there and built houses and did all this stuff just to go and dump it in a hole somewhere when nobody's looking.
Yeah, they're completely compartmentalized, and they have no direct experience with space. So as much as you appeal to all of their hard work, they could be deceived just like everybody else. They just
Well,
feel
that's what
they're
I'm
part
saying.
of something.
Yeah, you could say that, and like I guess that example would be what's that movie? Jim Carrey, Truman Show, kind of like that.
What about Liar Liar?
I don't know
Okay.
about Liar Liar. I didn't
Yeah,
watch
well,
that.
it's people that lie
Truman
and they
Show.
like it. Hold on, brother,
whole
1
life
second. Hold on, brother. 1 second,
What's that?
please. I want to go back
What's
to what
Liar
you were
Liar? I
talking
wasn't
about.
talking about Liar Liar.
No, we're not going to talk about movies. We're going to talk about space trash, right?
Right.
So now we're going to go to Exhibit A, which would be your ISS. Now, can you point out all the space trash to us, please, live?
Well, there's a database that we can investigate. I think that's a good place to
No, I
start.
said, can you go to the live feed
we
above
could,
the Earth and show us all the space stuff? The space
Well,
stuff. I didn't say show us numbers, bro. Can you stay on track?
I don't
Show us
think
the
they don't
objects and
track
the trash
it. I
and the
don't know if
debris
they
in
track
space.
it. I don't think they track it optically.
No, where's it at? No, you should be tracking it optically while the live thing is going around the Earth every 90 minutes. You should see all of it.
Excuse me. They have a database that they do. They track it.
Yeah,
So that they
cool
don't run
story
into
number,
stuff.
guy. Cool, 52821. Yeah, 59.2. So much debris.
Well, you're not using science.
Yeah,
You're
I'm doing
using
what you do,
credibility.
making stuff up.
You're just
What, you
this
don't
is what you
understand the
call
math?
this is what you call
What,
covering
you don't
your eyes and
understand
putting a
the math?
bag over. You're just putting
This
a bag
math
over
is
my
too hard
head.
for this guy.
You're just putting a bag over my head.
You
Doesn't feel
just
very
can't
good.
watch live feed from ISS, can you?
Oh
Too
yeah,
hard to
get the
watch the live
bag
feed and
out.
find all the stuff live, isn't it?
You guys gonna start beating me once you get the bag over my head?
I just want to start beating up all the debris you point out.
You can see the ISS when it passes over the moon. You can see it visibly pass over.
Well, get your high altitude balloons and let's see it at about 70,000, 80,000 feet right above you every 90 minutes. And don't make no excuses like now you can't see it when you're
Hey,
closer
Google.
to it.
How high is the ISS orbiting
Don't
above
give
the
a
Earth?
fuck. How high can you prove it
On the
is? Is the
website
question.
nasa.gov, they say ISS orbits at an altitude of between
250 miles.
370 to 460 kilometers.
There you go.
250.
400 kilometers?
Yeah, it's up there. I actually seen it one day.
Oh,
and
they
I
raised
couldn't
the
believe it.
amount.
We saw it at
Did you see
400
it from 8,000
And then I
feet?
had to go. And then what I did, I saw it like it looked like a can up in the sky, right? And I was just driving down this road.
No, it didn't.
Sky
It
was
looked like a
perfect
balloon.
blue. Listen, I'm telling the story. The sky was
It's a
perfectly
unicorn.
blue, and I saw this can, and I couldn't. I said, "What the hell is that?" Like it kind of freaked me out because
It was Superman.
what if it was a UFO, right? So anyway,
Yeah, what
it kind of hit me. It kind of hit me the next day that what if
Spectroscopy it.
it hit me the next. I'm telling the story. It kind of hit me the
Why
next
don't you
day.
tell
that
us,
it might-
Tobin, spectroscopy
Excuse
it?
me. It hit me that it might have been the ISS. So I checked this. I checked the flight
Did you
patterns of the
spectroscopy
ISS,
it?
and sure enough, it flew right overhead
Yeah.
at that time. So that's what I saw.
I checked
couldn't
on the
believe it.
website with the tracking,
Did you
and it was
guys do
supposed
live
to. It was supposed
spectroscopy
to.
and use your lenses and stuff and
So
see what
then,
it's made out of
No,
and
no,
see
no.
what
I
kind of
so that
gases?
was so cool. So that was so cool. I've managed to see the space
So
shuttle
you
fly
don't know
over
what
3 or
it
4
is.
times. I've managed to
So it
watch it
is a
fly over.
UFO.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
On the
So
website, you can watch
it
the flight
flies.
path.
There's maps of when it flies over
Yeah,
the
it was
Earth, and you
supposed
can
to.
and
It
you
was
can
supposed
Maps
to
of
fly
and
over
when
the
your
you
moon.
can sign
UFO
up.
unicorn
Excuse me.
flies.
You can sign up and be
Guys, why don't we all
notified.
just talk at the same time? Yeah, come
Yeah,
on,
you can
take
be
it in
notified
turns.
when it flies overhead. So good luck with
Santa
that.
Claus? Yeah, he's watched by Doppler radar. Santa Claus, check it out. Everybody knows.
Yep, you could go on
Why would they
NORAD,
lie?
is it, during Christmas time and see where
Yes,
Santa
sir.
Claus is in the sky as well. But that is interesting. So you saw something fly in the sky. Computer tells you it's the ISS, so you're like, confirmed. Now I'm just wondering how you get to Earth as a ball.
No, the computer never told me that was the ISS. I wondered what the hell it was, so I came to it on my own volition, and I looked up
So you
because I
imagine?
didn't
Your
even think to do
imagination
that.
is your proof?
But
What the
I'm a
hell?
kid. I'm a kid at heart, and I liked space when I was a kid.
Yeah, and
So
imagining
me
stuff
a
is your proof.
40-year-old man, I went and looked it up,
Still
and then
imagining.
after that, I went out the next couple of times. I signed up for the notifications. Next couple of times it went by, and it was a clear sky. I got to see it, and it was damn cool.
Yeah, that
So
is
you
cool.
can
I'm just
see
wondering how do you get to Earth's a ball after that?
but you can see objects at 400 kilometers.
It's massive. The ISS is extremely big.
Yeah, it's huge.
Can you show me? Can you show me where it is right now?
Why
Where
does it
can I see?
disappear when you get
Just go
closer?
investigate it yourself. I'm not your daddy, baby.
Well, me either. We're not gonna prove your lie either, Superman. So
Wait,
go
how big do you
investigate
think
your
it
own
is?
Stay
lie.
in the dark, dude. Stay in the dark.
It's
Be a
nothing that you
Be a
can prove or
conspiracy boy.
demonstrate up close. So once you get closer to it, and then it disappears.
Boring.
Stop being mad because it disappears when you get closer to it. Does anything else disappear when you get closer to it, like your house? To just disappear for you, cuz?
Can you
Did
tell me the
you
link?
go from horizon to horizon or what?
Like, could someone
He
like
ran away.
send me
Can
the
we
link?
see it go below the horizon live? Down below a horizontal line, below a horizon. Can we see this, please? No? Doesn't exist? Huh. Fail.
And could someone send me the link so I know where the ISS is in real time?
Yeah. It's a website where they track it, and you can you can get notifications for where it's going to be in your area. Or I saw it. I went on the website, and
Wait, you don't have
said,
Google, dude?
Yeah, like I have Google, but it's like I want to see what's your website because there's a lot of websites, and there's the James website, and there's a lot of websites, so I'm not sure.
Wait, what does it matter? Why is it like dependent on the website? I'm confused.
Oh, so you just take any website you see, you just okay, that's it.
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even buying the story completely just because of the amount of bloopers that happen on the ISS. So I'm just saying to you, like, what do you think it is, and what is the purpose of a certain website for it?
Look, it's like I'm not an American, okay? So when I look at American websites, I wonder, like you as an American, maybe you can tell me what is the most trustworthy website? Because for
Oh
me,
yeah,
they
I
are.
don't know, brother. Sorry, I'm just a man. I don't really identify as an American.
No, but it's like there was someone saying he checked the position of the ISS with a website.
Yeah,
And I'm just wondering what's the.
It was gonna fly in front of like it was gonna fly across the sky one night or across the moon, and so I went out and drove out to the forest where without any light pollution or the smog, and I watched it and I waited, and sure enough, around the time when it said it, I saw this.
Santa Claus flew past and he was giving presents to all the kids.
Yeah, I saw the
So how do you
ISS
prove it's not
whiz
Santa
across
Claus,
the moon.
brother? How did you prove that's not Santa Claus?
You think that the
No, I don't have to think. I'm waiting for you to prove your claim that it's not Santa Claus and it's what you claimed it to be, and not something imaginated in your brain.
Like, how did you know it's going to pass through the moon? Like,
they predict it. They use math to predict its flight path across, wherever it could be visually in the
Who
sky.
predicts it?
But you cannot send a link to this? Like, no link.
How come your math can't predict it?
No,
How
I
come
can't.
you
I'm
do
trying to
math?
find it in my. I'm trying to find it in my history. I'll send it as soon as I get it.
How come no other
point? I don't get it.
can't do that math?
Trying to understand the point of this conversation.
The point of the conversation is when you try to get high altitude evidence that something exists above your head. So if they say Democ, the store is 18 blocks away, we'll bet you $80 a block, right? I'm going to go confirm that, right? Because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want them to be wrong. I want to make sure. So when they say the ISS is this far above my head, I'm not going to stay on the ground and believe it. I'm going to get a high altitude balloon or a hot air balloon with a telescope, go as high as we can or as high as you can, and you get some stuff, your magic shutter camera that blinks or whatever you need, and see the ISS from 70,000 feet, 45,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet. And then we'll understand it's at least above that height. Once we understand that, then you can say, okay, it's at least above that height. Now, that still wouldn't prove that it's 250 miles up. Now, does everyone understand?
Imagine being 250 miles up and distinguishing a football field on the ground because that's about the size of the ISS. That's kind of funny, dude, to think about. Like, just go up in a plane and look for a football field.
Yeah, look for the ISS. No, go up in a plane and look at the ISS above you is what we're supposed to be doing. See if all the Globers had such great footage at 35,000 feet of the ISS every 90 minutes. Wouldn't that be cool?
Hey, Walter White.
Can't be done.
I got a question, kid. What were you using to see this? Were you using your naked eye?
This was my naked eye, but I believe there are videos online. There's even this one, a flat earther that used to try to verify the ISS, and he posted a video. I believe it got taken down for copyright issues, but if you use the Internet Wayback Machine, you can find videos of flat earthers.
Yeah, no. So almost 10 years ago, Flat Earth dude who still hangs around here, he's got a video on his channel where he caught the ISS going across the moon with the P900. So yeah, that's not an issue. I'm not saying that there's not something up there. We're just saying that like it's not what they're saying it is. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, they're not in outer space, dude. Right? The vacuum of space, like you imagine. Right? We don't deny things up there. We don't deny the technology of a satellite, right? Because we know there's aircraft, there's plane, there's drone, there's jet, right? And Saraloon, yep, satellite on balloons,
Yeah,
right?
so if you
But the
got
claim
closer
that
to
they
it, right, like a helicopter, and
fucking
go
asshole.
about 29,000, or yeah, about whatever you can get in, and keep your air, take a couple air masks with you, some tanks, go up and film it. Film straight above your head and watch it go over every 90
Yeah.
minutes. It should take you amount of time to get up there anyway. You should see it
Go
once or twice by the time you get up an
I'm
altitude, regardless.
go ahead and try
yeah.
to finish, Kimbo. Go ahead and try to finish what you're saying, bro.
No, I finished already, but yeah, that's the thing that we disagree on, right? Like they in outer space, we not denying things up there, right? But you claim that those things are in infinite vacuum of space, right? Can you prove that first of all, that they in the infinite vacuum of space? You don't. You can't. So now do you understand where we're coming from, kid?
What's interesting too is I don't even think the people on the ISS think they're in the vacuum of space either. You know what I mean? Like, or the claim people. I think they still think
Well,
there's like, because every once in a while they have to like send boosters to put it back into its orbit. And what I
Yeah,
find funny is how it follows like a magnetic flux line pattern, like a flower of life pattern over top of the Earth. And then they say these magnetic flux lines, like if you were to hitch a ride with them at that altitude, it'd be around 17,500 mile an hour. That's kind of a crazy coincidence.
Do you think that if you had a
Have you
real
seen how calm it is? Oh, sorry. Have you seen how calm it is when they're out there fixing the ISS? It doesn't look like 17,000 mile an hour to me.
Yeah, they claim that one the astronaut claimed, I think it was a Joe Rogan podcast. He claimed that he's out there outside the ISS while it's going 17,000 miles per hour. You believe that
dude,
bullshit?
why haven't any of the astronauts been like assassinated by small meteor particles, right? Like, because aren't we told that the ISS is constantly being bombarded by like meteor fragments, right? That's why
Yeah,
they have
I
security
don't
over
know
the ISS.
because if
All
any, I don't even know
invisible.
how the ISS would survive a singular with how fast everything's traveling in space.
Right.
Even a singular gravel particle. I mean,
You
it intuitively seems like it would rip through the entire
you might
shuttle.
be too young to remember a couple years ago when there was a hole in the ISS and they said that the astronaut plugged it with his fucking thumb.
He put his finger in there.
So, like, did his thumb just like immediately freeze off, or was it in his suit?
No, he was perfectly fine. Like, dude,
Yeah,
like
that doesn't make
imagine
sense.
like so think about like the cartoons you saw when you were growing up where there'd be like a hole in the side of the boat and they would put their thumb there, right? To hold the water in. That's what they did, dude. They pulled a fucking cartoon move on the ISS and then told everybody about it as if it's like legit and an actual fact. When, dude, everybody, all of us had the same question you had right now. Wouldn't his thumb have frozen off? Wouldn't it have been sucked through that little hole? Right?
Well, the suction
Like,
isn't really the problem because when it's plugged, it wouldn't. I don't know
yeah,
if it would.
but no. What we're saying is that before he plugged it, the outside should have been trying to create equilibrium with the inside, and that would have caused airflow, right?
Yeah, the airflow.
Hey, is there any mods in here?
How can we help you?
I mean, I have the ability
What's
to mute
Heidi's
people, but I'm
problem?
not a mod.
Respectfully, sorry, just like to interrupt you, what you guys are talking about. Sorry about that.
So
What was the question, sir?
Heidi, she banned me for no reason. I don't know what her issue is. She's very emotional when it comes to.
No, we don't.
She's
No,
not a mod here.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. Yeah.
You don't? Okay, then why
Oh,
the
hold
fuck?
on. See, okay, seems like I am not a mod in this channel, only in the other ones. Okay.
Ah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
we just mod this channel.
Get
We
it? I
don't
get it.
mod the other
That
channels.
makes a lot of sense. All right, well, you guys
Yeah,
do your
no,
thing. You do your thing. Have a
I,
wonderful day.
I only have
All right,
mods
we
in
will.
the
Thank you for the
in, like,
permission.
in the game
Stay
vision.
safe.
Anyway,
But yeah,
yeah,
kid, that's what we're talking about. Is that like there with the hole there? The outside should have been trying to match the inside, right? Like that's naturally what happens with vacuums and non-vacuums when you have.
yeah. So it would have sucked. It would have sucked, a bunch of air out, and then. But
Yeah.
like the pressure doesn't even really seem like the thing. I watched a few videos on like it wasn't about space pressure, but just it was a water pressure thing, and it's somewhat applicable where you have a empty airspace that's being sucked in with water, and entire people can just get ripped through like 5-inch spaces with the amount of pressure, right?
That's what we're
Now,
thinking.
yes. Now, the one thing is, I believe potentially, because I don't know enough about like how it works when the airflow stopped. It could potentially like plug and get his thumb stuck, but it would either immediately freeze off, or if the sun was directly facing it, it would just disintegrate in the heat.
Okay.
So I don't
So,
like.
so besides how they stopped it though, right? They sent a picture of the hole. Okay. That picture that they gave the world about this hole was actually an album cover from like almost 20 years ago, almost 30 years ago.
It could have also been a
Get the
troll.
fuck out.
Like there are military accounts that are official, and they'll post like just goofy things, like a guy shooting a gun with the scope on backwards. There are times when the government just decides to troll and post completely inaccurate things, but I don't know if like this is a case of that.
Is that true, Uber? Have you got a link to
Yeah,
that?
here, Roots, I'll send it to you.
Well, bro, sound like you gotta you get to pick and choose when to believe in, but not to believe the government, right? Well, our thing is this, right? There's no way you can prove the outer space, right? And we tell you, one of the thing would be outer space cannot exist because they claim it to be a vacuum, and we have an open system here on Earth, right? Pressurized system. You can't have an open system next to a vacuum of space without a container, my friend. It's impossible. If you can demonstrate that to us here, right? That you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum of space, right? Sure, we'll go back to the globe, bro. But nobody can, bro. That's why we're here.
Well, you need to have the assumption of gravity for it to work, and so if you don't believe in gravity, then obviously the globe model doesn't work, because that would be absurd. Like if you have the globe model,
so what is gravity to you then? So what is gravity to you?
Yeah, we don't watch gravity holding gases. You ever open a can of soda?
Yeah, well, it's gravity. Yeah, if you have a globe Earth and you can prove it's a globe Earth by doing measurements or anything, then it proves gravity, since it the globe Earth.
Yeah, necessitates
gravity.
it, right?
And
It's
if you can prove, and if you can somehow prove gravity, like have a physical demonstration of gravity, it would prove the globe Earth, since naturally, if gravity is causes mass to bend space to pull mass towards itself, then that would naturally form a sphere, since it's equally pulling on all sides, right? So
that would flatten out over time, right?
Yeah, it would. If you have enough, because it scales, it would scale with mass. If you can prove gravity is real, then you would prove globe Earth, because it would automatically crumple into it. You couldn't have like.
Yeah, but would you still buy, like, even if they did, right? If we measured it and we were like, no, it is a globe, everything's spherical. Would you believe this? The universe is flat, though, but everything else is spherical. Like, come on.
I don't think the universe is flat. I think the universe is 4-dimensional.
Okay, but
and I don't mean 4-dimensional. I don't mean 4-dimensional as in like 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. I mean like 4 spatial dimensions.
Yeah, no,
bro, you just went against the mainstream narrative, bro.
Yeah, I'm going with the mainstream narrative. That's what they say. Can you believe that?
Man, it seems like you guys, every time you guys come in here, you guys stop bringing your own version of the globe, bro. We don't care about your version of the globe, bro. I'm telling you. We don't care about your own version of heliocentric model. We
Hey, Kimbo. I'm pretty sure he might still be in the middle of like learning all this, dude. Like,
yeah, bro. I was just saying that's all, bro.
Like he knows a lot, but there's a difference between Walter White and a lot of the other guys that come in here, man. You know, as far as I've seen, bro.
Right.
No
yeah,
worries,
I might have kind of went off topic too with my question too.
Yeah, I believe gravity, since I believe there are demonstrations that can prove gravity, and so that's why I believe the globe. But if I could, have proof that all of
Wait,
the
when you say demonstrations, you mean like dropping stuff?
No. It's like you have two masses, and they like will attract each other. They
How did you eliminate the electrostatics from that?
Yeah, that's the thing. It could simply be, electrostatics. It's
Yeah, I think electrostatic forces are like a crazy amount stronger than the force of gravity, right? Which I don't even think gravity is a force, right? It's just a bending and warping of space and time.
Yes, but even if it is electrostatic, it can be demonstrated with any material. As long as you have sufficient mass, you can get this experiment to work with any material. And so if it simply is showing, it doesn't have to be gravity per se, but if it's showing that, this material, like just material attracting other material and it scales based on mass, then that works as a gravity substitute, right?
But you understand the definition of mass in physics? What you're saying is a resistance to inertia attracts a resistance to inertia.
Well, I'm not saying it's yeah.
It's just an illogical idea. I mean, like nobody's denying gravity. We all agree. I would say Archimedes was pretty good enough with specific gravity of it's a medium density relationship, right? Yeah, ping pong ball. I like this example. You get a ping pong ball, you drop it in air, it falls to the ground. If you drop it over water, it falls to the water and it doesn't sink to the bottom, but a rock does. You know what I mean? So it's more like a density medium relationship, if anything.
Yeah. I assume you guys have heard of it. I believe it's the Cavendish experiment or Cavendish demonstration.
Yeah, that one demonstrates that lead attracts lead. I know they want to say mass attracts mass, but I know you say they've done it with so many other materials. Now, I'd like to see that. Because there are many claims. Oh, so many people have done this experiment and this and that. I watched a dude do this experiment. He set it up in his shed and stuff. He's a popular baller, like anti-flat earther dude. And this dude basically had to keep resetting the experiment until he finally got results he wanted. So that's like a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, shooting.
It also proves that bowling balls attract steel, which is something else. If the universe was made out of bowling balls, lead, and steel, I guess globe would be proven.
No. Yeah. All you need to do to prove the globe, dude, is just measure the curvature. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of things are attracted for different reasons. You can attract women. Is that your gravity? We can call it gravity.
Bold of you to assume.
Yo, especially when you're a flat earther, bro, you attract many ladies.
Might just be attracting men.
Can I ask you guys something like, what do you guys think about like what's the science behind like how does the space station just not fall?
This fucking guy.
Like, are you talking on a globe model or a flat Earth model?
I mean, either. Like, I don't understand. Like, how does that fly?
No, it is falling, dude. They have to do little boosters every so often.
Yeah. Its orbit is degrading. It's like falling. I don't know how to
Flies like everything else, like an airplane, a bird, a helium balloon, a helicopter, a jet. Flies like everything can flow. What do you mean?
It is falling. Orbits are simply like just falling around. It's
You think that's because of gravity?
You ever played Super Mario Galaxy? That basically proves the Earth is round. So.
What's funny to me is D-Mock says this all the time. You know what they call free falling? Zero gravity.
Yeah. I mean, I can boot up my Wii emulator and play Super Mario Galaxy right now.
I bet you that world in Mario is flat.
It's called Super Mario Galaxy because it's a bunch of ball Earth, and like part of the platforming is like using orbiting and stuff. So it proves because it has gravity in the game. They coded it. They managed to code gravity, so gravity must be real.
But like, can I ask you something else? Like,
You sound like Mark Sargent.
like so if Einstein said that like gravity is the warping of space and time.
Yeah, and it creates like a funnel, like a path.
Okay, so are you saying that like the Earth's curvature would be the warping of space and time?
Well, no. The reason it's curved is, if you have gravity, the reason it's curved. Imagine trying to stack marbles, right? And all the marbles are magnetic and they want to stick to each other. It's not gonna lay out in a line because the ones on the edge are going to want to, come towards the center and be pulled towards the center because the average magnetism is going to be stronger in the center. And so if you have, enough mass to have the gravity be strong enough, it's going to pull everything towards the center and sort of even it out. You're going to have minor variations, like Mount Everest and the Challenger Deep.
There's no attraction there.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You said the middle of the magnet's stronger than the outside of the magnet, like the inside chewy center of a magnet.
Well, it's not like a bunch of individual magnetic fields. Magnetism, it's an average magnetic field.
Can I ask you a truthful question? When have you ever seen anything magnetized to the center of something? The center, brother, not the outside surface. Not the surface, gravity, the center. That's what we'll look for.
Plus, you got to explain it. You got to explain it within context of what he was talking about, the curving of space time, not attraction.
Yes.
Wait, how do you curve space-time? Can you do that with love and hate too?
I mean, you can do it with like Super Mario Galaxy.
Wait, you can curve concepts, or is that called a reification?
Curve concepts with Super Mario Galaxy. I mean, that's all I know. It's a
You
pretty
can
fun
apply
game.
physical attributes to concepts, to abstract ideas.
Have you ever played it though? It's super fun. Great game.
Dude, I cannot believe this is like globe proof. Super Mario Galaxy. This has got to be one of the best.
Yeah. I think it is the globe proof. I don't think you can get
So
any
what
better.
does Metabunk prove a globe to? Like metaverse? So when you put the helmet on, you must be in a globe, right?
Yeah.
I put my clothes in the dryer earlier. That means the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, there we go, brother.
Look,
Let's pack it up.
Breakfast today, so like I think that kind of disproves your entire.
How do you know that?
ideology.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do you know what? How do I know what?
How do you know that you ate breakfast this morning?
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, there's no way to prove that all of your past memories aren't just like immediately fabricated and you weren't just placed here a second ago.
Oh, the rewind
Wow,
and
bro. Sounds like a globe theology.
yeah, the old rewind and playback.
Can I stream in this channel?
What if you have less toilet paper on the roll than you did this morning? Wouldn't that be evidence that you ate breakfast?
I mean, it takes like at least 12 hours for food to fully pass through your digestive tract. So no.
Prove
it.
There's funny smells in the air. Would that be proof that you ate breakfast?
He's got dirty dishes in his sink and he doesn't know where they came from, dude. It's crazy.
And
I think they were placed there.
got breakfast
No, I think they were placed there. They were placed there along with the idea in my mind to psyop me into thinking I ate breakfast.
So, what I'm hearing is called last Thursdayism. This notion that hey, the world actually started last Thursday, but we have all the memories.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
This is what we in philosophy would call an unfalsifiable assertion.
Yeah.
Much like Christianity, if you guys are familiar with that nonsense.
Oh, Giggler! You finally come in
right?
here and behave yourself. The other day you came in here, you just insult us, and then you left. So
wait.
It's nice to see you. The other day you came in here, you started insulting us.
Hey,
That's only
Giggler,
'cause I'm an asshole.
you know what's funny,
Not my fault.
Giggler? Bro, there's also something else in philosophy called reductio ad absurdum. Do you know that one? that the absurdity of the contrary can lead to a truth. What do you think?
I'm on board. What do you got?
Go ahead and explain knowledge without the Christian God.
Okay, hold up. I'm just gonna get the Super Mario emulation
You're
working.
done.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
Are you a
You're
Star
done.
Wars
You're
fan?
done.
Are you a Star Wars
Yo, I
fan?
actually saw the Super Mario stuff,
Yo.
and it's pretty cool.
When I
like,
was
Wait,
13,
Yeah.
like the Mario stuff is cool. Like Luigi goes into orbit because it's getting pulled by the planet. But I mean, it's a video game, but I understand now, like how they claim orbit works.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
it's
a pull.
if
It's not a
you
pull.
pull.
Stand. Hold on. Can we stand at the address where that rocket's going down? Like, not stand way back 20 million miles away and say we think it's doing something way down over there. We think we hear a tree fall, right? No. Can we stand up close on the dirt and water that's right next to where it's going past? How come a little microscopic human can't find that little microscopic dot on Big Earth where the rocket's going down past where we can see it from up close and personal with our eyeballs? Like, watch it go kamikaze down. Where's this at?
No, that's separate. He was simply asking for like a way the orbit would work with gravity. Like, how does it fly? And then
Nah. I'll give him like I'll step into the into the world of fantasy and imagination for a sec, and I'll help him out. All right. So imagine a really flexible road, right? Just in nothing, right? And you've got some cars on it, right? They're driving back and forth, right? Now, for some reason, right, when you put a large object near it, right, that's massively larger, right, in proportion to this bendy, flexible road, right, that's just straight at the moment, right, you place this large mass near it, suddenly, for some unknown reason, why, they don't know why, but space-time, that track, that road wants to wrap symmetrically around that, at the outside of that mass, right, and joining the two ends together. Now your cars don't have to stop and turn around and go back along the track. They can just keep going around.
I mean, I guess like orbit, like if orbit would prove the globe, right?
well, you just have to. Not really, because you have to believe that we actually have you have to believe the globe to have something orbit, because you can't orbit around a flat plane.
Wait, hold on. No, you can orbit above it. You can't orbit around it, but you can orbit above it.
Yeah.
You don't know that.
Well, that's different because
Yeah, an orbit's
that's,
just a circular path, dude. What are you talking about?
I mean, the sun.
But the orbit wouldn't be gravitational, right? I mean, the sun would orbit in the sky in circles and somehow eliminate all of Antarctica without any of the center.
Wait, is that cause of gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Or it could be
No.
electrostatically stuck.
Yeah, you don't know why the sun is doing what it's doing, so I don't know why we would have to propose something like that.
And all of the stars somehow look the same in every. It doesn't matter though because it's all.
Yeah, even though
electrostatic
how
and
many?
light
You know
refraction.
how many miles we've moved since you asked that question out of the spot we were in free space? Since I mean, vectors were moving.
Yeah, well, the Earth's rotating, which is orbiting around the sun, which is orbiting, in our little wing of the galaxy, which is, colliding closer to another galaxy, which is,
Yeah, we
impacting
see
entire
the
galaxy
same
clusters.
stars over and over and over and over again.
I mean, because it's going to take billions
What's
of
a
years.
yaw angle look like in a lab with two rocks that are smarter than you?
he said because it's going to take billions of years. You remember that whole thing about unfalsifiable theories?
Yeah, exactly. The
So
universe
if we
started
pay you
last
all
Thursday.
our money, and if everybody dies in our family 8 million times, then someday down the line, maybe a third grader might see it.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh
It's
man,
like,
you got
there's
so much science. So what if in the future is science today, gentlemen? Take a look at the great science of all the scientists that you couldn't be smarter than. It's what if in the future maybe
science. Nothing touchable, nothing tangible, nothing reproducible, nothing demonstratable in a lab with materials doing anything you claim. So maybe in the future, your globe science could work somewhere. Somehow, maybe. One of these days, you guys could get it to work, and maybe you'll prove a globe one of these days in the future somehow. At the same time that magically happens, that's when you guys are on a ball. Till then, welcome to Flat Earth. Drinks are on the right, snacks are on the left.
I'm trying to get a PS5 controller to map to a Wii U stick for Super Mario Galaxy. It's being annoying.
Well, send it from Florida on a little globe, and from Florida, and then see where that curve is on longitude and latitude. Well, let's go stand there, me and you.
Yeah. One sec. Playing Super Mario Galaxy.
Yeah. Where does the ISS go down, kamikaze at, straight down, where we can stand close to it and watch? Just the fucking ISS. Just the measly little ISS.
I mean, if you could somehow convince them to
No,
stop.
I'm asking you when we watch it drop below the ground, brother. If we're standing on the curb of the earth, that very edge. We already walked 3258, and we're standing there, little microscopic dudes. When can we watch forward and see it go kamikaze down past us, brother?
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're asking for it to go.
Yeah. We know reality.
I mean,
so can we?
Yeah. Well, it does. It's going to be extremely fast. It's going to be a little speck in the sky. So if you believe little specks in the sky
So
going,
you see
too
the
fast
speck
for you
in
to
the
see this
sky, but
properly.
now you can't see the speck in the sky. You see how this works,
No,
gentlemen?
you can see this. You can always see the speck in the sky.
So
as
you
long
can't
as
see
you have
the
the light
speck
right.
go down below the dirt and water, right? It's 250 miles away and out from it. Definitely, you should see it go down past, right?
Oh, you
Kamikaze
can.
style.
You can see it go down, but you can see
No,
it. You
up
can
close,
track it, and
brother.
it'll go below.
No, like you're standing on a cliff, brother. You're standing on a cliff and you watch some guy lose control in his ISS. Now he's got to fly down in front of you and straight down. No dirt and water underneath to hit. You understand? We have this spot somewhere. Are you okay? We can't find the moon doing it. We can't find stars doing it. We can't find an ISS doing it. What object can we see anywhere as a little microscopic dot on this big turd ball? Can we see something fly straight down and not hit dirt and water?
Oh, it's not really flying straight down. It's flying perpendicular.
Perpendicular
It's
to
always going
what?
to be flying perpendicular to the Earth. Well, to your
What? Oh, okay,
perspective
so
on the
the
Earth.
flat Earth.
I mean, yeah, I guess 100%.
Yeah, an aircraft should be able to get to 40,000 feet and then pitch down a couple of degrees, maintain that pitch, and then not hit the ground ever.
I
I don't
mean,
even know why they
40,000
have to
feet
point the nose up. It's so silly. An airplane should just fly straight.
No, it should
it's the
fly.
nose
Hey,
pointed up
listen,
because it's.
listen to this. Here's how it should fly: with its ass end down towards the ground and its nose up in the air. So you should see it flying around the ball with it facing vertically. That's a globe.
The reason it pitches up is because it's decreased the angle of attack on its wings, so you get more air pushing against it because the Earth's too
Draw
thin
how
for
they
it to
land.
actually
Just
maintain.
just draw, brother. Just draw. Draw a little circle ball. That'll be your ball. Then draw a hot air balloon, an airplane, a helicopter. Just see how they, and a jet, like all in the same path, and see how they all go around and land on the runway. Let's see the physics, how you draw that, please.
Yeah, sure. One sec.
Okay, remember hot air, and remember the plane doesn't tilt. Globe says plane no
What do you
tilt,
mean?
no dip, no tilt, horizontal
mean?
flight. I mean horizontal flight, brother. Do you understand? Same with the hot air balloon. Hot air balloon don't tilt and go 45 degrees, does it, and start flying up that way? What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean reality, brother. Okay, now draw
Okay.
what your gravity is supposed to do and how you would fly around and land on shit. Show us. And make it match reality. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Does anyone here have the perms to give me streaming perms?
Brother, you can just draw the picture and send the picture if you can do that.
Yeah, no, we don't have that ability.
I don't think we're really
Okay.
wanting to watch Super Mario Galaxy either, brother. Just to be honest with you.
No, we don't want to watch that at all.
Very sad.
But you
I
could
mean,
go
if
back
you
in
can't
time
see
to the
some-
level that the sun is chasing you, and it's close in level, and all the games are flat.
Oh yeah. But this game has like different planets and stuff, and they have gravities, so I can like walk around the planet. And it's a Mario game, and we all know Nintendo knows the
Dude,
physics
are
of the
you
universe.
okay? You just said you can do
It's
something
sarcasm.
imaginary in an imaginary video game. What in the fuck about that do you think a 3-year-old wouldn't understand? And what does that have to do with anything in reality at all? Zero. What does your
Exactly.
computer game have to do with reality?
No. It's
They ain't no.
It's
It's not
sarcasm,
reality.
not serious.
I think it's funny. Is this game like Mario can't jump? He can't do super jumps.
Yeah, like can you jump 80 feet in the air like Mario can with
Well,
your
no, I
power up?
can't. But I'm just wondering. This game you're saying has
do
inputted
you, bro?
gravity, so did it make it really lame to play because you can't do like super?
If I find a little white
Actually, I
mushroom with
find it.
red dot, maybe.
I mean, honestly, I think the gravity mechanic is pretty cool because it allows you to do like I actually really enjoy how it's implemented into the game. Whether gravity is real or not, it's the way they did it in the game is fun and interesting.
Yeah, we
I
talked
mean,
to a lot of people that like to play video games, like Kerbal and stuff. I feel like that might be part of the problem. Is like you guys are all stuck inside playing video games. Like you forgot to just go out and observe reality.
Exactly. Mario is not real.
I mean, sure, things fall
How do
down
you
or whatever
cause
on the
gravity
ground.
in
You
a
call that
video game?
gravity.
What
I
causes
mean,
gravity
you code
in
it
a video
so
game?
that
Huh?
you code it so that you always fall towards the average center of the object.
So what?
And you're so you basically have the y value follow like it's kind of like a weird
Like a
rotation thing,
magnet?
so that the y value could... No. It basically shifts the entire
Like a magnet.
It shifts the cardinal direction so that they always point towards the center, and then that allows you to have your y value always negatively
So do you ever see the
decrease.
curve of the Earth in your world?
Yeah.
So you can get there to the curve on your game.
Yep.
You could stand right there on the curve in your game.
Yeah.
So why can't you do that in reality? If your game is simulating everything about reality and simulating gravity, and you're so hippity hip about your game, how come reality isn't tracking what your game is? How come your little Mario guy can find the edge of that fucking ball,
I never
but we
said
can't find
the Super Mario
brother?
Galaxy.
Stop for a minute. Stop.
Yeah.
How come Mario can walk to that spot, but you can't? Go ahead.
It's not like a hexagon. It doesn't have a flat and then a curve point and then flat and
What's
a curve
not?
point.
What does that matter, brother? We're
Always
looking for
curving.
you to walk to the edge of
globe.
Earth. Yeah, the Earth that you think you're on. Walk to that part.
No, but there is
Mario,
there is no edge. There is no there's no singular curve
it's
part.
only but an edge. It's only that's all it is. The surface of a turd is an edge of a turd, brother. That's all it is. The whole thing is nothing but an edge. You lost your damn mind.
Yeah. The entire thing is a curve. It's not like a singular point, like flat point, and then
Yeah, so walk to that part and show us where you can see no dirt and water in front of you, brother. Walk to that part of the turd ball where the turd ball stops. Do you understand?
Walk to the part of the turd ball where the turd ball stops.
It's
I need to steal that
fucking
quote.
hard,
That
man.
is...
Yeah, you're a little bug on a turd ball. You can walk all the way around the turd ball, brother, but you can't walk on your turd ball. Somehow physics stops you from walking forward and getting anywhere. So I guess you can't leave home, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Glover's
I don't get why you're not flat Earth, huh? How come
When
you
you're
can't
looking
just go
across the
outside and look at the
surface
Eiffel Tower?
horizontally, do you think I'm looking down there? I'm looking down.
Okay,
Go
one
ahead
thing that
and
I don't get is, like, when you look at the sun, it goes below the horizon. How does that work on a flat Earth if it's always above us?
You'll need a side view and a horizontal line of reference and watch it go down below the horizontal line from a side view. Now, while you're
Okay.
imagining what's happening, like you think you're looking at Superman, have your buddy film a side view with a horizontal line of reference. And when he says it's not going down below there, Wilbur, what are you going to say? Nothing. Come back when you do your homework, young man.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to, like, I was genuinely wondering how that would work on a...
Well, you're making a statement that
Are there
the
any...
sun is objectively going below zero. You'd have to prove that. It's kind of like when you see a car
Well,
in
no,
the
I'm
distance.
not saying it's going... I'm not saying it's going below zero. I'm just saying visually, I can see it go below the horizon and dip down.
No, that you've begged the question a bunch. So number one, you have to assume that the sun is some sort of physical object that apparently is going below zero. So do you have any evidence for that?
No, all I have is I can see, what looks to be a sun going what looks to be below the horizon. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's light refraction or like anything causes that.
Sure. So that's an honest answer. I appreciate that. Yeah, it just looks that way. Doesn't mean it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So what causes it to look that way?
Oh, there's a myriad of
That's
effects.
what I'm asking.
That's more the flat earther point of view, which is refraction, mirage. I mean, atmospheric lensing, all that stuff. So a lot of those things create effects in the distance. It's all optical. Doesn't mean it's physical.
Right. Why do clear ice cubes, when you stack two of them together, not become clear anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, brother. You're just asking us why reality works the way it does. You have to do a little more science to figure out more of what you want to tell yourself. And then we would agree with it or not. That's the peer review. That's how science works. Trial and error. See what you think actually causes the effect, and you work with that. Now, if we can't demonstrate what you're talking about ever, and it's all just a thought experiment, what are we supposed to do with that, brother?
Everybody that told you that the sun and the boats and the buildings and the distance are going below a horizon are already in that particular word below, telling you that there's some sort of obstruction, physical obstruction, that things are going behind. It's a nice little word trick. How come nobody ever brings up refraction, perspective, atmospheric lensing, miraging? They just say, nope, cut and dry. It's just the thing in the distance blocking the stuff in the distance.
I think
Never mind the perspective.
I think globe earthers are one of the number one users of refraction. Like that's all of our explanation for like why you don't observe drop over the curve, right?
They're the ones that are telling us now all of a sudden refraction. They're using our argument from before, which is, yeah, of course the horizon is not a geometric location. Now they're telling you that the sun isn't going behind the horizon. The boat isn't going behind a physical geometric curve. They're telling you reasons why it isn't. Why all of a sudden when it was before, it was a physical geometric curve. Now it's not a physical geometric curve. Why have they backtracked and flipped sides? Why are they doing that, you think?
Yeah, I feel like refraction often kind of feels like a buzzword for just like explaining something. Because
it is
like atmospheric refraction is used. I'd say even by both flat earthers and globe earthers as a simple like dismissive.
It's a buzzword by globers that even ever got brought up in the first place, right? For the idea that they're supposed to see light bending around a curve and all kinds of magical stuff, like you looking forward with a powerful enough telescope and seeing your own ass. Yeah, that's globe magic, right? That's what you're supposed to be able to do on a globe. But all of this stuff has never been demonstrated because you guys think that you're looking 24,000 miles into the space or 93 million, but you're not, because you can't even see 24,000, because if your globe matched that math, you'd be looking at your own ass, especially if light was bending to help you, right? And the thing about refraction is no glober can give you the number that matches refraction. What does standard mean? What does, and all these different forms of refraction, all the flat earthers are telling you this, yes, mofo, stuff's getting blocked by the air, no matter what you want to call it. You can call it David Copperfield magic if you guys want to keep making up names for shit, right? But the thing is, it's not disappearing over a curve. That's our flat Earth point. It's not disappearing over Benny Hill.
But can I ask you guys something like in the flat Earth, considering there's a flat Earth, like when the stars approach the horizon, shouldn't we see the stars like getting more close together as they approach the horizon?
On a globe, you should see all kinds of wonky converging and discombobulated beach ball lines with the stars and maps. And when you fly up in the water, it would look like a mirror funhouse on a sphere. But on a flat Earth, you should have a flat image, like a flat picture, and it should look pretty cool and flat, not distorted, not fucking weird.
Yeah, but my question is like
The
we are
globe
looking
is
at the
distortion, brother. Brother, hold on. A globe is distortion. Repeat after me. Globe image, funhouse image.
Okay.
Now repeat. Flat mirror, perfect image, reflection of perfect reality. So our water,
my point is
reality, our water matches the flat mirror, and the sky matches the same thing. It's a flat horizontal sky. It's not a discombobulated, bending, arcing, growing, shrinking ball, brother. A lot of people are confusing what they imagine for a ball to happen somehow on a flat plane. That's the big fucking thing here with a lot of people too, where they can't break away from the ball imagination so bad that everything on a ball has to be happening somehow. No, what you see in reality matches flat Earth every day can be demonstrated. You can't demonstrate a ball do anything like what you're claiming. Like if you put a little pinhole camera on a ball and start spinning it with stars, you're not going to see what we see. You need to spin it 1,000 miles an hour, then 666. It just gets ludicrous, brother. It's not going to be what we see in reality. You understand?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out is like when the stars get closer to the horizon, which would mean they're getting far away from the observer.
Right.
Aren't we supposed to perceive them like getting closer together? Like remember the train tracks image, right? Like the further away it gets, the closer the train tracks get, right? That's
that depends. Well, it depends.
Let's hold on a second. What do you envision the stars to be, and what kind of orientation do you expect them to be?
I think the stars are above us, flying. I mean, they're above, right?
Do you think they're an actual location or an apparent location?
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know. No.
Yeah. So you can't start making, pre-assumptions about the sky or assumptions if you don't actually know what the sky is. Now, that's probably the most difficult thing to kind of understand this whole thing is that we don't know what the stars are. We don't know how they, will say, hang in the sky, right? Or even if they are in an actual location, they certainly don't seem to be in an actual location, more of an apparent position, because if you use a sextant, the angle that you get at ground level is the same angle that you get at 50,000 feet. So they do weird things that don't, kind of adhere to physical geometry. So they're very mysterious. All the heavenly bodies are very mysterious in the things that they do. The moon, for crying out loud, does all kinds of crazy stuff. So we don't make any claims as to what the stars are or where they are or how high they are, all that stuff. No idea.
Yeah, on flat Earth, they do what they do.
One of the things we can do on Earth is try to triangulate and like measure the perspective of one star in a location and the perspective of that same star in a other location.
Do it with a rainbow.
No, you can't.
Do it with a rainbow. The top of a rainbow. Is that?
So you think?
Do it with the UFO. It's closer. It should be easier. We don't think anything, brother. You just do it with the UFO and then come back in the rainbow too. I don't want to take that away. And then let us know how big the UFO is and how far away it is and all that great stuff. calculate the sphericalness of the UFO that you don't know what the object is. Isn't that crazy? So you guys are UFOing it on us.
Galaxy.
Yeah, it's hard when you have no external reference, right? Really hard. Like you don't have anything else to reference anything against. Like, okay, so you think, what I see the sun doing at, sunrise or sunset, that's what it looks like when I'm on a big giant ball in outer space, and that thing out there, the sun, is a big, nuclear fusion reaction of hydrogen and helium, and it's like thousands of times bigger than what I'm on, and it's 93 million miles away. But you haven't gone to another ball, right, and said, yep, see, it's just the same.
What's really crappy is that the authorities that have the budgets and stuff like that and tools to help us figure this out, because I think creation belongs to everybody and we should all have the right to know. When we ask them what the stars are, they go, "Oh, well, don't worry about it. They're way too far away. You're just going to have to trust us. Are you going to prove it to me at all? You're going to bother? Nope. We're just going to tell you what we think they are, and you're going to have to stick with that because we're not proving anything to you, and you're just going to have to deal with that."
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what I think is like the most weird of all. Like they claim all this technology, but like so you claim it's easy to go to the moon, but like can you not like point a camera to Earth? Like shouldn't there be like thousands of pictures of Earth? Like wouldn't that be like a priority of a lunar mission to get like so many shots of Earth? Like that's where I see it can't be real.
Oh,
you know,
there is a picture of Earth from the moon, or like an alleged picture of Earth from the moon. But the thing is the moon is so far
so
away.
you
from
go to the moon and you take one picture of.
There's multiple. There's multiple. It's the Earth from the moon's perspective is like a dot.
How can it be a dot if the Earth is bigger
What?
than the moon? What?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense.
However, I might be mixing up my source. It might be a picture from one of the satellites that like, or one of the telescopes that was sent like into deep space. But I can't. I don't know if we actually have pictures from the moon itself.
You're thinking of the pale blue
But I
dot,
know-
supposedly taken by Voyager 1.
Yeah. Sorry, I was mixing it up with that. I mean, I thought it was Voyager 1. It might have been Hubble as well, though.
I don't think they've ever turned Hubble around and pointed it at Earth.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I can't remember. Anyway, it's been great. I'm gonna go to the Super Mario Galaxy server and continue playing Super Mario Galaxy. Have a great day.
Not to mention the Earth would be 4 times bigger than the sun, because the sun and the moon in their model are the same fucking size. So the Earth would be 4 times bigger than the sun. So if they would have shot back at the Earth, why did it not get the sun also? And see that the Earth would be 4 times bigger than it.
I mean, listen, like
That's a good point.
Going to the moon. I mean, you are in the moon, and you take no pictures of Earth. You have Earth floating, huge, above you, and you take no pictures. Like that's wild. That's like there should be like thousands of pictures of Earth from the moon if they really went there, right? I mean,
DMAC, you make a solid point.
Maybe they have it and it's classified information. I don't know.
Here's what they should have did on the moon, brother. Just make a line, a happy face, just a line in the dirt big enough, because we can see all the craters. We can see everything standing on our front porch with our eyeballs, because the moon gets big as hell and then shrinks and gets big as fuck and then shrinks. It magnifies in the atmosphere, right? So now right? That we know we can see it with our eyeballs, put a line in the damn dirt. What goofball wouldn't have just put a line in the dirt and said, case closed, brother? We don't have to fucking argue with no one about anything. We put something that never existed there and you watched it form live. A line in the dirt. Now, can you guys see it, Commander? Pick up your green phone from the Oval Office. Can you see that, Nixon? Yes, we can. Go ahead and come back home, boys. Put your
Well, what do you
golf
mean a
clubs
line?
away.
What do you mean a line?
What do you mean? Did you ask me what do I mean a line?
Yeah.
Brother, have you ever walked in the sand as a kid?
Yeah.
Have you ever mowed the grass?
Okay, but you say
So the
we
green patch of
line that
grass,
we could
hold on, brother.
look at it.
The patch
We
you
could,
mow is left behind. Like when you're on a beach and you want to put SOS out, right? This is smarter. It's a line. So you just go back and forth with your buggy, a motorized buggy. Sure, it couldn't be hard for that never-ending energy buggy to go back and forth a couple times just to make a line big enough to where when the president saw it and everybody's watching it be made in real time, staring at the moon in real time with our eyeballs, right? Because they called the moon on the phone. The president did, Nixon from the Oval Office. And he says, hello, boys. We see the line. And then they say, okay, now we're going to go play golf and finish our golf game, and we'll put the mirrors on here and then the retro reflectors on the side, and then we'll head back. Oh, we'll put our 200-foot string to prove it's a spherical moon, too. Bet you didn't know about that one, did you? They just took a string to prove whether it was round or flat on the moon. Crazy, huh?
yeah, but we would not be able to see the tracks of a rover on the
Yeah,
moon.
you would. Yeah, you would. You're insane now. Stop saying insane shit. Yeah, you would, because
Why
you would
they?
drive it big enough to make a fucking line in the dirt, brother. I don't know what you don't understand about this.
And how would you
Well, they
see
claim.
like that would look so small when you look from Earth? Like you
What
would
would
need
look
like
so
a very
small?
powerful
What would
technology
look so
telescope.
small? What would look so small? A
The
line on the
tracks of
moon
a
that never
rover on the moon.
a line on the moon that you and your grandpa could film getting made in real time. It would look so small. While you're watching it getting made from nothing to something. No matter how so small is to you, imaginer, it would be a line appearing to fucking grow on the moon from nothing to something. And as soon as you guys thought it was good enough and you could see it with your eyes because you're watching it get made in front of you, they don't stop till it's big enough. Do you understand how to walk back and forth in dirt now?
Mm. But that would be like a huge.
Brother,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like anything. The moon is small as fuck.
No,
Look, they tell you that you
they
can
say it's
see.
like
They tell you. Listen, they tell you can see Tycho crater, right, with your naked eye, and
They don't want to do
supposed to
real
be
math.
about. It's supposed to be about 50 miles wide and 238,000 miles away. Have you ever checked? Have you ever checked that against the, you know, the optics of the human eye? Whether the human eye is even capable of seeing something that size at that distance?
that's like saying like from the moon you could see the tracks of a rover on Earth. You know.
Well, that's what they tell you. You can see Tycho crater with the naked eye, and it's 50 miles wide and 238,000 miles away.
See, I like this game. I like the why don't we have this and how would this work? I like this game. DMOC, I don't want to go past this. You said earlier something about the sun. Why do we not have any kind of footage, any kind of photo of the sun from the moon? No atmosphere of Earth, right? What does the sun look like without an atmosphere? That's conspicuously missing.
Wow, that's so cool.
Well, shit, if you boys would have had me working for NASA when I was 3, I would have had them put a line on the moon. I would have had them film the sun. You boys would be answering some questions to at least the best of your ability.
There's no way they go to the moon. There's no way.
Remember how big the sun would be again. 4 times bigger than the Earth. I mean, I'm sorry. The Earth would be 4 times bigger than the sun. I'm sorry. I'm so stupid. See, because look, they say that the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. And if the sun and the moon from us, we look up in the air and we see them match the same size, if you just go a little bit away in space and take a picture, you should see the difference on how big the Earth is bigger than the sun and moon. No one's ever seen that.
Yeah,
No
that's
one's
why
ever
we
seen
need
a
like
match.
such a
Yeah.
like incredible picture. You know that's the one thing that makes me think it's fake, because it's like you have the Earth, you like so big, as you said, like bigger than the sun above you, and you take no picture. Like you take one picture, and you show one picture to the public, like with no perspective, with no nothing. I think it's just wild.
Wilder than a 3-cent penny. Boy, that globe would drive you crazier than a crack whore with a room full of crack and no pipe and lighter. That's so funny. That I didn't even. Yeah. Somebody just give her a lighter, please.
Yeah, it's interesting. You were taught not to accept candy from strangers, right?
Well, if it's Neil deGrasse Tyson or Joe Biden, you can give him a little hair sniff and get the candy. No, you don't trust strangers. No one ever trusts Joe Biden. Don't trust Joe Biden or Neil deGrasse Tyson.
And what do you guys think about the James Webb? Because like, is the James Webb like?
Oh, I've got an image of James Webb image for you if you want. I'll show you. I'll post it in the chat. Hang on.
Sorry?
I said I've got a James Webb image for you. I'll post it in the chat. One sec. Give me a minute.
Because it looked like a triangle. Like when I saw that, like I like it's so hard to believe. Like As you guys know, James Webb data is pretty open to the public. Yeah, but that's a James website.
There you go. There's your James Webb imagery. Now, who would have thought that stars actually do look like the little stickers you get from your kindergarten teacher? It's right there, James Webb. James Webb Telescope shows you that stars do look like that. So all those years we were drawing stars, like they actually do look like that.
So how did we know that? Isn't it crazy?
Because our teacher told us.
I mean, I think sugar is a crystal.
The crystal light.
I just find it so amazing seeing like sugar and like salt because they look like crystal. Like they're not cells.
A minute.
Anytime, any Globers, welcome to open up their mic and tell us how they can have a surface with zero slope on their ball.
When you heat stuff up, it expands. When you take it up in a colder altitude, it expands. The voltage increases. I mean, what's when a voltage increases, is that like a potential increase? I can't show you what you want to see and take you where you want to be. If the earth curves up, even if gravity was falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound. They would always ask me, like, where do you hide? Where would you hide if you're running from the military? If you're running from a gangster with unlimited money and he wants to, like, find you, where would you hide?
I would hide in Morocco.
Remember, this gangster has the ability to go anywhere, right?
Yeah, but
You know
like
what?
you cannot find me in the streets of Marrakesh. You can't. There's too many people. I look like my skin is a little bit like the Arabs. I can blend in, and you have to look at a million Arabs.
Right,
Morocco.
facial recognition. We got you. So, you know where I would hide?
Where?
On the other side of the curve. Since nobody can find it, nobody knows where it is, and they always got to be 70 miles away from it to point it out. That's where I would hide, right on the other side of that magical Earth curve, and no one would find me. I don't care what military. It's a funny one, ain't it? But no, I get you. I get you. You totally blend in with Morocco. I got you. You're right there.
I think it's a good strategy.
Oh, yeah. Keep on going forward and never stop. The way you're always ahead of the curve. Yeah, that's a good strategy right there, boy. Like, what does car look like? I don't know. What does house look like? I don't know. What's everything look like? I don't know what's on the other side of the curtain. You better hope light doesn't shine on the other side of that hill because it's going to refract it right to us.
Like I really like that what you said about like if there was a curve, like the amount of just refract weird light distortion coming from the ocean would be wild.
Brother, like when you look at a degree of something, and like my thumb can be as big as the moon. My pinky can be a degree of 80 gazillion miles if I point it out and say, hey, imaginary and imagine that going out in space, and like how, you know, the width of your finger can be like a whole universe if the universe is far away enough and you line it up, right?
Right.
So yeah, so where do we go with size? And how did they determine the size of 93,238,000 and all that garbage when we have no key legend to go with like my pinky? My pinky's a real physical thing. I can line it up with stuff and say, yep, matches or not. Does it globe, or could you even Google what the 93 million miles looks like left to right? How about 24,000?
Yeah, and like picture this, Dimok, like in a globe, you could, in the Pacific Ocean, like cross from one side of the other in a straight line, like underwater.
Yeah, I
Like you
said
get in
that
the water
too. Yeah.
perpendicularly, and you get out of the water the other side of the curve.
Swim to
Like
the surface. Yeah. You can drop a rock, brother. If dropping something takes it to the bottom of something and there's curvy water and I'm a microscopic dude and there's big curve of water on the side of me, the water is the curving hill that I'm standing on, and I drop a rock through the surface, shouldn't it just fall out the other surface? See, these conundrums, Globers don't have anything to like even, they can't even comprehend it. I drop a rock vertically down. Now to another guy pointing his finger up some other damn direction, I'm dropping it straight down through the surface of his water. So he watches something, he's like, man, that thing's swimming fast. That rock is swimming like a mug. No, I dropped it. But to this guy's view, he sees a rock going through the water like a jet ski, right? Because 9.8 meters per second squared, you know, it's eventually going to build up some kind of speed, right? And the guy's going to see it go across the surface like, and then eventually with the camera on the end of that rock, you're going to see it go out to the surface of that water and go into air, right?
No, because what it'll tell you is like if it's dropping, it's just going to the center, right?
Center of water, surface at 8 miles of water.
No, the center of
Huh?
Earth. the
It's
center
nowhere
of
near. It's
the
nowhere
globe.
near that with 8 miles thick of water. There's 8 miles between the surface of that rock and the dirt. So, like, what are they talking about? So now rocks are pulled horizontally to stuff. Whoa, these are new physics, brother. I'm telling you. See, because remember, in one guy's view, it's horizontally going across something, but in another guy's view, it's dropping vertically down. Right? Have you ever been able to drop something and then another guy say, I see that go horizontal across my horizon, but you dropped it vertically down? That's never going to happen anywhere on this planet. Imagine if you and a little kid had a 1,000-mile sword and you could sword fight on a globe. You'd be Xing all over. You'd be making big X's across the sky, like ting, 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 ting. On a flat earth, you guys would be on a level plane. Nobody would see your swords. They wouldn't be up in the air. Ever. They'd be right pointed at each other, sword fighting. But on a globe with your magic 10,000 mile, 1,000 mile swords, they'd be up in the air making X's while you fight. Ting, ting, ting. It's the only way you could hit the other sword. You understand? I mean, I know you get it. I know you get it. It's just odd. I don't know.
Hey, so like a lot of things that like don't add up. So it's like the whole scientific community or like scientific religion. I can understand
It's
like
the
it employs
seance.
a lot of people. There's so much commercial structures that are
Give me
based.
money. Yeah, pay me and I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you a secret that you can't reproduce. The last time I checked, if I buy an object from the store, that's my object. I can go take it home, take it apart, but dude, that's mine. But we can't buy any gravity and take it home. We can't, like, none of this stuff can we physically go purchase any amount of or any way. You can't physically purchase something called an earth curve stencil. They tell you they have the math for it. They tell you they do all these great calculations. They tell you all this bullshit. We have a hardware store, but they don't have an earth curves material that you can just go grab and be like, all right, what are you doing with that, Tom? I'm going to go show the school kids that this damn water's curving along the lines of this earth curve stencil I got here. Well, I'm glad this hardware store exists on a globe because, you know, we have these materials called bending arcing materials to find out where it's arcing so perfectly. You know, we just got little sections like a meter stick, you know, just a section of something, right? So we have the meter stick arcing curve stencil, but it doesn't exist. So there's no material I can go line up to water and say, look, it's curving but not horizontal. It's matching this but not that. I heard excuses out the fucking wazoo, but they can't be the same thing. They're telling you they're the same thing. They're trying to explain to you a flat earth is a globe. That's why you guys will never get shit. And then at the same time as them not being able to show you, we can get a horizontal line. That's easy as fuck. We can make arcs. We can trace a hill, but you can't trace the hill of Earth. You don't find this weird? No human in science or geology or geometry or landscaping or permitting, like no human has the earth curve stencil handy to guarantee what the fuck they're talking about. Weird.
Like also, but you have to think that like if they wanted to make an experiment, that would be transparent and easy to show to prove the curvature. Like I think they could do it. Like you
Oh
have
yeah.
like lasers, you have like even like a airplane could maybe do a lot, you know. Like you see an airplane flying below the horizon, dropping.
No, I don't want to see that. I want to see an airplane fly kamikaze straight the F down. Kamikaze now. I want to see the belly of the beast. I want to see the belly of the rocket, the airplane, the helicopter, the hot air balloon, the bottom of the basket, and it needs to be facing that way, or whatever. It needs to be like the flying object needs to fly straight down.
Yeah.
Kamikaze, right? Kamikaze. We need to see kamikaze flight where your plane is not blowing the fuck up and hitting dirt and water and crashing. No human is going to go fly kamikaze for 1,000 miles or 50 miles or 100 miles straight down or 35,000 feet or 20,000 feet plus to show they just went past the curve. But nobody's flying kamikaze without wrecking. No fucking human object on this in reality can fly kamikaze down in your sight and not wreck and hit something. Put a camera on it and bet them their whole life. Bet them fucking everything they want. That plane is going to come back crashed. It's not going to go skim past no water and not hit it. It's not going to skim past dirt and not crash into it at the bottom.
Exactly. It's utter stupidity. I mean,
But they're telling you the ISS is doing that. It's kamikaze flying straight the fuck down and then back around and straight down and back around and straight down and not crashing into nothing. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah, or even like you would be able to see like tilted buildings Because it's like if the building is high enough.
Yes, sir. Brother, a helium balloon is an upside down plumb bob. Do you know that? So is a hot air balloon. So if a plumb bob would tilt that way to the left, the helium balloon would tilt to the right at the same fucking angle, but the opposite is the same. Do you understand? It would go to the right. Yeah, like a needle. Yeah. We don't see none of that shit. We don't see nobody's hot air balloon setting diagonal, raising up off the ground at 33 degrees diagonally. What the fuck? And lowering that way? A helicopter? Come on, brother. You know how long it took me to convince them that we would see some tilt? Probably about a year or so. Everybody called me stupid. Even some flat earthers was arguing with me. There ain't no fucking way. I'm like, no, fuck that. We're not going to believe the shit that Neil deGrasse and all these people say that if you're on a sphere, you wouldn't see it. It'd be horizontal. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Ever. There's no fucking way you're ever going to tell. Listen, that's garbage. What he's trying to do is convince the people that what they know they fucking see. Anybody with common sense and really looks at it and doesn't lie to themselves, they're seeing flat earth. So the only way he can explain that away is say, it's flat. Okay, well, where's the fucking curve at? You know, where's it at? I can't imagine a ball that I wouldn't know that I'm on. I couldn't even do that. I don't care. So big. I don't even know what the hell that means. But I still couldn't even imagine being in a dream and being on a sphere and not noticing. That's just too wild. Too wild.
Yeah, I mean, like that science, like Neil deGrasse, like it's like I know I'm not American, so maybe I don't understand like some of the inside jokes, but like I find it impossible to take this boomer seriously. It's like, I don't know, like I've seen him speak, and yeah, he just sounds. Maybe there's a language barrier here, but sounds kind of crazy.
He actually just wants you to be amazed at how flat the ball looks. Like he said about Felix Baumgartner, he said, like, I think that it diminishes the honesty of what they were doing, right? He would have rather they just go up there and film it raw, no wide angle lens, and just say, look how flat the ball looks, right? He'd rather that than people like being fooled by, you know, a media stunt, which is all it was. It was a media stunt.
Yeah, because I think like at the end of the day, like this can be explained because like I think we live in like the past. You know, when you see all those humans like they had nothing, they were so dumb. Like that's us. You know, like we just have like no technology, no knowledge of anything. We just have like digital and engines, and that's it. And I think we're like barbaric still. We have.
I'd say we understand to a degree a lot, right? And yeah, it doesn't require you to know the exact ins and outs of how something works to know that it does work, right? You can exploit mixing two chemicals together and causing a certain reaction, right? You can just do that and go, oh, this happens when I put these two substances together, right? You can contemplate all day long and write up all the different theories you like about why it does that. Screw that. I'm just gonna like take advantage of what it does do, right?
Right.
I can make a thing move along on wheels with that.
Cause like as far as technology go, like here's what I see. Like so I see computers, okay, the digital. I see engines. So basically fuel burning to spin stuff, and that's it. You know, like I really don't see like a lot of technology when I look at the world. Like, now electricity, that's the weirdest technology by far. Like,
I'd like Glover to tell me. Sorry, go on. You go. 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 Huh? I thought you were going to say something.
oh, me? Oh no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying. I'd like a Glover to tell me what, like 1,000 miles of topography across a plane surface would look like. What would it look like?
1,000 miles?
Yeah, I'm just spitballing, like just chucking a number out there, because obviously, you're not going to be able to see freaking 10,000 miles, or even then, like, what would 10,000 miles of topography distributed across a plane surface look like? What would it look like?
I guess maybe would curve a bit. I mean,
I don't know. They're the ones saying, like, it doesn't look like that. They're the ones saying that when we look out, across the surface, it looks like a ball. This is what it looks like when you're on a big giant ball in space. This is what the surface looks like. What topography across the surface of a sphere it's like. Okay, really? You know that? What does it look like if it's not a sphere?
Really, the only way you could map topography is if you were doing rise over run, which would require a horizontal plane to do that.
Yeah, yeah. What does it look like for a 6-foot observer? Or what does 1,000 miles of topography look like on a plane surface from 100 feet, 1,000 feet? Can they show me what it would look like?
Should ask Professor Dave that. How big's how big is the Earth compared to the sun when you look from the moon? And then ask him the question you just asked. What's it look like if it should be round if this 1,000 miles or whatever? Now, what would it look like if it was flat? And they're gonna be like,
Yeah, exactly, man. We see what we see because we're on a ball, and we're on a ball because of what we see. It's perfect logic. And all the math checks out, except when it doesn't. And then, but we can fix that. We can just add something else in.
Can any of you tell me Newton's thought experiment of how orbit would work?
Yeah, you mean like magical arms reaching up out of matter, invisible magic arms
No.
reaching out and grabbing onto something? No.
No,
Okay,
I mean,
sorry.
no. You can't?
Are you referring to spooky action at a distance?
No, that's Einstein. That's not gravity.
Oh, that's what Einstein called his.
That's not gravity. That was entanglement.
What was it? So what's spooky action at a
Entanglement?
distance? What is that?
Entanglement. Quantum entanglement.
That's not gravity? They sound the same.
That's right. It's not gravity.
They sound the same. How do you differentiate? How do you demonstrate one from the other in a lab?
I'm just wondering if you guys can explain orbit. If you can't, that's fine.
Well, apparently you can't, because I'm asking for it in the lab and where you got the idea it's happening, but you couldn't demonstrate it. So
I
where
don't
did you
have
get
an
the
idea it's
idea of
happening. I'm just
orbit?
wondering if you guys understand.
You don't
the
have an
standard
idea that
model.
orbit's happening. Then we don't have to talk about non-happening things, do we?
You do if you claim to understand the standard model.
If you make shit up, you do? No, we don't do that here. We demonstrate our claim. We don't have no undemonstratable
I didn't
model.
make a claim.
Yeah, you did. You said orbit. You said model.
Saying orbit isn't a claim that orbit's
Yeah,
real.
well,
I
say the
didn't say
word
orbit.
demonstration.
I didn't say demonstration.
D-E-M. That's the only word you need to pay attention to.
Oh, so can you explain it or not?
How do you explain something without demonstrating it? We just imagine? Cooter
A thought
booter?
experiment.
A thought.
Experiment.
We fucking imagine, right? Don't think so. I imagine you're wrong. Now what do we do?
Can you
Brother, a thought? Brother, you're fucking asking us to
I'm
talk
just gonna
about
I'm
unicorns
turning you
and
down.
Santa
That's fine.
Claus. Yeah.
I
Do
did.
you
Yeah.
have-
You don't believe in it. That's fine. I didn't ask you to.
Because you can't demonstrate it. That's why I don't have to believe in it, because it's not real, brother.
I didn't ask you to believe in it.
We go over this every day with 50 of you. So no demonstration of what we're supposed to be talking about or discussing or describing, right? How could we discuss or describe, or how could even Newton or Einstein talk about it when they can't demonstrate it, neither can you? What are they talking about it from? All their imagination versus your imagination versus my imagination versus the audience's imagination? Fuck that.
Can't explain Newton's idea of orbit.
Yeah, we can explain all kinds of unicorns and Superman and Dr. Seuss and Papa.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. Explain unicorns for me. Like
Yeah,
if I asked you to tell me what a unicorn is,
gravity and
you
Newtonian
don't have to
stuff.
believe. You don't have to believe in. Hold on, let me.
It's
Can I speak?
Newtonian
2 seconds.
unicorn. It's Newtonian.
Okay, look.
Understand?
If I ask
Can I
you what a
understand the
unicorn
point
is,
of
you don't have to
the
believe in a
question real quick?
unicorn to tell me. Oh, I
Can I
just don't
understand the
believe
point of
that
the
you guys
question real
can, and
quick?
just-
No, I
I
mean,
don't
but what
think you
would
guys
that
know
even
what you're
prove?
talking
Let's you know, if we're pretending to know what someone else is postulating, which is a total imagination and undemonstrated, you're going to hold that against us because we don't know about the bullshit that is unproven, unverified, and undemonstrated? What a win for you! What a win for you! Yeah, we don't understand the bad, you know, postulations that are made by people 100, 200 years ago. Yeah, what a gotcha.
You don't have to be so defensive. I'm just asking if you know.
Why would you? No, I asked you the point of the question. You're like, I just want to prove that you guys don't know what you're talking about. So you're coming in here talking shit, and we're not supposed to be.
I just want to know if you do.
Why would it?
Look, I asked as politely as possible. It's not my fault that you guys are like on in.
See, you guys and now stereotype policies and stuff like that.
Yeah, you guys are absolute retards. I'll talk to you later.
You guys know about the thing that
retard.
about either, and yeah, then there's retard. See, you guys expose yourselves instantly. Yeah, I'm going to be stereotypical. The Glover comes in and, you know, instantly exposes himself. I just want to know why you guys don't understand this thing, and that's my gotcha, and so you're retarded, and see you later. Give me a break.
I could have sworn it had something to do with magical arms, you know, sticking out of solid matter and reaching out and grabbing other little solid matter. But I was wrong, apparently.
I think that's kind of what was supposed to be described, right? That was the imagination. And I think that's why Newton said, please don't ascribe this to me. It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. If you guys are going to imagine, you're supposed to imagine it's real physics in front of your face, but there, but not there, like pseudo there, but like gravity there, but not there. You know, you're supposed to imagine imagine it's real. Something you don't know or see or no one's ever fucking like. How does this even make sense? So how can a blind guy imagine all the colors you're talking about, Newton? He can't, because he doesn't have any. They're asking a blind guy to tell them to tell them about stuff they can't touch or see or feel. So hey, blind guy, Newton likes the color orange. What do you aspire to his aspirations of his imaginary favorite of orange? And the blind guy will say, what the fuck are you talking about?
What's orange? What? Think of it as a number.
Yeah, that's a new one. Can you guys explain the thought experiment? And if not, you don't know what you're talking about. Jeez.
Try this thought experiment. Think for yourself. We made shake and bake, and nobody helped.
What's the takeaway? Blind people don't know color, therefore flat Earth. Is that what's up?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's almost like they think that like there's this visible elastic, elastic string, right? That's attached to everything, right? And it leaves the Earth, right? And it has a set, like tension, right? It's gonna bring you back,
right?
At a certain rate. But if you go harder and faster, right, then it'll take a bit longer to come back down, right?
Totally.
You're fighting against that tension, that rubber band that's not there. There's no elastic band there, but there is. But there's not. But there is.
Earth and
but there's
God.
not.
Therefore, Christianity is the way of the light and the truth.
No, it's just like I can just chuck that idea in the garbage, right?
Therefore, science is all
I need to use that as any sort of foundation for truth. Yeah.
Therefore,
what else can we have a look
measure
at?
things.
Let's have a look at something else. Let's have a look at something else.
Therefore, straight lines don't exist. What's the
They're not therefore anything. Therefore, it's in the garbage.
Okay.
That's what therefore.
Therefore, the horizon isn't real.
Now what? What? Now what?
What are you doing,
No, you're
man?
saying that, not me.
Yeah, you're saying these things. These are your thoughts.
That's your thought.
What? It is? When did I say that?
Just now you said that.
Go on the live stream, go back and get that, from me. The things that you're putting in our mouths, Aaron, is these words.
You want me to put
right?
something in your mouth?
Instantly
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Instantly into degenerate behavior. You can't help yourself, right?
Rewind the tape, General. Look, this is fucking nonsense. Making a point, or yes or no? The colors, the blind person, is it making a bigger point? Yes or no?
We were talking about something else. Did you just come into this conversation? We were talking about something totally different. Maybe you can answer the question that the gentleman came in and asked, because he was a Glober. Do you believe in the globe? Is that your religious belief?
Yeah, so I have a ritual.
Okay, so in your religious belief,
wanna know my
can you
ritual?
explain the thought experiment
The ritual
that
is
Newton
called
had about gravity? So do you have
scientific
that
method.
explanation for that particular thought experiment? That was what the Glober was asking, so I assume you guys believe the same thing. Explain the thought experiment that Newton had
Do you talk
regarding
like
gravity.
this in
Go ahead.
person? Do you talk like this to people in
I'm
person?
talking, yes, I absolutely do. You can ask anybody that knows me, but right now,
personality.
you know, it's wonderful, isn't it?
If you
You
talk
can't
like to
handle
me
it.
like this
Now
in
you're
person,
bringing it up. You've
either two things
successfully
would
diverted
happen.
away
One,
from.
I'd kick you in the nuts so hard, my back leg would lift off the ground.
Go. Now maybe Says can get like 2 words out before he's interrupted.
Yeah. So if New Dawn, who is left, or anybody that believes the same thing that New Dawn believes, would like to talk about the subject and not just straw man or put words in other people's mouths or be a degenerate and then even talk about, you know, physical violence, I would love to have a conversation.
Let's do it. I'm not that knowledgeable on Copernicus or some of this other stuff, but let's do it.
Okay.
I'll give it a try.
Okay, great. If we could have a calm, reasonable conversation, this will be a win for both of us. We don't even have to agree. We don't have to come to the same conclusions, right? But if we could just be chill, that would be like a win. So if you, like the rest of us here in this server, at one time, you know, thought or believed you live on a spinning sphere in the ever-expanding volume of space that is a vacuum of space, could you prove that? And if you could, how would you do so?
Well, if I could, that would mean I would have a space shuttle. Would be probably the only way I could prove that there is a such thing as space as described, or what we're taught to believe space is. But without that instrument, I don't know. I don't know how I could prove that there's a almost complete vacuum or whatever they say is up there. So I don't know. I don't think I could, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything on Earth that I can do to repeat what they say it is.
All right,
Me either, man. Me either.
Yeah, ignore the vacuum of space for a moment. How about the thing that you are standing on currently, which is the Earth? Do you think that you could prove that it is curving at a rate claimed, which is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 inches per mile square, in every direction from where you stand?
No, and I say no because I understand that the atmosphere can cause all kinds of optical illusions. Then you have perspective. Then you have, I mean, all the other, physics of how light travels, through the medium of the atmosphere. That I could say, oh, look, I found curvature, but then I can also turn around and say, but wait a second, I'm also know how the atmosphere looks. So now I can't even use that because it could just be the atmosphere. So no, it can't be considered absolute evidence. But I think what I could do maybe is, how they always point to the Pontchartrain Causeway. I mean, this has been years since I've heard them talk about it. The Pontchartrain Causeway, right? If I had a laser, now, if I had a laser with one of those, what is it? The little thing you screw on the end of it to make it more, where the beam doesn't spread out as quick. A concentrator or whatever it's called. Thank you. Yeah. So if I had a boat, thank you. If I had a boat and I could go to about mile 14, about halfway or whatever of that causeway, and if I could put a laser on one of those pylons that are 15 feet tall, right? So if I put a laser on that pylon at around 10-foot mark, and then I went to the next pylon, so I'd have a laser sticking out on a stick, far enough away from the pylon because we know the radius of that laser beam is going to spread out, the next 10 miles or whatever it is. So, and I tested, and I put a cardboard piece up at exactly 10 feet on the next one, and it showed it the middle of that radius to be at 10 foot. And then I went to the third one, and the radius was at 10 feet. And each one of those pylons, according to what they say, is 1 mile apart from each other. So all I need is 3 pylons to make sure that it is a straight line hitting at the 10 feet mark. Then I should be able to travel back to that hotel where this dude named, I can't remember his name, videoed a bunch of stuff at like the 14th floor or whatever it was. And I'd zoom in. I should see the laser, if the bridge is curving, the laser by the end of that bridge to be rising up above the rail going over the trees. If not, and if it's flat, then that laser would continue on the same pathway. And thankfully, it would look to be diverging because of how light looks, even though we know it's converging, and getting bigger. But we should see it, going over the trees. But unfortunately, I don't have the time or money, to go there to do this. But I think that'd be pretty cool.
So you think something rising up is, from our perspective, below our feet, drop down beyond the curve?
Wait.
That doesn't make no sense.
No, I think what you're describing is if all the lasers essentially are diverging, right? Then that would.
Well, I just knew what I mean is one laser. So I'm using a laser, and if we could get it, because they say that you should see those lasers, the most powerful hand laser for like 10 miles. It's what they claim when you go and you buy it. It comes up, says this laser can be visible for 10 miles. And then you can buy the extra little thing that screws on the end of it to make it even more of a tighter beam.
Yeah, okay.
So what I'm saying is we should see the laser continuing on the straight path. So if it's curved, it would go up over the rail and look like it goes off over the trees. But if it's flat, it should continue on the path and just, and if we see it at night, it should be really easy to see because we see people shooting lasers at night across long distances of water and they bounce off the water, but I'm thinking that 15 feet high or 10 foot high would get above where it's real thick atmosphere and it wouldn't just, cause a lot of refraction as easy is what I'm saying. Like, I think that'd be kind of cool to try out.
So, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. Are you aware that FE Core has done a laser test at 26 miles?
Yeah. You're talking about the. Yeah. Well, the reason why I'm mentioning it is because you see these causeway things where they zoom in, but you don't see curvature until about what I measured, and I found the marker right around mile 14. It looks pretty straight, and all of a sudden, at mile 14, so everything from mile 14 to the rest of the 24 miles is so compressed that it curves. It looks curves the way that it's. Yeah, isn't the causeway 24 miles long?
What's the math of the curve where you should see 1.22 miles times the height of the observer? And how high is he?
Oh, man, he's at like 115 feet high or something like that. He's pretty high.
Why isn't he just down 1 foot above the water or 6 foot?
I think that's where his room's at. Like he lives up there. I can't remember his name. He was always on.
His name is Soundly.
Yeah, that's the cat.
Yeah, that's the nerd. Now, my question is, can we get a side view and see the water do the same thing as your magical other stuff?
That's what that's a great point. So you could just go from the side, video it, and if it's curving, the laser would look like
everyone's lake. Everyone will go to their lake and have a guy stand there and stare off at the horizon, and then you get over to the side of whoever's staring at the horizon. You draw your horizontal line, and we all bring back our pictures and compare them. And if you're
that's a great idea.
Hold on, brother. And if you're the only motherfucker with a rounded, Soundly lake, and everybody else is horizontal, what do you think that means?
Well, I think that even from a side view,
you'd be wrong. No, simple. This is simple, brother. If you're the only human that has something that doesn't match everybody else's, that means yours isn't right.
No, I'm not. I'm not arguing with you. I think you have a great point. I've always thought that we should be hitting it from the same angle that sound the guy's hitting it.
Angle.
So we can.
Hold on, brother. Horizontal's the angle. No, you don't get fucking.
I'm talking about.
My screen, if I shared it, are you at a place where you can see? Visual.
I'm looking at Matt Rooney's screen right now. I thought it was yours, but
sorry for the terrible cut, but that's what I was talking about with the catwalk. Anybody interested?
All right, let's share a screen. It's all about perspective. With you in mind. It's going to be very similar to the last one, but it's going to be on a flat Earth. Let me know when you can see it, Apocryphon.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so basically what we have here is the same thing as before, right? Everything we see is just a matter of points hitting our eyes. And the angle at which that eye hits our eye determines where we see it. And what we see here right now is that black dot right here, at the sort of the bottom left hand of the screen is the eye, and these red dots are some object at a certain height, right? And if you look at the upper left, you can see something called eye height feet. It's 5,000 feet. Boat height feet, 5,000 feet. It could be an object. I just called it a boat. And you see with that top red dot in that gray shaded area, which is the vision. And we can zoom in to see how that's created again. Let's zoom in on that eye. Zoom, 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 zoom. Oh, there it is. You can start to see. This one's actually curved because it's more accurate to get the angles. But so that top red dot is that light pink one or that light red one that's on the bottom of this thing. But of course, our eyes flip everything over. And so that's actually showing up as the top dot on the gray area here. Let me zoom back out. And you said before that as we push this thing away, right, as this boat goes further away, so I'm going to bring this boat closer and closer and closer. You notice what happened to that top dot? Is it moving at all? Is it shrinking? Is it dropping as it goes away? No, it's not, because that's what would happen on a flat Earth. It would go straight like this. And as you go further and further away, you talk about perspective. What's happening to the bottom dot? Oh, the bottom dot's getting closer to the top dot, right? Those things are
because it
pulling up.
rises. Yeah.
Yes, it's rising up, but there's nothing happens. If I'm at my eyes at 5,000 feet, and the top of that boat's at 5,000. As I move that boat away, I move closer. That thing does not change whatsoever in my field of view. It stays right where it is, no matter what I do. If I drop to 2,000 feet. I focus on a different one. And so now I have the third from the bottom one. So the bottom one, 0, 1,000, 2,000 as we go up. And same thing. As we go further and further away, we move the boat away. The top ones come closer and the bottom ones go up. So the top go down, bottom go up. This is how refraction works. This is all there is to refraction. There is nothing else. This is the start and the end of refraction. It's simply a matter of the angles at which each of those dots. And you can see what as the red dots come closer and they get wider, they start to block out the blue dots. Yes,
Scott. It's not just that though.
No, it is just that. That's all there is.
No,
if you think there's
it's
anything else,
not.
you're imagining things.
No, it's not.
There is
Scott.
nothing else.
Scott. The simplest. Okay, and here's why there's more to it. Because it's not.
There isn't more to it though.
Hold on. It's not just the black and white picture you just pointed out, because refraction is one thing, but there's variables too within that refraction. This is what makes you guys see the weird shit you guys see. What makes all of us see it. But the fact that a change in temperature, a wind, everything about that can change. Your little computer graphic, it's not accounting for a weird change in temperature for whatever reason, or a gust of wind that comes in from the south coast and then blows into the shores of Santa Monica and makes all the boats then disappear because there's this change that's in temperature that completely is a variable that your little computer screen is not accounting for. You can't just say, "Oh, this is right here. This is what it is. Very simple. Boom, boom, boom. It doesn't work in a flat Earth. Ha ha ha." No, bro. There's a lot more to it that would make you see things differently because it's all an optical thing. All of it.
No. You need there to be a lot more to it in order for your world to make sense.
No, I don't need
my
it.
world is simple.
Scott,
My world
Scott,
is simple.
I don't need it to
It's
be.
explained
That's
by
just
a very few
reality.
things, right?
Scott, I don't need it to be anything. I'm just stating
No, you
facts.
do.
It's reality.
No, it's
Are
not.
you ignoring?
It's just stuff you're making up.
Okay, I'm making up that temperature
Yes.
changes exist in our. Are you kidding me, Scott? Are you kidding me?
You're making up what those temperature changes do.
So okay. So I just want this on record.
You're making
So
up what effect those temperature changes have on what
Hold
we
on,
see.
Scott. I just want this on record. Let me just ask you a question because I want them to clip it. Okay, Scott. Do temperature changes not affect the way we see things around us?
Sure they do, but how much is the question? It's always the question. That's always the question. How much?
Great question, Scott. Now, is that something that anybody can truly perfectly explain, overlooking? Oh, hold on, before you put your foot in your
I
mouth.
already know the answer. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. So you're saying that you can perfectly do it over 50 miles. Please show me how. How do you take account? How do you take account all the variables of the wind, the temperature changes, the cold pockets, the hot pockets? Like, how do you count all that stuff from where you stand to 15 miles away from you? Go ahead. You just said we can, so go ahead, please.
I don't do it right now. I didn't say I could do it right now. I said I could do it. Give me enough time.
You're right.
Give me enough time, and I can do just like I've done here.
You're right. With enough time, you can see your own asshole if you slide the bar over.
That's not what I said, though.
I mean, you have before, though. But maybe that's a little bit vulgar. Let's just say the back of your head. I should be more. This is YouTube, so let me be a little bit more. I
want to show you one more thing because this is what I think flat earthers don't seem to get. I'm going to drop the eye height on this flat thing, and I'm going to show you all what refraction does and how it works on a flat Earth. And so, we drop the eye height down to 502 feet.
Scott,
Pretty high.
Scott, you're missing the point.
I'm not missing anything. I'm just tired of you babbling about.
You missed nonsense. The point that your little graphic is not reality. It's a graphic.
It's not. It represents reality.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
You do not have the variables that are actually the conditions in the sky.
What variables am I missing? Tell me what variables I'm missing. I'll add them into my model. Which variables am I missing?
I guess for a glober, you're actually right. Like that is enough evidence.
Which variables am I missing? I'll add them into my model. Help me out here.
You don't know all the variables of the temperature.
Which
you don't
ones?
know. You don't know the amount of refraction truly because you don't know the true density within the air over miles. You know that. Okay,
I don't need to know the amount to know this refraction.
Let me give you an example.
And how it works.
Let me give you an example real quick, okay? Do you know that, in the temperature of the ocean, like right here off the Pacific coast, let's say we were to go to Santa Monica, okay? And we were just right there at the pier. Do you know that the temperature of the water along the coast is not exactly the same temperature of the water 1 mile away, 2 miles away, 3 miles away? Okay, so if you have these, what do you mean who cares? That's the whole point. If you have these different temperatures of water, which are going to be reacting with
what does this have to do with what we were talking about? Why are we on refraction of water? I'm talking about perspective right now. We were talking about perspective. Why are you off on refraction land?
Because the temperatures in the conditions change that. That's why. Because the way you think your little computer slider was working out perfect and you thought you fucking slam dunked on everybody, but you didn't.
No, I know I did.
Bro, you didn't. Your graphic isn't reality. You're stuck in, you're lost and you think it is, but it's not. It's not reality, bro. You don't have the variables of, okay, what are the density changes from 1 mile to 12 miles out to 15 miles out?
Doesn't matter. It creates refraction.
It doesn't matter?
It creates refraction. That's all that matters.
Are you listening to yourself? It definitely matters because
Why?
that's how you're going to be able to calculate what you're saying is actually happening.
Okay, so what do I need to add to my model?
You would have to know the temperature.
Okay, and then what do I do with that temperature? What you gave me? So I know the temperature. How do I
Right.
incorporate it
So
in?
then you'd have to know, like, it's going to affect the way you're seeing it, the way the light's going to
Okay.
travel through there.
How is that? How can I incorporate that in? Because here
I don't know.
I'll
You
show
told me
you
that you
an
can do
actual
it.
model. Hold on
You
for a
told
second.
me you can do it.
I'll show you all the math that's in this. I'm
I can
going to
give you a
click on my auxiliary
suggestion,
objects.
Scott. I know you asked that a lot. A suggestion, maybe you can check out the temperatures, right, and see what what gases are at those temperatures, at what densities, and find out like the absorption rate of the light within those within that area. I think add that in there. Get more information. That'd be good.
So here's some of the stuff. Let's see, boat refracted. Here's the math that goes into one of the points. So we take the refracted point, boat distance, and so here's the math behind all this stuff, right? If you can tell me which of these equations need to be changed based on what you're saying. Here's ocean straight path, and there's
Did you check out
refractive.
what I asked you? Like what's the like how much does light diffuse through the through a certain density of air? Have you put that in there? What have you added besides just like the two
He has
things?
none of that, dude. He does none of that. It's funny, and they don't have anything more than that. But here's the thing.
But all I'm trying to do is demonstrate how refraction would work.
But it's a false representation, though, Scott.
In which way is it false?
Because that's not how you're going to technically see things that are 15 miles away from you. You're saying, voila, we can see it on the globe.
How would we see them?
Okay, Scott. Listen.
What was wrong with my model?
Okay.
Which part of it is wrong?
You because you think that you live on a globe, and we'll start
part
there.
of it was wrong?
When it was curved, we can start there. That's the
okay. I got a straight model. We're
gate.
looking at a straight model right now. Can you tell me what's wrong with this?
Now with the straight model, you have this slider that's saying this represents refraction, but
that's at zero right now.
But that is not true. When you start sliding refraction, there's more variables that are going to go into what you're trying to claim.
Like
because the temperature of the air, as well as the density.
That affects the refraction, right? So
yes, it does.
Well, so if I'm already assuming refraction, then I'm assuming the temperature. I've accounted for the temperature.
That's
the thing creating the refraction.
What temperature are you assuming? What? Okay.
It doesn't matter. Whatever creates the refraction created the refraction.
Skyfree shows you. They have a really cool video of something that's only 30 feet away from them. How much those little plastic pieces can disappear behind the refraction of just letting cold air in. And that's only 30 feet. You're talking about 12 to 15 miles, Scott. There's going to be a huge amount of variables there.
Like what?
The differences of temperatures of which the light has to travel through. Because
and that is what accounts for the refraction. So now that I've already accounted for the refraction, what else do I need to do?
Oh my God! But your refraction is a magic word for you guys because you're able to group all the variables and put into one thing. But that's not even reality because all the variables accounted for can make things way different than what you're saying them to be by using your little computer graphic.
But don't all these variables just give me a refraction number?
They can, yeah.
But don't
if you knew them. But you don't know the variables. That's kind of the point.
They just give me a refraction number, right?
Yes, if you knew them. So, like for instance,
if it yields as a particular number, we can model that, can't we?
For instance, let me ask you a question, Scott. Is there a difference mathematically to calculate the refraction of a cold temperature compared to a hot temperature? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. The refraction is all I care about.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you heard the. Okay, you didn't. Yeah, I don't think you want to answer that because I think you kind of get to where that destroys your argument. Okay, let me ask you again.
Argument. It's irrelevant.
Let me see if you could just be honest.
Argument.
How about just being genuine and stop being disingenuous? How about
I'm always genuine.
Answer the question, Scott.
I've always answered.
If you are going to take a if you're going to take a mathematical,
me not answering questions when I always answer questions, man.
If you're going to take a if you're going to take a mathematical calculation for refraction, is there a different number that you would conclude if it was hot or cold? Are there two different numbers for the hot and the cold variable?
I'm sure it'll yield a different number, yes.
Okay. With that being said, if you were to plug this algorithm into your computer graphic of, let's say, refraction equals blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's according to that.
Wait, no. The blah, blah, blah is not a number. Can you give me a number?
Well, what number did you use?
What do we use to a unit for refraction? What do we use?
You built the. I don't know what you did on your computer thing.
What unit do people talking about refraction use as a unit of refraction?
What did you use?
Arc seconds. I'm using arc seconds per mile.
So then what was the number you used for when you said this refraction equals this value? What is the value you use for it to start multiplying?
I use arc seconds per mile.
Okay, so what was the value of it though?
That's the slider does. I can put any number I want. You pick a number.
Okay,
I'll show you what it looks like.
Okay,
you want to see what? But actually, I think this calculation is wrong. I think it's arc minutes per mile. Do you want to see what 246 arc minutes per mile do to this thing? It looks like that.
Okay, so you're saying that what temperature will
doesn't matter.
It does matter though, because
all that matters is the result of the arc seconds per mile we're getting.
But it does matter though, because if there's a different result, because if it's a different number, then it does definitely matter.
How does it matter?
Because if there's a different result with a different number, it does matter.
If the result, regardless of how I got there, is 100 arc seconds per mile, this is what we get.
Does that show, Scott, that things are getting lower on a flat Earth due to refraction? In your little chart, I'm just looking at your chart.
No, you see, mine actually, as we increase the refraction, notice what happens. The boat pretty much stays the same.
Maybe my phone's too small. I don't want to see it.
The boat pretty much stays the same. It doesn't refract at all, but the ocean seems to get further and further apart.
A good example.
And as we increase the refraction, everything looks like it's going up, and the ocean gets further and further and further apart.
Like a big hump of Earth in the middle.
Yeah, what we're essentially doing is by increasing refraction, even though we're looking up, we're kind of looking down at the ocean. And so that the distances between, or the angular distance between each of those mile markers on the ocean get further and further apart, while the distances between the angular distance between the points in the boat pretty much stay the same when we add refraction. And we can add a whole bunch of refraction.
That image reminds me a lot of like Soundly's bridge, over Lake Pontchartrain, where there's severe refraction, gives that kind of illusion. Right, where the end of the bridge, like the thing in the distance, is pretty much where the observer is, and the stuff in the middle seems to arc up.
No, but this is a mistake. You don't see those curves. You see the thing in the gray, and that the thing in the gray is what we see, and all we see is dots. We don't see the curves. Refraction, we cannot see the curves in refraction. We just see dots.
I mean, you just see points, right? And then
you just see points, yes.
Right, and then when you connect points, that's a line, and then points at different elevations form a line that's curved.
Yeah, but the whole point of it is that if we're looking through a if we're looking through a refracted atmosphere, we can't tell it's refracted because all we see is the points. They're just in a different location. So as I drop the refraction, it appears that all those points drop in my field of view. The whole boat drops. And those points, those mile markers in the ocean get closer and closer together. But if you just look at the gray area, which represents what you see, this is what imprints on your eye or on the camera. And I can tilt up a bit or tilt back down. And as I decrease the refraction, all we see is the boat dropping and those markers getting closer and closer together in our angular field of vision. That's it. That's all we see. We do not see those curves that are on the right there. I was just showing those curves to show how those dots get to where they are. But as we drop refraction, then the ocean comes back together, the boat stays pretty much like it is, and everything drops in our field of view. And if I put ourselves back to 0 degrees angle and zoom back out, we get this little tiny picture of this boat far away. We can zoom in, see more of the boat. But here's the other interesting thing too, right? Notice that no matter where I put that boat on a flat Earth, closer, the bottom of that boat never disappears. It's always in view. So
And
no matter
that's
where I
where
go, bottom of the boat, I
and
can see
that's
the
where
bottom of the
again
boat.
that's where you're using a fallacious algorithm of a calculation here, because
No, it's
again,
exactly the right one. If you think there's another
optically,
one, you're just wrong. You need to understand this one because this is the true one.
so optically, like, there will be a natural phenomenon that happens when a boat goes really really far from you, and
No, there won't.
because of temperature in the not only of the water but also of the sky, above the water, like the bottom of the boat, quote unquote, will reflect, it will mirror, it will do all these things, but your little thing, your little slider isn't representing that. And that's why all I'm saying is that's not a good representation of reality,
No.
because it's not.
Apoc.
All I'm saying is you're
Apoc, you
wrong.
brought up Sky Free earlier with the boat, the toy boat, or figures, I mean, from 30 feet away. You could suggest to Scott that maybe that was Earth curvature.
Or we can stick to the topic and focus on this
Amish
one
got
thing, and then you guys can explain to me what I've gotten wrong in my model and tell me how to fix it.
I already told you what you got wrong around, but you didn't want
What'd
to
you
hear
get
it.
wrong?
I told you don't have the
You
variables
said
of
things. You said
reality.
there are things. What variables do I need to include? I
I
have
mean,
refraction.
did you include angular
This is how
apparent angular
refraction
size
works.
change, or is that not in there?
What's that?
Apparent angular size change, is that in there? I mean, I don't see it in there.
Watch. It's in the boat. Watch. See how the top of this boat gets further and further apart. The top and the bottom get further apart as we zoom, as the boat comes closer. That right there. See that top dot, the light pink one, or the light red one, and the dark red one? The dark red one is the bottom of the boat, and the light red one is the top of the boat. And as the boat goes further and further away, those two dots appear to get closer together. That's angular size change. That's the definition of angular size change. And if we wanted to zoom in, we can see specifically. Let's zoom in to my little eyeball.
I didn't see.
Hold on.
Its size change.
Why no? That's because you don't understand angular size. But all angular size is
like, very simply, I did not see change size of changing size.
Angular size is the difference in angle between this light red line on the bottom and the dark red line on top. And as I scroll over, we can see that those all originated from a single point. I got to zoom out. This is too slow.
What I'm suggesting, right, is that you double the distance of something.
And so as I zoom in,
it changes apparent size. Apparent size change.
Yeah, no, that's what my graphic shows right here. Watch, I'll do it again for you. Hold on, let me zoom back out so we can see everything again. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in.
Like where's the point where something disappears? Like
We'll put it at 7 miles. Hold on, we'll put it at 7 miles, and we can see. This thing is. I don't know how. I'll try to leave my little. I can't leave my little mouse there, but because you can't see it, I can put my little finger there. But you can see the distance between the pink one and the red one. And as I move to 14 miles, watch, they get half the size.
What was the formula you inputted for
Look at that. It's now half the size of where it was at 7. Move back to 7, and it's back to its size. And then if I stop at 7 right there, then I go to 3.5 miles. It's going to be twice the size as it was. That's angular size change.
Yeah, maybe I'm on a phone. I can't. But yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe someday when you're not on a phone, I can show this to you again. But yes, this is how perspective works. Yeah. 14 miles, half the size. 7 miles, the size. 3.5 miles, twice the size. Go another mile,
What's
1.75
changing
miles, and
size?
4 times the size. The distance the distance between the top and the bottom of those the dark red dot and the light red dot, the lightest red dot, are changing their distance. That thing is an object with
Okay, when I look out
a
in
few
reality, I
points.
watch things like actually visually get smaller. So I was just curious.
Well, but what you're seeing when you're seeing something get smaller is the top of that thing is getting closer in your field of view to the bottom of that thing. And the right of that thing is getting closer in your field of view to the left of those things. And those two things can be represented by individual points. Like I have a point right here at the top of this black line, which is that light red dot, and a point at the bottom of that black line, which is the dark red dot. And as that thing moves further and further away from that eye, those 2 points will get closer and closer together in angular field of view. See how they go together to that eye to form a triangle? So, you have a certain angle from the top red dot, that light red dot, and then you have another angle. And so there's an angle from the light red dot to the eye back to the dark red dot. That is the angle of view right now for that object. As I move that object closer, that field of view grows. See how? Let's see if I can change that. Let myself go almost to 0.
Oh, I
So
see.
as I
You're
move
saying this is
closer and closer,
orthographic. This is
yeah.
orthographic, right?
But
Okay.
you see how the angle, you see how that top red angle and the bottom
Hey,
red angle,
since
those
you're
2
doing
lines get further
yeah,
and further. See how the angles get closer? The angle changes. That's what it means to.
yeah,
That's what perspective is.
since you're doing orthographic drawings, how do you make sense of like the height and elevation doesn't change the elevation angle to a star? Can you draw that orthographically for me? Since you're right there doing it.
Hold on.
You could do it on a ball since it's a
Hold
ball.
on. No, hold on. I was not ready for this one at all, but I'm going to try it anyways. Let's see. Was this one my last one?
You sound like that astronaut. I was not ready for this question. They are correct. The Earth is flat.
Celestial navigation tutorial. I have a lot of extra stuff on my left hand here. That's why I wasn't ready. I haven't cleaned this up yet. But what we have here in celestial navigation is we have a radius of the Earth, 3959. I have a latitude 1 for my ground point 1 or GP1. I'm going to put that at the North Pole, 90. See where it is? See how it's moved to the North Pole? That GP1 right here. It's the orange line, right? And now I have an OP, and you can see off on the left. Let's see if I can kind of separate this text. Can you read the text next to this globe? It might be kind of hard, but what we have is a zenith angle right now to the OP, and the OP of latitude is 60. You see where it says that right now? And I can change that latitude. Oh, come on. Move. Oh, glitch. Gonna work though. Okay, there we go. And see how that OP changes? And so my latitude changes. And you can see as I'm doing this and getting further and further away. So the latitude right now is at 70 degrees. And so the zenith angle, that's this black line next to this yellow line. So the black line is the zenith angle of the observer's position. And so as I get further and further and further out, you see how that black line stays normal to the Earth. But that yellow line stays parallel to this. Yeah, so this what did I do? I'm no longer on this. So that yellow line is parallel to the GP1. And so what that does is those two things create an angle between itself, and it's a zenith angle. And that zenith angle will be exactly the degrees away from the North Pole that it is. So if I'm at 70 degrees latitude, that puts me 30 degrees away from it. And just so happens that the yellow line and the black line make a 30-degree zenith angle. And that 30-degree zenith
Well,
angle,
I don't think you understood what I was asking.
I'm getting there. I'm
Yeah,
getting there.
that guy is standing so tilted.
Yeah, but I'm getting there. Because what we have in celestial navigation with the globe is all that matters is the zenith angle. And so when I add, pretty sure I have an eye height here I need to turn on. I could turn on an
Yeah,
eye.
but like his zenith angle, like the way he's standing, would be 90 degrees from the yellow line. Like
Yeah.
he's all tilty.
Can you see this little eye I put in there?
Dude, I'm on the phone.
Right there is a little black line above the GP. And if I turn on the eye zenith, what I have now is another yellow line going from that. And so it doesn't really matter where I put the eye in terms of height. I can go up, I can go down. Damn, what did I just do? I dragged something off the screen. Oh no. No, it just shifted. Okay, there we are.
Falling apart right in front of your face.
Yeah, but so anyways, as I move that up and down, the zenith angle never changes. That's the beautiful thing about celestial navigation in reality, is it never changes. And so that distance, the calculated distance, there's actually a distance here. Let's see if I great circle 1. Boom. See that little yellow line that just appeared going from the North Pole to my line? I can actually calculate that line based on simple mathematics, and that line, that it shows me the length of that line. That line is 2,072 miles.
Wait. No, it can't be.
It is.
It can't. It's not. Well, it can be definitely, but not on this model because like miles are linear straight line distance.
Not on my model.
You do like
Not on the only
feet.
one that works.
You like feet. You like miles, then 5,000 feet. And then inches, and they're all just A to B straight line.
Nope. They're along the Great Circle.
You got to.
And the really cool thing about
You got to
that
be like you got to call them something else. Like one globe mile is equal to 0.9 of a regular mile.
we just call it a mile because all miles are globe miles, so it's redundant to say it's a globe mile. It's just a mile.
That's begging the question.
It's not. But see what happens.
It's not begging the question at all because you got I'm just saying, straight line's a straight line. That's how we measure stuff in a straight line. Like so, if it was a curved line, it would be a shorter. It would have to be long. It would have to be a little bit of a longer to reach the distance. Right? So you got to have your own. Get your own miles.
Ruler. I think what Scott's saying is a 12-inch ruler is actually curved.
No, get your own rulers, Scott. Get your own globe rulers. We use straight ones.
When I planned on doing this demonstration, my main goal was to see how you guys react to that, and I did not predict this reaction. I did not see this one coming, but it's good. Thank you.
Wow, that can't be regular.
Because what we also have here, right, is there's a simple calculation on the globe Earth where we simply take the zenith angle, which is this yellow line. God, I wish you could see my mouse arrow. The yellow line and the black line. Whether it's with the I or with the GP, it doesn't matter, or the OP, it doesn't matter, because those zenith angles are the same. And so if we take that zenith angle and multiply it by 69 miles, we just magically get the same distance as that great circle.
So it's a perfect sphere?
Radius. Huh?
So it's a perfect sphere.
Yeah, well, apparently it's off a bit because I used the 3959 radius, and you can see the great circle is not exactly the same as my calculated zenith angle times 69. It's off by 2 miles.
Wait. When
it's
the
off by 2 miles.
Yeah,
I thought about correcting for that, but then I thought, no, I'll just leave it.
So, according to what No Tanks was telling you there, so what you're saying is an architect, when he pulls out his straight edges,
I'm not saying about that. I'm talking about celestial navigation. No, I'm not saying anything like that. No,
is that right?
No, I'm not saying anything like that.
Wait, the straight edge is curved, though, right?
No. I'm saying.
Well, then how do you measure the mile? You know what I mean?
I'm saying the Earth is curved.
So is the straight edge, obviously. Has to be.
What I would
How
guess
would
on
you
how to
make a
measure the
straight edge on a curved Earth?
You got to get your own unit of measurement. Is all. I mean, listen, you're doing good
no,
for
no,
your
it's
model.
already
You just
ours.
got to
You
get
guys
your
got
own.
to get your own.
Yeah, you get your own.
We already own this one. This is ours. You can't have it. Sorry.
Scott, I really hope people appreciate how much time and effort you put into these presentations, and I think you're an honest presenter.
Well, thank you. Because the
Yeah,
other thing I
I'm
did,
not knocking you for I don't ever really make. I like Scott, so you know.
but you want to see a really cool thing, and so
No,
you
it
know
doesn't
we
mean I want
take
to
it.
see more of this shit. I'm just saying. I'm you know.
You don't want to see more of this reality. Yeah, I get you. I wouldn't want to either, right? But as we move this eye position around, and we notice that the zenith angle never changes. You know, we can go back and forth, holding a complete zenith angle, right? This is what we call, and see that yellow, the inside yellow line right at the vertex of that black line. This is what we call an angle of elevation.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
we have
an angle wouldn't change.
and we can get. Let's see if I have it somewhere.
I mean, I could just
I know
throw
I
a
have it.
protractor like up in the air and be like, "Look,
Nope.
everybody notice how the protractor still represented a protractor."
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
Wait, Scott.
And if hold on, let me just do this one last thing. And if we notice that our zenith angle is 30, I can come up here and I could set this. Where is it? Equal altitude 1, and I can set this to 30. Come on.
All right, but you're just saying if they're looking at like a zenith right above their head, this works, right? I'm
Flip
asking
this
for
on.
like, let's put a
Bam.
dude. Let's put
You
a
can see
dude
that?
at like.
This is a circle of equal elevation. Ah, shit. So you guys keep thinking it's a cone? No, it's a cylinder. This is damn. My model's going crazy.
Yeah,
Yo,
you're
Scott.
showing it. It's not a circle right there. You're showing it.
It is, but that's a but this is a circle of equal elevation because as you notice, as I move the eye position everywhere around there, like I said, if I had time to prepare this, I would have had this all scripted out, so I know the numbers. But as you move that, and this is one position, right? If we add a second one, and we add in a second GP, let me turn on my GP2 because this is how celestial navigation works. So I have a GP2 way down here, the green line, and I can get a zenith angle.
This is how celestial navigation translates onto a computer globe model. I mean, when
No,
you're
this
out,
is how it works in the real world.
when you're out in the ocean, you just use
an
this other
angle of
stuff.
elevation to that also.
Well,
right?
you
So
haven't
this green
modeled
and
what I
black
was
line.
asking yet. You haven't modeled what I was asking. I
You
thought that's
asked
why
about
you
asked
did
about the
this
eye
whole
height.
thing. Well, yeah, well, like, okay, if you put a observer like at 30 degrees north, right, and he's gonna take 30 degrees to the North Star, right, to
Yeah, hold on.
Polaris.
I can do that right now. Hold on. Let's do 30 degrees. No, he's going to take 30 degrees north. Okay, so latitude.
Okay, and then we're gonna put a dude 30,000 feet above that guy.
Yeah.
And they're both looking at the North Pole or the North Star. Sorry.
Hold on. Eye height 30,000 feet. How many feet? 30,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's actually not that high. It won't even show up. Watch, I'll put in 30. 1, 2, 3. So that's 30,000 feet. Yeah, the eye.
Well, I don't know how high up that works until, you know what I mean? Is that true?
It works forever.
True to any? Is
that's
that
a great
true
thing.
to any height?
Yes, you can
Like
set it 300,000
does
feet.
the ISS take? Hold on. Does the ISS take angles of elevations to stars so you can verify this? Like, I'm just asking. Like, I felt like at 30,000 feet or maybe 120,000 feet, you know, this could be verified with a balloon, maybe or something. I don't know.
But you see where the eye is now. The eye is way far away from the Earth, right? And the angle to that star is the same, right? The angle still points up. It's parallel to the one at it's parallel to the one at the North Pole. It's parallel to the one at the ground, and it's parallel. They're all parallel. That's the nature of the light that comes from distant stars. The light's parallel, and
Wait, when
300,000
they're
feet is
looking at
irrelevant.
when they're looking at the same point, though, wouldn't that necessitate those lines to not be parallel?
No, because
Like
the points.
why? So their
No, because
vision,
the points are very, very, very far away.
so their eye lines aren't crossing, even though they're looking at the same thing. Like if I'm looking at the sun and you're looking at the sun, you don't think we're forming a triangle?
No.
Okay,
It
gotcha.
depends. Which part of the sun are you looking at?
I mean, like, like we could just like do the moon and say like the middle of the moon. I'm looking at the middle and you're looking at the middle. That's not those are parallel lines. You're saying, right?
No, those would have a very small angle to them. Yes.
Okay,
But
because
if you're standing maybe 500 miles away from me, and you look at the left side of damn. Let's just use left and right just for sake. And if you look at the left side of the moon, I look at the right side of the moon, our eyes are not going to intersect because I'm looking out and you're looking out, relative to us. Because the edge of the left edge of the moon is left of you, and the right edge of the moon is right of me. If we're 500 miles apart.
So if we're both looking at a star the same way, how are we determining that we're not both looking at the same point?
Because the star is so far away in relation to us. I mean, the star, if that's a star right next to us, it would dwarf the planet, right? And so if I were looking at the right edge of the star, you look at the left end of the star, we'd be looking in opposite directions almost.
Well, that's from your worldview, which you don't have evidence of the size of these stars or anything.
Well, which question do you want me to answer? Whether it's true or how it would work in my worldview?
I'm just trying to figure out how two people, one is on the Earth, one is 30,000 feet above that person. They're both looking at the same thing, and you're saying those are parallel lines. I just don't understand that. I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, because the object is really, really, really far away. Light years.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
It
if
does
it's
matter.
a millimeter away. If you're changing your distance, you're changing your angle.
Let's see if I can do this real quick. Hold on.
Well, I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
I don't even see the star in this model either. Like, where's the star?
This is
what I wanted.
No, that's the point. I can't draw the star because if I drew the star, you couldn't see the planet. It would be so small you couldn't see it. It'd be a dot. It wouldn't even be a dot on the screen.
Well, I wanted an orthographic view of it. You just were doing a whole orthographic view. Oh, so you can do a whole orthographic view of flat Earth and be completely convinced of it. But this one idea that I want to see, you can't convey orthographically, and there's no problem there.
Okay, let's hold on. Let me see. Let me see what this tool lets me do. Let's see. New graphing. Okay, let's see. How many? Let's see. Let me see. We'll draw the planet, and we'll draw a circle at 0, and just for God, what did we call? Should we call it 5,280 radius? Why not? 3959, right? 3959. Oops, what happened? All right, time out. Let's see if I can do this again. Circle, center, radius. Missed. Damn it. Pressure. Can't do this stuff live. We'll try it one more time. Center, circle radius. Put 0 this time.
Like if I make the radius of the Earth for the scale 1 mile or 1 inch, how far away is that star? If I just make the radius 1 inch.
Hold on. I'm trying to do this just as you asked, but I got to zoom way out now because I made this thing 3959 miles. Okay, so I don't know how big to make this star though. So we can see that my graphing, I'm already at 5,000. I don't know whether this tool uses big int or floats or doubles. I have no idea. But let's see. a light year is one going to be? It's what's a light? How fast is light? 8,000 miles per second, roughly. Am I getting that right? Anybody?
Well, light is about 300 million meters per second. So.
Yeah, but I'm in miles right now, so it's about 8,000 miles per second, right? 80,000? 80,000.
30
I don't even know
nanoseconds a
this
meter.
number.
I don't know the number of miles per second. That's
Hold on, I'll look it up real quick. Speed of light. What?
They won't
29
tell you
million?
what a light year is in miles?
I don't know. Let me look. Speed of light in miles per hour. Let's see.
Yeah, I think light years are a speed, not a distance.
So when someone says
No,
that
light years
star
are a distance.
is 12.7 light years away, they're saying that's how fast
It's roughly 6.7 with 7 zeros after that, which is close enough for rock and roll. So we'll do that. So 6, 7 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. So that's miles per hour. I have to multiply that times 24 for a day. Wait, what am I trying to do? Light years, right? Yeah, I got to get to years. So that's a day times 365 for a year. And so that's my miles in a year. So that's the distance. And we got to multiply that by 4 to get the distance of this star. And so I'm at a really big number there. Let's see if I can put a point at that. Point, the list, and we'll put it at A. Let's see if it breaks on me. Wrap that in a bracket, so it lets me do this. Oh, wow. It let me do it. Now let me, I don't know how long it'll take me to zoom out to see this point, but point B is going to be there somewhere. Oh, we're getting scientific notation. Where'd it go? Oh, that's as much as lets me zoom out. Yeah, I can't get there. Sorry, I guess I can scroll right.
All right, so what we're finding out is this can't be
um,
modeled orthographically. The computer breaks down. Scott's breaking down. The model's broken down.
Well, I told you it couldn't, right? Because I don't think this thing has big enough integers or float variables to allow me to put that big of numbers in. There's the limit.
So we'll never be able to tell if those lines intersect or not. We just
Scott, you could just solve this by making the Earth or putting the Earth in as
Well, we can do something much simpler. Let's do something much simpler than that.
I tried to tell him to scale it, make the Earth have a 1-inch radius, dude. I told him.
It doesn't matter. It still gets the same problem. I don't want to save that.
Well, then do 1 millimeter.
Doesn't matter. Same problem. It's all about scale. But we can show you for a fact that. So if I take an Earth, for example, and I make it 1.
It is all about scale, and I'm thinking your graph isn't able to go.
Okay, let's say I have 1.
Can't show enough numbers because it's just not a big enough graph. So if we make the scale smaller, it should fit on your big graph. No.
Okay, let's say I have an object of 1. We're on the object of 1, right? This one here, the left one, and you're standing at the top of it. And we're going to draw a line from the top of that one to somewhere on this one. Because you're looking at one side of it. I'm at the bottom of this one. And so I'm going to draw a line from there over to this one. Somewhere on there, right? And so I can zoom out on this. And right now there's an angle. And we are not looking towards each other, right? Our lines of sight, if you're at C and I'm at E, our line of sight's never going to intersect, right? And so if I take this point and I say, I'm going to choose another thing and say that x equals 10 and replace this so I can put it in a slider, and I change the circle. The circle is going to be at point X.
Yeah, I
0.
see what you're getting at there, Scott. You don't have to waste your time with it, brother. It's
Okay.
all right. I see what you're doing. I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just
So no matter where we move that, right? It's gonna.
No, yeah. This comes with a lot of presuppositions, I would say, right? Like I definitely
Okay.
have to agree with you that the sun is much larger than the Earth, the stars are much larger than the Earth, all that in order to even engage in this. So it's kind of tough for me to do. Sorry,
Yeah.
brother.
But you can see as we move that circle further and further away, our eyes are never going to intersect. They're just going to get more and more parallel.
Cool. Thank you for your time, brother.
Sure. Anytime.
But on your flat land that you think you're living on, I mean, angle or the position of Polaris doesn't change as you increase in altitude either. So I mean, it's pretty far away on a flat plane too, right?
Yeah, no, I don't have an
Globe or
explanation. I
flatter?
don't know if anyone has an explanation for that. I've been asking. You know what I mean?
So it could still be really far away on your flat piece of land, right?
I don't know how two people can look at the same thing. I understand what Scott's saying. Like he's saying, if the object is larger than the object that you're on, or the distance you are apart from the other observer, right? But I don't know, like how if two people are looking at the same thing, they're drawing a triangle. Do you understand that? They're like their vision. It can't be parallel
A
unless
very,
they're on
very,
top of
very
each
skinny
other.
triangle. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not
And-
parallel. You wouldn't get. Oh, I guess you're saying because when we take angles of elevation, there's not enough, like, you can't see the error because there's not a big enough error margin in the angle.
It's like a 10,000th of a degree or a 100,000th of a degree, something of that order of magnitude.
And it just so happens I have a flat Earth one worked out too, celestial navigation, that I just brought up.
Oh boy, this one won't work.
You know it won't work, and this is where it comes to the problem, right? Because we can take an arbitrary OP, which is the black line again, and we can take some arbitrary GPs, so the yellow, green, and red line, and we can do something, right? So if we have basically we set the OP to something, and we put the GP1 at the North Pole because it's easy. We have a zenith angle to it at 45 degrees, and you've all agreed that for every degree of latitude we change 69 nautical miles, right? Every flat earther's already agreed to that. Well, almost everyone. I can't speak for everyone, but a lot of you have. And so if I then set my OP to a position where I get a zenith angle, which is this yellow angle going out from the black angle, and I set that zenith angle to 45 degrees from a certain distance that I know I'm at if I go to my OP latitude, I know I'm at 45, and so I should have a 3105, and my calculated distance is 30. My calculated distance to this based on the zenith angle is 3108. That's the closest I can get. I can change that by raising the height of the raising the height. Where are the heights of the OP? Height GP1. Yeah. So if I raise the height of that star, I can get the angle to change, but that changes my calculated distance. And if I find the place where it actually matches, I got to get it to 45 degrees zenith angle, so I got to drop it. 45 degrees. Drop. Come on. There we go. 45.05. And I get pretty close, but as soon as I move, and then you see the actual distance, which is 3105 based on that. I know I'm 69 times 45. My calculated distance based on the zenith angle is now 3108, but as soon as I move in latitude, I move my OP further away. So as I move further away towards the equator, my calculated and my actual distance don't even come close to matching up anymore. And if I go closer to the OP, which is just changing latitude. My actual and calculated are all out of whack. And here's the thing too, right? Nothing changes when I cross. So as I'm closer, I'm down to 10. I'm now at the equator. What we observe in the real world is 0 degrees. But what we see in this is we still see a zenith angle of 63, nowhere near the 90 that we'd expect to see based on the original point. But then if we move further and we go past the equator, we can still see Polaris. I can go all the way to 90 degrees south with my observer's position, all the way to the edge of the Earth, which we can't go there. There's apparently a treaty. We can only get to 60. Let's go to 60, where we're allowed to go. I still should see a 73 degree zenith angle or a 17 degree angle of elevation on a flat Earth. So yeah, it falls apart instantly, and you can see that none of these other things work. Every calculation we do to make the green ones and the red ones, the actual distance of the GP2 and the actual distance of the GPT, as soon as we change the heights of those stars, which we have to have, if you're not having parallel lines, this is why the only way this will work is on parallel lines or with parallel lines. The minute you have elevations that are making triangles going towards the ground positions, the whole model falls apart. The math just doesn't work. Nothing adds up. And so when you guys say you can make this work on a flat Earth, no, you can't. Because I tried, and I'm better than you. And if I can't do it, I know you can't.
Oh, flat Earth's gone. Time to close down the VC, Scott. Nice. Everyone pack up your bags. There's no more flat Earth.
Never was one.
That was beautiful, Scott. That was beautiful.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun, actually, making these things. And had to revisit a whole lot of math I forgot.
It makes it nice and simple and clean. I think that the biggest challenge with the celestial one is still getting people to understand what down is. That vertical zenith angle is a little bit hard to comprehend unless you can visualize yourself in 3D space like that.
Yeah. Thing is, Scott, I've got a question for you, Scott.
I'm still here.
Okay. In these so-called math models you've made, these so-called models, have you considered the manifest effect of the personal dome of the hyperbolically projected rotating-rated azimuthal ether grid of electrocovalent visual grid directionality?
I have missed you, man.
Well, if you don't take these things in consideration,
ether,
you're not going to get a good idea. You're not going to see the mutual benefits of the convoluted digression between Neo-Tolkienian
Hold on, I think I'm.
astrophysics.
I am literally crying.
I think I'm losing you. The ether
I'm
wind
crying.
is taking me in. I can't hear you. The ether wind is taking me away. I'm losing connection. It's interfering with the electromagnetic waves.
That's the ether grid.
Oh, is that like space time but ether version?
It is, yes, but we don't talk about an ether wind anymore. That's clearly. If there was an ether wind, you could build an ether windmill.
Yeah, it's clearly not real, but yeah, ether grid. Yeah, of course, yeah. I want to. I haven't heard this guy before. I want to hear about the ether grid.
Oh well, it's the ether grid It's the spatial matrix by which things like photons are propagated out from the dielectric ether undercurrents. A lot of science marginalizes the aspects by which we measure these unmeasurable things. Sadly, the luminaries in the past who've chosen to digress from the steepleish Einsteinian Rutherfordian paradoxically blighted notations about what the very fabric of space time and the substrate undercurrents of the reality we live in have been ostracized, and their works have been destroyed behind everyone's back.
Do you have a model that explains this with the ether grid?
I'm working on one. Obviously, obviously Scott with his whimsical and trivial sine and cosine trigonometric type nonsense that was, that should have been expelled from science and math many eons ago.
Yeah, trigonometry. What's trigonometry? Is bad.
Well, clues in the name, isn't it? It's a try. Someone's tried. Doesn't mean say they've succeeded.
I would say trigonometry is infallible.
Yeah, this is the problem. I see Scott, trying to geometrically represent things in a construct that kind of best represents the reality of our observations. But where's that going to get you?
So I'm interested. So what would be the founding steps of your model? Since you said you're working on one, I'm interested.
Well, of course it's toroidal in nature, largely because it's the Duriger shape at the moment, the toroid. It's got roundiness to it. It's got if you look at the International Space Station's orbit from a particular angle, it looks a bit toroidally. It looks a bit like a spirograph. But there's a definite flowery pattern there, so you can elicit notions of some sort of like higher order geometry that all the other scientists didn't see. So there's definitely a toroid in there.
Wait, so are you a torus, Arthur?
I was born in April, so I do consider myself a Taurus. Taurian,
I mean,
at least.
Taurus, Arthur, as in like, do you believe we live on a Taurus?
No, I don't know. I think we live in a complex convolution of several geometries which propagate through into a reality that we can't quite evaluate just by making observations alone.
You know what a torus is, like a donut shape, right?
It's kind of a squishy thing with a hole in the middle.
Yeah, is that like something that could be representative of the Earth?
Possibly. Again, I'm not here to expound entirely expound a alternative geometric proposition. I'm just merely here to tell you that the current vernacular about the sphere is clearly wrong. It's complete. I think it's a completely satisfactory position to make a massive effort to deny a proposition without putting another one in its place properly. That's kind of how science works, isn't it?
What?
So you're not a flat earther then?
No, not in the slightest.
Do you think flat earth is silly?
I'm just a dickhead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you got taken for a ride there, mate.
But why isn't there a single picture of a flat Earth?
Was he trolling?
I was mucking about.
No way, bro. You're like Jekyll V2. Jekyll trolled me too. I thought he was a flat earther at first.
No, Scott knows me. I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, I think the introductory
yeah,
is a good one.
Paz can definitely rival Jekyll in terms of
LARPing.
Yeah,
that was crazy. That was like
they're about as funny as each other too. It's a good competition.
We should have like a Jekyll versus this guy LARP debate.
Yeah. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? It's all just a bit of fun.
Yeah, because like the only I would have believed you because the only, flat earthers just they speak with so much conviction about everything. Like that's the only thing that you need. You just need to sound like you believe what you're saying, and there's nothing that like I wouldn't believe that you think you believe.
Well, isn't that what it's all about? Isn't that what just differentiates the Witsits from the Denmarks?
I guess so. Yeah. I hope Jekyll was here for that.
Mm-hmm.
This has happened to me twice now.
Don't worry about it. Happens to all of us.
Yeah, it's hard to.
On some level, there's lots of people trolling, isn't there?
I know, and that just begs the question: how many people in here who say they're flat earthers are actually just mastermind trolls?
It's always a question. There's another guy at where I know Paz are from, right? There's another debate flat earth server where some guy did it for almost a year. He played a flat earther, and he's really, really good. Not as funny, but he can hold character. So
that's crazy. So these are, I mean, like, what if Alpha's just a crazy LARPer? Crazy good at LARPing. We would never know.
Well, there are signals. They're small and they're subtle, but there are signals when someone's LARPing. And Alpha doesn't show them.
Yeah. I mean, one litmus is you wait around long enough, they're bound to say something anti-Semitic or misogynistic, and is it the game's out? The game's up, then, isn't it? Really?
You kind of killed the channel, Scott. That was a flat Earth killer.
I was expecting more reaction. I was hoping for more reaction.
Well, no, they're writing the reaction right now. They're writing their script. They're like communicating with each other right now, so they know what to say.
So what goes on in the 25/7 flat Earth group downstairs?
That's probably where they're making the script, I would assume.
An eclectic mix of rooms here, isn't there?
I haven't seen the 25/7 channel. Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, I think someone's just temporarily renamed one of them, but it's just slightly further down the list.
Oh, I see. There's only one person on there. Okay, that's not.
There wasn't earlier. I think there was a few in there earlier on, but I daren't step in there. I mean, it's the challenge for the challenge coming in here to the 24 to the mighty monolith that is 24/7 is scary enough. Adding an extra one to the 24 that probably is.
Oh yeah.
Who got a picture of a flat Earth?
Yeah.
No one.
Picture of a flat Earth.
Yeah, from space.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's why we need one.
You're saying that they're paid actors? You believe that they're paid actors?
We need someone to take that picture. That's what I'm saying.
So we need to launch a skeptic into space, don't we? Really?
Yeah, we do.
I think they should have life support. I'm not being cruel. Both on the way up and the way down, obviously.
Where's the picture of a spinning wobbling tilted spaceport in space? A real picture, I mean.
You want a picture of
Spider-Man.
Where's the spaceball? Where's the spaceball? Is it an ever expanding void of darkness?
Yeah, where's the real picture of the spaceball?
Can you say the word? Can you say the thing?
Wormhole.
Oh
it'd be
man.
difficult. It'd be
cameraman and a single Bigfoot dude, and that's it. You don't have like millions of people worldwide whose entire lives are structured around Bigfoot, or in the case of Antarctica, thousands of people
You
worldwide.
do
Well,
have people's
tens of
entire
thousands of
life.
people.
You do have people's entire lives built around Bigfoot, though. That's the spooky
Yeah, you have a
part.
few dozen, mate.
Nah, dude, there's huge squanching communities. The fuck
Yes,
you mean?
community. So these are dudes that go out in the forest together and look for Bigfoot. That doesn't mean that they're like designing Bigfoot or they're all traveling together to do research on Bigfoot in Antarctica for dozens of months at
Do
a
you know
time.
what? Do you know what? Hold on, they do go out for like long periods of time. They had entire series
Yeah, do
about
they
them.
find Bigfoot? No. Do they find Antarctica? Yeah.
I think usually I think usually images are made in comparison with space images, though, with the Bigfoot stuff. With Antarctica, I mean, I would say for every reason they say you can't liken a Bigfoot image to Antarctica. Sorry, it's a space. They can't do the same thing with Antarctica, because with Antarctica, that we do have reference points of ice sheets. You know, I flew over Greenland. I know what an ice sheet looks like. I don't think it's a big deal. You know.
Ain't it?
Hang on, is the plural term for Bigfoots?
Yes.
Big feet.
Big feet.
I heard Bigfoots. I'm like, wait, doesn't sound very English, especially
Dude,
coming
also,
from
I
Got to
remember
know.
the point was raised to me, like whenever they're trying to attract a Bigfoot and they start doing like their little Bigfoot calls, like they're saying, "Oh hey, I'm about to play the Bigfoot mating call. Keep an eye out." It's like, what is like you guys' plan? If like a full grown like Bigfoot with a rock hard, with like a hard.
Oh, you're gonna get muted.
Oh fuck, you're right. It's like, what's the logic behind that? You're playing like a fucking mating call for something much bigger than you.
Guys, I have a question.
What's up?
Is the Earth round, or is it just my eyes that are round?
Nobody's saying that your eyes are like a GoPro.
Wait,
I
what do you
think
mean by
some people
that?
are saying.
Is it like, have you ever seen what a GoPro looks like when it's like close to the surface and it's like really distorted? Well, people usually say that the reason why the Earth's a globe is because of how things appear to look as they get further away from you, not like you're seeing this left to right distortion.
I used to be able to click on like
Wait,
the
can you
bases
explain
in
that in like
Antarctica.
simple terms? So what are you getting at?
Okay, far away curve, left right, not so curve.
Wait, so is the Earth? What do you think then?
So if you look at every which way direction, things will drop away from you. But if you're just like standing it and they have like one frame, your eyes are on one frame, they can't detect any left to right curvature.
Oh.
It's like in a photo frame, you can't even detect if that's horizontal. Never mind slight curvature on Earth. And it becomes apparent when something's moving away from
Excuse me, my
you
fault.
in any which way direction.
Uh-oh. This is
I don't know
an
what to
issue.
believe then.
This is an issue for flat earthers here. I gotta show you guys. We have the inside of this cabin. I wonder if we get to see the outside. Uh-oh. Never mind. Snow blindness is weird.
What is this cabin analogy? It made no sense.
There's literally a fucking cabin looking thing in Antarctica.
What about it?
I'm just nothing, dude.
Mick,
Don't worry about it. Go to sleep.
why do you think the Earth's flat, Mick?
Hey,
Why do you think the Earth's flat?
sure looks flat
Because it looks flat.
to me. Yeah.
Let's see. And that's why you think it is, because it looks like it's flat.
That's my starting point.
All right. What does it look like when boats drop over the horizon? Does it look flat then?
That's not what it looks like to me. It looks like it's just getting further and further away.
Boats? All right. One sec. This.
Oh, I found the base.
Tut 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 tut.
Uh-oh. You guys want to see a big stinky?
Yeah. 1 second. Let's show. Make this.
Well,
All right, Mick. So.
Sure.
Side chat. When you zoom into that and it doesn't come up, no matter how far you zoom, what's going on there?
I don't know. Potentially just my refraction.
So, but the Earth doesn't look flat anymore, does it?
Oh no.
It does. It's just my refraction in the way.
All right, okay, but like if we're just going off baseline assumptions, it's not flat, right?
Well, baseline refraction is a thing.
You said the Earth looks flat, and then I show you something that goes, well, that doesn't look flat, and now we've got refraction all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, just like someone will say, oh, it's curved, but it looks flat because of my refraction. Well, it can go the other way too.
Well, we've got to think about it this way: if baseline, then Earth doesn't look flat, and you have to infer flat Earth from, referring to mystical sort of physical properties. Right?
Physical properties?
Well, I don't think you could tell me how the refractions are working in that video.
You call that mystical?
Oh yeah, if you can't explain it, it's basically mystical.
Well, I mean, you're the one who, you guys are the one who brought up refraction to begin with, so you're the mystical.
Well, I would say Earth is baseline flat, not flat, baseline the globe, right? Because that's what you observe in your everyday reality. That means the burden of proof is on the flat Earth, right?
That's not what I observe.
Well, that's what you're observing it right there.
I don't observe it as no.
Yeah.
That doesn't the globe. It just could be a big giant wave. I don't know.
A giant wave.
I don't know.
That is some willful ignorance.
I'm just a retard, man. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, we got to think like between those two boats. Do you think they detected a giant wave between them?
No, man. Could be enough. Could be far enough away for refraction. Could just be, a tide or something. I don't know. I'm stupid.
Let me show you this. Maybe this will give you more perspective.
More perspective.
I'm finding more and more images of the sun coming from the south in Antarctica. That's going to be really hard here in December to explain on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because the Earth's obviously not flat. Wait, so just before we continue on the sun thing, Mick, there's 3 boats now. What are these waves doing?
It's refraction, man.
Some weird refraction.
I know.
Yeah. Baseline globe, burden of proof on the flat Earth to prove it's flat. That's what I think. All right, let's get back to the sun and the Antarctic.
Yeah.
If you want, you can reverse it like that if you want.
I understand that the average Flurf has no model, which is not a problem, but at least we can get rid.
We had enough.
Wait, what happened?
How do we?
I'm not sure.
Wait, he cut off. What happened?
I think MP Door was about to say something. What have you got for his MP Door?
I'm trying to figure out something inverse. I don't know. Flat Earth. I was trying to think about it. I've never heard of flat Earth or talk about proving it was flat other than observable facts.
Are you a flat earther?
I've definitely met some flat earthers. No. But I've definitely met some college professors that take the stance of they can't for themselves without axioms, from the axioms, prove the shape of the Earth, which was an interesting perspective.
Jesus.
Is that a philosophical problem, or is that like a scientific problem?
Kind of a retarded philosophical problem.
Hey man, retarded question.
I mean, kind of. You can't prove anything from first principles if you really want to be a fuckwit about it, or you can sort of shed off the problem of the philosophical nihilism and epistemic nihilism and actually learn to come to what's true or not. So if your professor's just saying hey, I can't prove anything from first principle except that I exist and I can only prove it to myself, that's fair. But if they're like, I can't prove the shape of the Earth because I haven't gone out and looked at it myself, that's not fair. That's a stupid epistemic position to hold.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, I think you can prove some things. I mean, in general, we do exist, you could do math, you count money, you can add stuff,
Yeah, well,
So
that's
like,
fine. Look, I agree with you. I call that proof as well. It's just no one's ever shown that it's actually provable that it isn't all inside your head. So I agree with all that. It's just your
well,
professors
that's
may be douchebags
impossible
and
from
doing
a
what
human
I just did.
standpoint.
Wait, Max, he was talking. What were you saying?
Me?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone agrees that you can prove things, but it's just when you actually get down to the nitty gritty, just like you've written a mathematical formula and you try to make it as precise as possible, the end result is no, you can't actually prove anything, even with a mathematical formula. All it is, that maths could just be imagination in your head. It may not correspond to reality. So
Yeah, but
all of it could be fake, but everyone agrees that it's probably not fake. So we
yeah,
should
but
go with that.
isn't that enough for things to be at least real from our perspective?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with
Yeah.
that. So
Exactly.
your professor may just be being a douchebag and doing the philosophical nihilism game rather than actually, agreeing that reality exists, which is something I don't think like flat earthers agree with. I don't think they agree reality exists in like something that we can all touch and feel. Reality to them is something that's just inside of their head.
Where'd you get that idea?
I mean,
That was pretty
I'm
funny.
with you. I'm with you for 90% of it. I came to
All
the
right. Now I gotta interject. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, dude. You're the
What?
king of not saying reality is real. You are the if in the dictionary they say like, how is reality not real? Dogs are God's explanation. You'd be the first example, man. What are you talking about?
Dude, let me
Talk about a straw man.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. No, you guys really don't know this guy, do you? All right, let's figure it out, right? Let me ask Dogs or Gods. Dogs or Gods, is reality real?
I was talking to
Give them a
Doug
sec,
about.
on muted.
Yeah, we're gonna wait a minute. We're just gonna have to clear the air. Dogs or Gods, is reality real?
I don't know. Why would
I think
you?
he's,
I don't think there's
Hold
any
on.
argument. What do you mean?
muted. Someone needs to. Oh, there he is.
I got him. Dogs or Gods, is reality real?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's real, yes. Do you believe it's real?
Yeah, how do you know objective reality is real?
I don't know. I believe it. It's a belief, and my belief has justification because patterns can exist, and I can create patterns out of knowledge. But that doesn't mean I know. It means I believe it's real, and I can claim that.
There you go. Anyway, I just wanted to clear the air. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we
So
were
he's
chilling,
saying
dude. I don't
that
think there
was
was air to clear, but whatever. I wanted to talk to him about what my professor
I'm
believes.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was a projection onto us, saying that we don't know reality is real. No, he doesn't know what reality is real, and his projection saying that we don't know what it is kind of the way he
But
feels.
you need to have some compassion, I think. That's necessary.
1 second, guys. 1 second.
Max, he was
So
talking.
basically, all that was being done here was the old bait and switch. You guys are falling for it if you believe that because you didn't know that he actually said that he just believes reality is real, but that we actually know. So there's a difference there, right? So there you have it.
I think we have. I mean, I know that I have enough independent thought to, like, not have someone else tell me what I believe. We didn't. We were just chatting. Can you unmute him? All right.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Continue your conversation.
Okay, my professor was going from. He was talking about. It came out. I think it was Galileo. You know, like with the materials that he had, like he couldn't take the math and prove it, and not like, you know what I mean. Like obviously we've been to space and our phones work because satellites and stuff, right? But that was the perspective that they were going from. Like if you had his tools, how would you go about it?
Your professor sounds boring.
He's not. But yeah.
Either way, it's kind of problematic thinking to think of arriving at global flat in the sense of just one particular thing or first principles, which I don't even know what first principles he would use to arrive at any synthetic one second, my brain. I'm just going to say synthetic. I can't remember the second part. Synthetic claim. Just seems a bit silly to me. People say that the Earth's a globe because of a selection of evidences that have pointed that direction.
Yeah, this is interesting. No, I mean, he doesn't. It's not a claim. I found that like true, genuine flat earthers that know math don't claim anything. They're not claiming the shape. It's just that just like is a hot topic word that just
You know what I'm saying? I know this server actually where this came from. I don't know. Last time I was here was a few years ago in COVID, and it was an actual flat Earth server. I don't know what happened here. I went to a different flat Earth server, talked with someone. They said it merged with this politics group. It had something like this, like a 24/7 flat Earth thing. So I don't know what's up with that, but I spent a lot of time there talking to people. 99% of the people there were just like almost like religious infatuation. It was very odd. But
what do you think about that, Mick? Religious infatuation? Is that you?
Well, I'm not talking to him. That's kind of rude, bro. Chill, man. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, you got like a hate boner for me or something.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're the only flat earther who has a mic, so the one that's going to get picked on.
Unfortunate, dude. When I went there, I was the only non-flat earther when I was talking. You know, the thing was,
yeah, I'm a flat earther too, but let me just clear the air too. Religious infatuation has nothing to do with logic and reason. So everybody on Earth right now believes in one thing or another. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I guess so. If we're hopefully we have the same idea
religious
of belief.
infatuation has no bearing on one's intellect. One able to reason and describe logically something that they see in reality. So that's not anything sequitur to the conversation. But continue, please.
If you want to use illogical, sure. Then 99% of the people I talk to are illogical. Sorry that struck a nerve.
No, it didn't strike a nerve. It's just your reasoning is absurd. If you're saying that because somebody has religious beliefs is the reason why they're not logical, then you, sir, are the one that is either a bigot or not logical yourself.
I think infatuation was more the word to describe the illogical part of
Yeah,
it.
but it doesn't matter. If you're infatuated with a specific religious belief, it doesn't have a pending factor on how your logic and reason work. It just means that that's the undertones of why you think logic and reason operate. So if you say something is true because of how it appears in the physical and natural world, it has no reasoning on what you believe. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you think that's different, then I need to hear your reason why.
That's just a semantics thing and off topic. Sorry if that got there, but
No.
If you're asking for my, like, bro, I was talking.
This forum exists. The reason why it exists is because people don't understand how to, use logic and reason. So that's why we do that here. And the reason why people like you don't understand or say that it's off topic or semantic, it's because, this is very apropos for the conversation for us to actually address why you are saying some things that you don't understand, which is what you're doing now. And you want to change the topic because you don't know how to articulate yourself. Am I correct?
I do. I just don't want to talk about it. Let's get into it now then.
I
do. Bro, let me talk, please, dude.
No, I do want to talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Okay, I'm out.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, this forum is all about logic and reason. If you don't want to have a conversation about that, toodles.
Logic and reason gives room for freedom to speak. Okay, and ideas to transparently flow through. You're talking over me right now. Okay, I'm out. I'll see you guys.
See ya.
It's not a place for logic and reason. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. That's your opinion. This forum will still exist while you're gone. So, yep.
Ego.
Hey guys.
Yeah, that's you can't even think if you're saying that somebody's religious belief is the reason why they're not logical. That's stupid. There's mostly people from NASA believe in God, and they're still talking about putting Bibles on the moon, and they're still going to the moon according to your paradigm. So basically all of what you said just went out the fucking window.
I mean, I don't know. I give people the chance to speak. I like hearing other people's perspective.
Yeah, but see, here's the difference. When you give people the chance to speak and they want to change the topic, they're not addressing what they just said, which is what we do here. We address the topic. When you change the topic, I let people speak. What, just completely gish gallop to other topics? Oh, we don't do that here, sir. We don't do that here.
I mean, that is partially true, but you also have to make room for compromise, you know?
See, compromise would be great, but that's on topic, not about changing the topic entirely. If he was to say, well, I can see what you're saying there, but my compromise would be this. He didn't do that, did he?
What did he change it to, though?
He didn't want to talk about it. He wanted to talk about something else. Did you not listen to the conversation, or was I the only one listening?
But can you repeat?
What do you mean, can I repeat? I don't know. What do you want me to repeat?
What he switched off. Well, he said
he did not want to talk about the subject at hand, which is what I was bringing up.
Oh, and he did not say anything else after that?
No, he said, I don't want to talk about it. It's semantics. Did you not hear what he said? He wanted to change the topic.